We are back like we never left. It certainly feels like we haven't left because day 2 of the NFL draft is already here tonight. We can see some of the biggest names. If you love college football, if you've been watching through Saturdays, there are huge names that are going to go off the board over the course of the next several hours, and we will be here for every single pick of it. It's Yahoo Sports Draft Live. I am your host, Jason Fitz. We're not going anywhere, and this panel is going to work our tails off. We got a long night ahead of us. Nate Tice, how are we feeling good?
Feeling good. I know, you got me kind of like, a little James Brown, hardest working man in show business right here, right? Yep. No, rounds 2 and 3, this is where meat of this draft. So this is going to be a lot of fun because I think we're going to get to chew on some stuff, some player fits, some selections that are going to happen tonight.
C-Mac, your level of excitement that you get to sit on this sensual couch with me again for the next several hours.
Sensual couch.
Hey, look, I'm making things awkward right out the gate.
No, just get some more adjectives.
This is honestly my favorite day of the draft because there's a lot more players, there's a lot more picks, and you're still in the part where you know all the players for the most part. So this is definitely my favorite part.
Harmon, how we feel? Like, Harmon, I feel like you're beach Harmon today. Like yesterday, you were sort of all black and sort of melted in. Today, you're out making guns out. Like, we're going for it.
Well, yeah, last night was business.
Okay.
Black. You're really trying to set a statement. Today, yeah, I'm a little more casual, but I also got the boots on. So, I could be out in the mountains, I could be on the beach, I could be anywhere, and we'll see where these prospects end up.
Oh, nice.
That's well done.
Bravo.
Forever my mountain man. Okay, one of the prospects that we've been trying to figure out is Shedeur Sanders, one of the biggest names, obviously not selected last night. Now, that is something you knew Shedeur was going to address, and he did. In fact, RG3 tweeted this video out. Check out a little of Shedeur's reaction.
We all didn't expect this, of course, but I feel like with God, anything possible, everything possible. I don't feel like this happened, for no reason. All this is of course, fuel to the fire. And under no circumstance, we all know this shouldn't have happened. But we understand we're on the bigger and better things. Tomorrow's the day. We're going to be happy regardless. Legendary.
Ooh.
Speaking of legendary, let's bring in the legendary extra member of our Wolf Pack. Charles Robinson going to be joining us throughout the course of the night. C-Rob, what's the latest, greatest on Shedeur?
Oh, man. Listen, guys. If something doesn't happen soon, we're going to be talking about a legendary slide. Because I'm just telling you, overnight and into the morning, the thought process of him definitely coming off at the 33rd or 36th pick to the Cleveland Browns sounded very, very iffy. And right now, I think the reality is Tyler Shough is held in some esteem inside the Browns organization. I tend to believe that if they go quarterback, that actually might be the quarterback pick. But I think they still may make positional picks at 33 and 36 and continue to keep their powder dry in the quarterback position. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think the Kirk Cousins avenue is completely out of range there when we're talking about after the draft. And what I think is really probably nerve-wracking for Shedeur at this stage is you're going to get to Vegas at 37. You're going to get to the Saints at 40. If they pass on him again, his floor may be in the 3rd round. And we may be talking about the Steelers again in the 3rd round at the 83rd pick, thinking, is this now his floor? But the other intriguing thing is, look, there's a multitude of other teams that are going to start to see value here. They're going to start to look at him and say, it feels well done at this point. It feels like it's gone too far and the value is starting to outweigh kind of the risk. But I talked to a GM this morning and he did make one good point. He said, look, yeah, if he's sitting there at our pick in the 3rd round, is he somebody where we'd say there's a lot of value all of a sudden there and we need a backup quarterback? Sure. But would he see himself as us drafting him as a backup quarterback? Would he see himself as us selecting him to come in the building and support and develop himself behind our starter for a number of years, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years? Would he accept that? I think that weighs this down a little bit. So it's hard to call right now. I think anybody who would tell you they know where he's going in the next hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, I don't think that's true.
I know you're not going anywhere. You'll be with us all night. Appreciate you, C. Robin. Appreciate you keeping us updated. on the best of this. Guys, here's our pledge, right? We're not going to turn this into the Shedeur Sanders show. So let's have a conversation here about quarterbacks as a whole, because I just heard the name Tyler Shough. And, when we start looking at your draft boards and where you guys have ranked these quarterbacks, I mean, Tyler Shough is somebody that is also high on your board, but you do have Shedeur currently as the best available QB. So, Nate Tice, what's the right way to sort of break all this down?
Well, and that's what is interesting about this group of quarterbacks. There's not these definitive guys that were like, oh, yeah, this is the easy first rounder. It was Cam Ward, and that was like the only consensus was this is the guy that you would take in the first round. Some people had him higher, some people had him lower, but he had a consensus. This next group of guys, and I included Jackson Dart in this group as well, these were all guys that I viewed as day 2 guys, late second to third rounders, that then depended on team fit, how the interviews went, variables of that sort. The Giants obviously thought that Dart was their guy. We already heard Dable throwing out Josh Allen comparisons. All right, chill, but
what a shocker.
But that's the flavor they went for, okay? And then Milroe is an intriguing option as well because he has so much talent, and he apparently aced all the interviews. Supposed to be a great kid, hard worker. So I think that he has interest with some teams. Tyler Shough is older, but I mean, he can spin it. Like if Tyler Shough was 21 coming out as a true junior, he was going in the first round. That's how much he could spin it. He's 26 though. He would be the oldest if he were in the first round, one of the oldest drafted quarterbacks since Brandon Whedon. He is one of the oldest quarterbacks out there. He has injury history. He also is allergic to getting hit. So all these guys just have different blemishes with them. I have my flavors, Riley Leonard. Charles went with Kyle McCord. Yeah. Everybody kind of has that guy as well in this kind of group, but it's all the same group. So now it just becomes preference.
Yeah, I think when you look at these guys, how many of these guys are we looking at to be starters in the fall? Probably not many.
Is Shedeur a starter to you?
Eventually.
Yes.
Eventually.
Yes.
But the reason why he's on the board right now is because if you've been watching him for the past 2 or 3 years, there's not a whole lot by the way of traits that are going to get you excited. We touched on it yesterday, but not the fastest guy out there, doesn't have the biggest arm. He's undersized for an NFL prospect. And when you start dissecting the Colorado offense, it's a lot of RPOs. It's a lot of screens. So you're not even testing that arm down the field all the time. I actually think that where he's at right now is a defensible position for him to be in. Mm-hmm. But this has largely been a media creation. This is Deion Sanders' kid. That's an economy that's been running itself for 40 years at this point. And we're still in it. I almost feel bad for him because it's like these expectations should not have been placed upon you. You should have just kind of been another Big 12 quarterback that we've seen a million times before. But when you put Sanders on the back of that jersey, it's going to create a target that we get stuck on sometimes.
Yeah, and I mean, statistically, obviously, he's got a great resume, but there's been plenty of productive, statistically impressive quarterbacks at the college football level who have not come on and been first-round NFL draft picks. And you said the word traits. That's what we discussed last night on Football 301. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. Like all those guys that we talked about there too, like Shough, he has the size, the prototypical build of an NFL quarterback. Shedeur Sanders doesn't. Jalen Milroe has the high-end athletic traits. Shedeur Sanders doesn't. So that's why, like, if one of these other guys is just preferred by a team, again, we'll continue to have this, like, oh my God, he's falling and this, that, and the other. But it's just, we're at a range now where it's your flavor of ice cream. And these are all very different flavors.
And I have to point out, he's not falling. Like you pointed this out, like the one thing that we do have to say here is that he's falling because people read mocks, and
yes.
the number of times that I have heard smart people say over and over and over again that hey, some people have a 3rd round grade on him, and now we're seeing that's the case. Look at the draft board, you see it here. Cleveland is already on the clock. Cleveland at this point with their pick, and then the Titans, not a misprint, then the Cleveland goes again, right? So Cleveland has a couple of picks early on. Just quick logistics here for anyone that's new to the 2nd round of the draft. Last night you had 10 minutes, today you have 7 minutes. So picks are gonna move a little bit faster. It's gonna create sort of that situation. So we will keep you updated on where that goes. Is there somebody particularly today that we're early on in this draft? The Browns are here right now, right? They have needs: quarterback, wide receiver, running back, tackle. They have a lot of needs. Like any big thought on what the Browns should do with this first pick?
When they traded yesterday in the Travis Hunter trade with the Jaguars. We were like, oh, trenches. They're building the spine. This is how you rebuild this team because they need retooling and rebuilding. So I keep looking at the offensive line. I can't help myself because that to me, and I keep using this term, is a ticking time bomb for this whole entire team, whole entire roster construction. So I feel like maybe addressing offensive line, a couple interesting guys here. Ariante Ursary from Minnesota, maybe. There's a couple of guys maybe here.
I do want to make sure everybody knows, too. By the way, as we do this, you're going to get to react to us. The Browns are about to put their first pick in. Before that happens, let's make sure that you know you can hang out with us. You can participate. In fact, you can get to the Yahoo app right now and give your thoughts and trackers. Check this out.
The Yahoo Sports app is your ultimate draft day companion. With live activities, you can keep up with every pick without even unlocking your phone. Beef up on the incoming rookie class with expert analysis, grades, and prospect breakdowns. Download the Yahoo Sports app right now and get ready for draft night like a pro.
Start working those reactions. The first pick of the second round is in. It's Carson Schwesinger, linebacker. Linebacker was a need, right? I think we knew that he was one of the top players coming into this round. It feels like this is a solid pick.
Yep, this is right where his range should be. Some people thought he might sneak into the first round. It's hard to find off-ball linebackers. One of the hardest positions to find, a true three-down guy. He is exceptional in coverage. Like, he is a very good athlete. He can run. UCLA asked him to do a lot of creative things as far as in coverage and running deep with receivers. Former walk-on, which you're shocked by how well he moves. Taking on the run, a little iffiness, but the Browns have injuries at linebacker. JOK is coming back from his injury, serious stuff. So this makes a lot of sense. I really like this. He's going to be able to run clean behind that defensive line as well.
Yeah, the Browns, they had a lot of needs in their front seven. The JOK injury is pretty serious.
Yeah.
He hurt his neck last year in the game against the Ravens. Andrew Berry spoke about it a few weeks ago, about a month ago, said not out of the woods there yet. So obviously, if he plays again, this is a good pairing, but I think they're kind of preparing for a world where he doesn't play again. And this pick makes a whole lot of sense. I mean, this is kind of a guy who plays similarly to JOK.
Yeah.
Fast, speedy, good coverage, range instincts, not the toughest against the run, but with Mason Graham and Myles Garrett, maybe you don't need to be.
By the way, you're grading draft picks as it's happening. Just give everybody a little peek. What did we give this one?
I gave this a B because I do think I think this is an appropriate range for him, and I think the injury to JOK makes this kind of a necessary pick.
I think Cleveland is telling us something here with these first two picks. These are two just good, solid, productive football players, and neither one of them are at flashy positions. We come in here saying, man, Cleveland needs, they need a quarterback, obviously. They need a running back. They need a receiver. And those are all still true. There's no debate. They got another pick here coming up soon. Like, they could take wide receiver, running back, quarterback, any of that stuff. But I think the Browns realize, like, this is, as you've been saying all along, Charles, like, this isn't going to happen this year. This is a long-term turnaround. And, like, for Jimmy Haslam, the owner, to say at the owners' meeting this year, we made a mistake, and, we swung big on Deshaun Watson, and we missed. And I think by him saying that is, I swung big on Deshaun Watson, and I missed. So I think Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry here are operating as if they know, like, yeah, we're not going to win this year. There's probably an understanding of that. And, maybe they still end up getting canned at the end of the year, but they're operating as if they are not in a big rush to turn things around here quickly.
I mean, at some point, somebody has to take the blame for it. So I think ownership doing that while also giving the autonomy to the coach and GM of saying, hey, yes, like, this is a long process. Like, that's a rare thing.
Yeah, I screwed you guys. That's the message, is I screwed you guys.
And I know moving off Travis Hunter, who's an incredible talent, is probably hard for Browns fans that have been kind of pot committed to him for a month or two. But, man, like, they're doing the smart things here. They needed picks. They needed young talent under contract. So these are the moves that they have to do, and I like it.
The Texans pick is in. Jayden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State. Harmon, got a wide receiver going in here. What do we think?
Yeah, I'm a little lower on Jayden Higgins than most people because he's not a separator to me. That being said, he's going to a team in Houston that has an X-receiver in place in Nico Collins. And my concern with Jayden Higgins is that he was a collegiate X-receiver. And as we talked about yesterday, the X-receiver is the farthest outside guy. He's on the boundary. He doesn't move around because he's on the line of scrimmage. He's tethered there. He's going to run the vertical route. He's going to play against press man coverage. That's not the strength of Jayden Higgins' game. He's not that guy. Like, he needs to be moved around. He needs to get into the slot. Nate and I have talked about him as a guy who could be like a power slot receiver. Now, he's huge. He ran a 4.4. Like, those on paper look like X-receiver traits, but I think when you watch him play, he's a much better zone beater. He's got good hands. And I think in this offense with Nico Collins being established as the X, Nick Caley coming over from the Los Angeles Rams, they have a lot of experience using these bigger guys as interior players. So while there were landing spots where I might have been nervous about Jayden Higgins, this is not one of those spots potentially.
His fantasy value to you is?
I mean, this is really interesting. Like, we're going to talk about this all day, that there are some wide receivers who are going to be drafted today who could be more productive than the better prospects, the higher-ranked guys who went ahead of them in round one, just because Emeka Egbuka's buried behind Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. It wouldn't surprise me if Jayden Higgins in this landing spot is more productive than some of those round one guys. So I think he's certainly on the late-round sleeper radar.
Quick update. The Titans, who haven't picked since the first overall pick with Cam Ward, have just traded out of their second-round pick. We'll get details as we get them, but the Seattle Seahawks are on the clock. So the Seahawks have made a move to get up to the third overall pick in the second round at this point. Your thoughts on the receivers?
Yeah, the Higgins to the Texans, I like what Matt said. Is like, this is actually a better landing spot because he doesn't have to be the X, which is like what he's getting typecasted. I went in, he has a teammate, Jayden Higgins, named Jalen Milroe, who we'll hear his name probably pretty soon as well. I thought going into this process that the big receiver is going to be the guy that I like. Noel actually became a favorite, not only just me, Matt, a lot of us evaluators. Higgins is a big receiver. He doesn't always play big. And that's kind of the one blemish. And so what Matt's saying is that moving him around where he can be the Z, opposite of Nico, can be the slot, can be do some of the dirty work stuff. Right now, the Texans have such a weird receiver room. It is like a smorgasbord of guys. Like, I just was like, oh, that's right. They got Christian Kirk. You know, they a little flop for them. They have Justin Watson on the roster. Of course, Tank Dell's coming back from the injury. That's going to be long-term. John Mechie's a dirty work guy. It's kind of like, okay, this fit actually makes sense. It's not
Xavier Hutchinson, too, another big Iowa State receiver who looks like an X, but doesn't play like it.
Nico and Higgins have same body type, so obviously they have a type that they like.
Let's show everybody real quick your big board on this so we can give everybody a little bit of perspective of where you had him here, and that kind of gives you a sense of where he falls in the CMAC. What do you think of the pick?
I like it. I think what Nate said is a really good characterization of him, where you can get typecast sometimes because you see 6'4", 215. Holy crap! Like, that should be someone who's up there like Megatron, going up in the clouds and grabbing balls up the sky. But he doesn't play like that, and I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Especially with this fit with Nico Collins, because it's kind of interesting because Higgins, I think he's got really like top tier ball tracking ability, but he doesn't always go up and get it.
No, he's doing this all the time.
He's doing
this.
Like he's really good at finding it when it's spiraling down out of the air, but he doesn't go and attack it all the time.
91st percentile wingspan, man. Use that thing.
Well, he's the guy.
He's got big bro Nico now.
Yeah, true.
You guys played basketball. How many rebounds did you get? Two? Like two a game? Like, that's because he catches like Willie Mays as opposed to going up and getting it.
It does feel like this is kind of a shift for the Texans, where for better or for worse, they looked at what's going on with Tank Dell the past couple of years with all the injuries and said, no, not again. We got to get some size. We got to get some durability in here.
So the Seahawks have moved up. Any ideas, any thoughts on what Seattle is doing right now?
Maybe, I don't know if they're a quarterback team. I know they're interested in one, but definitely not running back. They're looking to trade running back. They went with Zabel with the offensive line. So, like, really, I mean.
That's a big move down, by the way. Tennessee, as you see from Shefty.
they need speed in that receiver room.
In the receiver room, because they have all these. Cooper Kupp.
They have Cooper Kupp and JSN, man. And I mean, like, I think JSN can play more outside, but like right now, if they're like,
it's MVS
11 personnel, right? MVS is playing a lot as the sacrificial X.
That's Kubiak's guy.
I would love to avoid that situation.
No, and I'm just trying to think, because Noel actually would not be a good fit because he's another slot guy. So
but he's a speed guy.
He is a speed guy. I know that'd be kind of a weird fit for me. But yeah, no, there's some interesting receiving options here.
It is an aggressive move down for Tennessee, though. I mean, if we just saw that from Shefty, they gave up 52 and 82 to do this. So you're talking about a almost 20 position drop at this point for Tennessee. They go from 35 to 52 and 82. That's a big drop off.
Yeah.
Tennessee must be really confident that they can get what they're looking for near the bottom of the round.
And that's kind of how this draft kind of is. And I think Tennessee is targeting a receiver right in that range. And again, that's what we're talking about these guys. There's a bunch in the same tier. There's like 6-ish, maybe 5, 6, 7 guys that are going to go in this range. So maybe they say, hey, we have 3 here. yeah, odds are, because there's going to be a run on defensive lineman as well here, odds are that maybe we can let one of these guys fall to us, get the decision made for us.
They didn't have a third rounder either, Tennessee.
Because of the Snead
trade last year.
I know I saw Chiefs early third, and I was like, oh, that's right. That's right, the Snead trade.
This also, you mentioned the offensive line pick last night. We have to acknowledge that the Seahawks are sort of reinventing themselves.
Yes.
So moving up for somebody that they're super in love with, I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight. Like big moves up and down because it is such a flavor of ice cream draft. I keep saying that. It makes a lot of sense in my mind for Seattle.
It does, though, but this is what this is what this class is. I mean, everyone's kind of made it out. Picks 15 to 60 are kind of tiered the same. So you're going to see some guys that are like, oh, really? This guy is who you're going to go for? Or some guy that we think are high on is going to drop because of that.
Well, the pick is in, and they're about to make the selection. And by the way, that will put the Cleveland Browns back on the clock already by way of the trade last night that sent Jackson Dart to the Giants. So the Cleveland Browns are about to be back on the clock, which is a glorious thing. And in the meantime, the Seahawks pick is in. They're about to make it. We're getting it here. Is it coming?
I know. So the other thing, too, is like, I know tight end was the other spot that I kind of was maybe looking at that in the first round. So like this might be the Mason Taylor spot. Or nope, they go safety.
Or they go safety. Nick Emmanwori. Interesting. Let's just peel back here as we were having our production meeting and talking a little bit today. Nick Emmanwori is somebody that it doesn't feel like the room necessarily fell in love with the way they thought they would.
Yeah, big, long athlete.
Yeah,
That's what he is.
Go ahead, C-Mac.
I just struggle with it because you're 6'3", you're 230, he's playing safety. He's built like everyone we want to build in Madden at safety. You know, he's got the 99 speed, he's got the 99 agility, he's jumping out the gym. Why are you not a top 5 pick or a top 10 pick? You know, how are you going to be built like that and not be the baddest dude in the room, especially at a position where you have free run in the alleys to come down and hammer guys towards the line of scrimmage, to be bigger than a lot of slot receivers and more athletic? It just didn't quite click with me. But if I'm Mike McDonald and I'm someone of his prestige and, you know, teaching ability, shoot, this is a moldable ball of clay for me.
I mean, that's my question to you, because you didn't see it on tape. So the first thing I think is that a coachable thing? Is there something he needs to be taught?
It's possible, yeah. I don't know how much you can teach aggression, you know.
Yeah.
That's the tough part. But you know, we've talked about this on the show with like offensive linemen, but there's like some like Bill Parcells' old planet theory where there's only a certain amount of guys on the planet who are built like that and can run that fast at that size. So you got to take a chance on it. So I understand where Seattle's coming from, where Mike McDonald's coming from. I just think if you weren't already that dude now, what's the chance at the end?
You want to show it because even his good plays, it's almost like a quarterback that hitches one too many times. It's always a hitch in when he sees something, it's one Mississippi, and then he goes. So, yeah, he might run a 4.4, he might jump out of the gym and everything, but he plays slower than his time speed. And, again, if a guy's going to get out of him, McDonald might be the guy. This almost feels like a Pete Carroll pick, funnily enough, but it's actually, no, it's not a Carroll pick, or a Schneider pick, I should say. But, like, even looking at the room, like Julian Love is a very smart player. That's actually a really good safety to learn from. He's probably not going to play in the slot much because Devin Witherspoon's there in the slot, and he's a slot dynamo. So he's going to be probably a true safety. And learning from Witherspoon and Love, like, okay, if this is the spot that's going to get it out of him. If it's not here, it's never going to happen.
And by the way, C-Rob likes to pick because we've got emojis on it. Let's pull up the fan reaction to it. Again, you can get the Yahoo Sports app right now, and you can get out there and give our reactions. We've got 74% coming in fire, I believe. So fans seem to really like this pick so far. And while you're doing that, don't forget, you can also comment in the YouTube chat, not just about our diabolical hair. Still looking for a little bit of a clarity on that. But give us your comments. We'll react to them. The next pick is in. The Browns didn't waste any time. And now the run on running backs may have just started. Quinshon Judkins, the running back out of Ohio State. Yeah. We knew that he and TreVeyon would both go. I got to say, you mentioned Football 301. I will shamelessly promote Inside Coverage. C-Rob told us about a month ago that Judkins had helped himself and that the league was falling in love with him. So he becomes the next running back off the board. Gentlemen, we like this? Like, how we feeling?
They have two running backs on the roster. Jerome Ford and Pierre Strong. Yeah. And I, as much as I like Jerome Ford coming out of Cincinnati, it's like we know what Jerome Ford is. Yeah. Jerome Ford does not preclude you from adding Quinshon Judkins. Going into the year, when he was coming off of Ole Miss, I had Judkins just slightly ahead of Genty. That's how high I was off his Ole Miss film. He was now part of a pairing of that talented Ohio State team with Henderson. They were the perfect Thunder and Lightning classic pairing. He is the in-between tackle runner. He can get from first gear to third and fourth gear, does not have fifth gear. And so he's a singles and doubles hitter. But guess what? I think he could be really good as a singles and doubles hitter. He's a guy that gets on base. He does the little things well as well. You know, some pass protection stuff he has to improve upon, but a big runner.
He doesn't most
Almost all.
rookies come in.
His teammates, the one guy is like that doesn't. But that's the thing is like Henderson, and why I thought I had Judkins ahead of Henderson is this is an early down runner. These guys are the guys that can get the touches, they can do short yardage, and then you can teach them the other things. So I really like this pick. They needed a back. He's a good back.
What's the fantasy value on this to you?
Oh, this is great. I mean, look, you're the starting running back for the Cleveland Browns. There is, there may be a little bit of a lower ceiling because how many touchdowns are around here. But like Nate said, this is a volume sponge back. Like he's a grinder. He's an early down banger, and they did not have that guy. Obviously, they had it for a long time in Nick Chubb, that and some. They had it in Nick Chubb, but Chubb is coming off another injury. He's not currently on the roster. So Jerome Ford's a guy who's just going to be a little splash player every now and again, but he can absorb a lot of work. And look, this is talk about innings eater. This is an offense that needs to eat some innings because they've got, Joe Flacco behind center. So I'm really excited about Quinshon Judkins in fantasy. Like the offensive line might have issues for the future, but right now they still have a good starting interior. So this is a really good landing spot for Quinshon Judkins from a system fit perspective and the amount of touches he's about to get right now.
It's kind of like a discount version of Nick Chubb.
He really is.
Yeah. Right. They have a similar stylistic running style, but he's not as explosive as Nick was at his peak.
Let's pull up the Browns draft so far because remember, they started this whole thing with the number 2 overall pick. They traded out of that, and as a result, they now sit with, by the way, we have a trade. My beloved Raiders have traded. The Dolphins are on the clock.
Which fast running back are they going to take?
Oh, I know, right?
That's fair.
Bashal Tutin off the board?
No, they're going to take Blue from Texas. It was just like H-N smaller, but smaller.
I just totally derailed the Browns conversation.
No,
Sorry. We'll try the Browns again. With the second overall pick, they did not take Travis Hunter. Instead, they trade out of it, and they end up with Mason Graham. They end up with Schwesinger, and then they end up with Judkins. So they get 3 different players out of this. We feel like you said earlier, and we got it like heck of this.
They needed it.
The Browns are doing a very smart, calculated thing, right?
The teams in all sports are built along the spines, the centers of their offenses and defenses. And we got a defensive tackle, a running back, and an off-ball linebacker. And they need to rebuilding the team. This is the foundation of the team. That's what they're doing. This is eating their vegetables, their steak, however you want to put it. And also what's interesting is they got that first rounder.
Veggies.
Yeah, okay. Meat. But they get the first rounder next year. That's why I also is curious with the quarterback decision. Next year might be their ammo year, and they might just be out of this on day 2, which also other repercussions of that. I think this is exactly what the Browns had to do in this draft. They needed these solid to good starters, and they needed them along in the important positions on their team. And so I like what they're doing.
And like their division is stocked right now too.
Yeah.
Like it's just not gonna be a smooth year in Cleveland. But like again, let's restock the cupboard at maybe some of these, quote non-premium positions, linebacker, running back. But let's get impact guys who can see the field for us early. And we're trying to get back on track. And it's very rare, honestly, that a GM and a head coach they make this swing, like we said, at quarterback into Deshaun Watson, but it was really the owner's swing, and then you still get to stick around to try to get back to phase.
It's like a baseball team almost, like when the GM's there for 20 years.
That's very rare, but they're taking the opportunity, and I think doing the right thing with it.
Think about who you play in your division: Baltimore, Pittsburgh,
Yeah.
Cincy. You need that spine to be strong. You're not beating anybody as you build now.
So the Dolphins traded up. You made the joke, running back? It turns out they're getting a big boy. Jonah Savaiinaea, the guard out of Arizona. And by the way, he did tell us at the Combine that it is Savaiinaea. So I spent time working on this, Jonah. But Jonah Savaiinaea, a big boy off the board. How do we feel? Like
they need big boys. They need big boys on the field. He's going to start at guard for him. Like I mean, that's what he is. He played tackle in college, but he is a guard in the NFL. Has tested really well. Like that is. That it actually kind of surprised me because I thought he wouldn't test that well. Needs to really work on finishing, can kind of get overextended, get really excited, gets high. So he has some technique stuff to clean up, but he has stuff you can't teach. And that's what the Dolphins needed linemen. Like pulling our hair out yesterday, Kenneth Grant really liked the player, but they needed this. This is the perfect range for him. I figured he'd go in the 30s or 40s. I really like this for them.
I mean, C-Mac, you mentioned that yesterday. Like we say this very gently as a show, but you have to be aware of the health issues of Tua, right? So, you've got to have more, the more beef you have. I know we talk a lot of beef on this, but, the more beef you have, the better, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's not just for Tua. If you want to be one of the best rushing teams in the league, like they want to be every year, you got to have guys like this. And it had gotten pretty thin up front for them, especially with the retirement of Teron Armstead. Probably still have an issue at tackle, but at least you're a little bit more firm on the interior, which is what they needed to run the ball, to protect Tua. And I think it's always good when those Shanahan guys remember, oh, wait, hold on. We need some guys to actually block to make this thing all work.
They get spoiled because they're like, oh, this 5th-round center we got is great for us. They get kind of spoiled with it, and then sometimes they're like, oh yeah, we actually need like guys like 80 or above overall.
For as much as we joked on Fitz yesterday for the Raiders being the worst rushing team in the NFL, the Dolphins were 31st. Yeah. And that, like Charles said, that's what they want to be built on. So like especially the testing data with him being able to move, like that's critical in this system. They get James Daniels in free agency, like he's a guy who can move as well. So it's pretty clear, like there's obviously, I wouldn't call it like a mandate, we got to get better on the offensive line, but they're aware that that's something they got to do.
I'm interested in Paul. Again, I liked him coming out of Houston. He was raw, but really long, and it was weird. He could get it done even though his technique was bad. So like he has a shot. So it's not like it was like, oh, they already need to replace Paul. But also Aaron Brewer, they signed in free agency on a cheap deal last year. It was one of the best kind of middle tier free agency signings in all of the NFL. I know that just so many disclaimers on something I'm trying to praise, but it was a true good starter that they signed pretty on the cheap. So okay, solid center. I think a left tackle with promise. Okay, let's get another guy that has some promise, has some positional versatility too. I don't think he could stick out at tackle, but in a pinch, you can get it done. And I like that. The guy that can move with some size that can be sturdy to help out Tua too.
By the way, details on the trade. The Dolphins sent the Raiders their 48, so the Raiders moved down 11. The Raiders also pick up a 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder in the process. So they moved down 11, but they pick up the 98th pick and the 135th pick. So 3rd and 4th to move down.
They were out their 3rd rounder because of Geno, right?
They had 2 3rd rounders.
That's right. Okay.
All right, so the Patriots are on the clock. Remember, feels like a lifetime ago that they did the simple thing and took Will Campbell, the T-Rex armed tackle, and just so come on.
I want to see Will Campbell and you like measure out arms together.
Well, you know what? I'm aware of my tiny sex. I kid, Patriots fans. I kid. What's New England need right now in the minds of the panel? Where are the Patriots going with this one?
Receiver.
Time to get some playmakers.
Yeah.
You did the smart thing. You got the left tackle, guard, whatever he ends up being. Best 5 enabler, as Nate said yesterday. But time to get a playmaker in here, and I think they need somebody potentially on the perimeter here. They've got a lot of guys who could be interesting slot players. You know, Jalen Polk had about as bad of a rookie year as you possibly could have had from an efficiency standpoint, from a catching the ball standpoint, which is unfortunate because, man, I loved the way he blocked it in college. I loved the way he caught the ball in college. Couldn't do either one of them last year. So I do think there was a coaching issue last year. So I don't totally want to give up on him, but even still, he is a flanker slot player. Pop Douglas, Demario Douglas is a slot-only receiver. Stephon Diggs, I think, can play on the outside, but he can also be a guy who can kick into the slot. Like an ex-receiver prospect here, maybe a Trey Harris out of Ole Miss. I think that would make a lot of sense. Even a Kyle Williams, a guy who can play. He's smaller, but he can play on the outside. And unlike all those other guys I just talked about there, you can put the ball in his hands quickly and he can break tackles. Like they don't have a tackle breaker in that receiver room.
Actually, Kyle Williams would be interesting for them because he brings the vertical element, and that's what Drake May is going to do. Drake May, his career is going to be off explosive plays with his arm and his legs, and so if he can get guys that can at least win deep, he's going to put the ball on them. So, like, actually, Kyle Williams is not a pairing I maybe thought because I actually thought they would be the Higgins team. Yeah. That was the one I was like, they want size. That's the X. I know, and I would not have liked it. Actually, Williams would actually be a really fun fit. Maybe defensive line here, too. Yeah. That's the other spot that, and maybe Vrabel goes, okay, you guys had fun on offense. Okay, now I get to have fun. Maybe this is oh my God, this might complete the Harold Landry Donovan Ezeiruaku comparison completely right here. But I think defensive line is the other spot they might look at as well.
I mean, we just have to acknowledge that last year when Drake May was selected, one of the jokes we made on this show was that'd be awesome for this year when the Patriots ended up with the first pick in the draft. It almost happened. Like, we knew that this was a roster devoid of talent in many ways. And now they bring in Vrabel after a one-year experiment with Gerard Mayo, whatever that may be. And it just feels like they are ripping this thing apart at the seams, right? So, like, you got to take it all the way down to the studs and rebuild it slowly. And I think there's going to be a bit of a process. Vrabel was really good at making chicken salad out of with Tennessee. Not always the most talent on those rosters, but he got more out of it than I think most people expected. He's going to have to do a lot of that.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a long process.
By the way, if they go offensive line here again, I actually don't think you could criticize that, double up on that. I mean, we talk about, they need a best 5 enabler. That's because the rest of that 5 is not all that great. Like, they've got some guys who can play there, but just, again, like, David Andrews retiring at center is a huge deal.
I mean, the whole offensive line. I mean, they went and got Garrett Bradbury. Cole Strange came back from injury late in the year, too. So, but again, these are all question marks. These are all not, there's bodies, but are they reliable bodies?
Michael Onwenu is a good right tackle, but that's probably we need to set him one forget it.
They got Morgan Moses, which is fine, but nothing should stop them from just going okay, we want to keep Drake May healthy and build a strength here, and you can't just do one and just go, yep, we're good. You just got to keep adding to it.
And best 5 enabler is a phrase you're going to hear a lot on this show, and it's just to explain to everybody, it's somebody that brings in that allows you to put your best 5 offensive linemen out on the field, which I think is an important part foundationally. They go weapon. TreVeyon Henderson. So we've now seen, you mentioned it was thunder and lightning. Well, we saw one go, and now we see the other go. So the storm is brewing. What do you think of the fantasy implications for TreVeyon Henderson?
Yeah, this is interesting because Ramondre Stevenson's a guy who, is a name in fantasy. He was the #1 player I listed on my Veterans on Notice article that I put on the site this week because, he's a perfect, midline starting running back in the NFL. You can play him, you can start him, that's fine. But in a class like this, where there's these really quality players here available on day 2, you have a new head coach in Mike Vrabel who did not give him Ramondre Stevenson that contract. He was in danger of having this exact same thing happen. Come in here and it's a guy who can take passing down duties from him. That's problematic for Stevenson. So definitely somebody that, Dynasty, you got Ramondre Stevenson, you're kind of banged on this one. And from a redraft fantasy perspective for Henderson, I think the passing game ability is going to be key for him. If he can really develop and be a receiving weapon, he could end up being a huge value for Drake May, because we're talking about these offensive line issues. Get the ball out quick to that running back, catch a lot of passes. That's going to score you some fantasy points.
He can hit home runs and he can pass protect. And captain type, coaches love him type, does all the details. So now the Patriots have gone Will Campbell, Henderson, kind of leaders, rebuilding everything. Again, also Ohio State, Vrabel.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Of course, he's going to
That's
fall.
fair.
Oh, my God, a running back that can pass protect. He's from Ohio State.
Oh, yeah, give me that guy.
That. But I'm glad you brought up Stevenson, Matt, because Henderson had to go to a spot with a guy that can eat some innings. He had to. He can't take a hard, heavy load every week in, week out. Maybe some weeks he can, but he's not a 20, 25 touch guy. He's a guy that pass protects. He gets some touches. You're not going to give him short yard stuff in between the tackles. That's one thing that's kind of iffy on. But Duke can hit home runs. You can trust him in pass protection day 1. Pairs well with Stevenson pretty well. You can move on from Stevenson next year. But I like this. There's a little juice in the back.
I'm laughing because doesn't this feel a little bit more of what's old is new again in New England? Josh McDaniels back as the offensive coordinator. They're getting a passing down space back to go with a banger.
Yep.
Very
James
Vereen, James White kind of coded here. It does.
If
feel
somebody had Shane Vereen on their bingo card today to be a name pulled out, that's well done by you.
Great.
I was going to say, we're going to do the dregs of the running back position over the years because
my comparison for Henderson's been Robert Smith, the old running back for the Vikings. Yeah.
So that was just if I did a throwback name, you just said, how about that?
That was for him. I was trying to pop fits.
Raja No says in the YouTube comments, running back run going to be interesting today. It is.
Yeah.
This is the reason. Look, our good friend Jory Epstein often accuses me of too much hyperbole. I do believe that we're going to see over the next 2 days so many dynamic playmakers that will make an immediate difference for their teams. This is why when we said yesterday, day 1 of the draft, okay, I understand there's a concept this is not a great draft. It's a very good draft. There are a lot of good players, and today we're seeing them go already in situations that feel beneficial for the team and the player. It's simple. C-Mac, a grading update? How are we feeling? Are we getting easier or tougher?
No, I'm about to quit on these grades, to be honest with you.
What? Do you want us to chime in?
No, not actually quit.
Is that really just talking to the audience or our bosses? Which one?
All of you guys. It's going over here. Okay, I gave this a B. I think that TreVeyon's a good player. Trading up for him is something they desperately needed because, they had nothing last year. And I think that's what, if you're a Patriots fan, that's why you should be so bullish on Drake May. Because you had nothing last year, and you still finished, I think, 13th in EPA per play when you filter out all the players who didn't play all that many snaps. So just to get a start here, I think is a good, path for the Patriots because you couldn't go back this year and saying, all right, 3 yards, a cloud of dust offense. No. Drake, save us.
Third and 8.
There's no way to live, so this is a good spot to get.
What's it take to get an A today? Like so far, a lot of Bs.
Well, I'm trying to be a tougher grader this year because basically there's this guy, I don't know who his name is, but he accumulates all the grades and puts them into a GPA. I want mine to be like in the 2s for an average grade.
Like he actually wants the bell curve.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Which
so
I
only gave
appreciate.
I only gave out 3 A's last night.
I liked it.
Why? To piss people off.
Okay.
I love it. Just do it. No,
That is amazing. The Bears pick is in. What do the Bears need? By the way, the Bears have 2 of the next 3 picks. That should be noted.
offensive line as well. I actually thought, they might be an Ursary team from Minnesota. I actually thought running back.
Yeah, they could be running back.
I did think their sweet spot for running back might be the 3rd round. I think they have picked 72. That might be their sweet spot for the back. You already see a couple backs coming off, so they might just go, oh, shoot, we got to get our guy right here. So that might be a spot. I also think, too, just to complete the thought on the Patriots, too, that team was so unreliable last year around a rookie quarterback. You couldn't trust anyone on that team. Now they're getting Campbell and Henderson. It's like that's what you can tell. We're getting guys that are reliable, which I just like. That's how you kind of build up a good team culture, which the Patriots are trying to reestablish.
Yeah, I like that point, by the way, because we always talk about building up around a young quarterback. It's this premise that you need to bring in a bunch of pass catchers and be dynamic. Sometimes taking the ball out of a young quarterback's hands and giving them more opportunity, making it tougher to defend you is smart. Luther Burden III, the wide receiver out of Missouri, is the pick.
Huh?
They can't help
themselves. They can't help themselves, yeah. It's always another receiver. Burton's interesting.
Yeah.
Probably going to play a lot of slot receiver for them. And, man, it's interesting. Like, if he's going to reach his ceiling, he would probably be like a DJ Moore type of player, which, by the way, DJ Moore is on the Bears roster. So that's an interesting one. This is clearly a sign that, like, Ben Johnson's got a lot of pull in that room. They go tight end in round 1, receiver in round 2. They definitely, but they were light after DJ Moore and Rome Odunze, that is for sure.
And he brings a vertical element, which is going to be what they kind of need. Like Rome Odunze can win balls, DJ can actually win vertically too. So they're trying to get speed, I guess, across the board as well. I actually did not think this would be a landing spot for him.
No,
just because there's some overlap of potential skill set as well of how they're getting used. But what Matt said too is that. You can tell Ben Johnson's like, I want my toys. Give me my toys, and I'm going to go have fun with them.
Is that best for Caleb?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think, best with Caleb was offensive line, and I think they kind of addressed that, but also I'd like to see him keep addressing it. It's not no more half measures, just keep full measures, keep doing them. No, Burton, though, I couldn't fully get around him. He is dynamic. He has some of his highlights are really, really high. Like, they really are. Again, but this is not a player that is reliable. And that's the thing, is his tape even indicates that. He has to be used in certain ways. So I think that he's a specific player. Actually, an interesting landing spot because of the guys they have that are more reliable. So maybe it isn't that.
Here's what I will say, though. For Luther Burden specifically, I think he had to go to a place with a good wide receiver coach. Like, he had to be going to a place where it's like, that guy is going to be on him every single day, grinding, like, let's get the best out of your potential. I think Antoine Randall is on the rise in terms of, like, some of the best receiver coaching in the league. The details were really tight for those guys in Detroit. And, they took another kind of enigmatic player in Jameson Williams and really had him right and tight on the details on the field last year. So this is the type of wide receiver coach for Luther Burden that I think he had to go to in order to kind of, and I also think, by the way, slipping into the 2nd round for him, because he was a guy who was thought of as more of a 1st round pick at one point in the process. This might be the best thing for him. He posted like a midnight last night, a little shot on the field of him working out, like, being motivated. So if he really does have that chip on his shoulder, again, like, this is the right spot for him to get that coaching.
Is there fantasy value for him?
I don't know, man. Like, not really. I think it just makes the whole situation that much messier. Like, there was some clarity in, like, all right, they've got 2 dudes, and I actually kind of liked that because I think last year they had a little bit too much going on in the passing game and some politics issues in that wide receiver room between Keenan Allen and DJ Moore, and then we took a guy 9th.
Quitter problems.
They had some quitting problems in that wide receiver room. So can't have that now. Like, you've got a guy now in Luther Burden who might be nipping at some heels there, but man, I think from a target perspective, it's tough to really project a lot for Luther Burden. So I think this is good for him maybe long-term to develop, but year 1 impact, I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure fans are positive they love it either. In fact, 69% right now of overall fans are okay with it. 59% of Bears fans okay with it. So kind of a lower score. I don't know. I don't know why fans get so upset in the second round. It's like take a flyer on a player in the second round. Doesn't bother me, but CMAC, it feels like the fans maybe don't get it 100%.
I don't really get it. With this pick, I didn't think it was that big of a deal for Burden to go here. And also, I think I like Luther Burden maybe a little bit more than the rest of them, but I'm also an apologist for him because the quarterback play dropped off
Brady Cook was
cliff
rough.
this year.
Yeah.
And it's funny because Brady Cook was a guy that was potentially, if things had gone right for him, he could be discussed today going into 2024. And I don't know what happened to him, but the quarterback play wasn't good. The whole offense wasn't good. So I still think there's some upside here for Burden that we didn't see last year because he's going to be in a little bit more competent surrounding. And I think it also helps that he's going to be going to an offense that already has 2 wide receivers that are established.
He has, like, if you graded the flashes, he has the best flashes in the class. Like, I think he has Travis Hunter aside, has the highest potential ceiling. I even think he could be a better player than McMillan, who I really like, but it's just McMillan plays a lot more consistently, whereas Burden does not.
The Saints pick is in. The Saints with their second rounder now, I think, it's pretty natural to question at least what their plan at quarterback is. Nobody really knows what's going on with Derek Carr at this point. Shoulder injury that he may choose to get surgery on, and if he does, it could keep him out for the entirety of the year. The only other quarterback that they have of note is Spencer Rattler, so I think a lot of people were presuming that they were going to come in sort of desperate this year for a quarterback. They have not acted on that at all, so there's no proof that that's where they go. But any thoughts on the Saints?
I was a little scared of them going 9 with a quarterback, and they go with Tyler Shough from Louisville, which those were their 2 guys, were Jackson Dart and Tyler Shough.
So give me Tyler, because let's just be honest for a second. All anybody knows about Tyler Shough is that he's old. So give me the Tyler Shough breakdown.
He has the frame that coaches love and scouts love. He's 6'3", about 220. He actually moves well. Like, he's a good athlete. He does not win as a scrambler. He did have a cool flip touchdown against Clemson this last year. But yes, he is older. He played 7 years in college. He had injuries, but they're, interesting injuries. Collarbone, a leg, broken bones, as opposed to maybe a shredded knee or something of that sort. So how teams judge that is team to team. Yes, he did get hurt. Are they reoccurring? But, again, I started the show with saying this, that if he were 21 and coming out as a true junior, he's going in the first round. Because his throwing highs, we just talked about highs of other positions, Luther Burden. Tyler Shough's throwing highs are as good as anybody's. So, he spins it. He can actually throw somebody open. He also doesn't take a lot of sacks as well, and there's some creativity as a thrower. Some of his best throws are throwing on the left, but he is very keen to get rid of the ball and not take any contact. That could come from some of his injuries. It's not the worst thing in the world. I do want to clarify with that, but it also is just, okay, this is what you are. This is how you win, and all right, usually you're drafting guys because you're trying to get more out of them. So that's the question I think teams are having is is this what you are at 26 or going to be 26? Same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence, or is there more to tap into? We have to figure it out.
Same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence.
Yes, and
hear this. He was a backup for Justin Herbert in college.
Yes.
That's just that's wild to me.
Justin Fields is on his 3rd team, and they were in the same recruiting class.
That's crazy.
The injuries are concerning here, right?
They're injuries.
Because I've seen people say, the injuries, that's why he took here. I'm like, okay.
But he still got injured.
That's
not good to be hurt.
That's 7 years. And in 7 years, he played more than 10 games one time this past year at Louisville. The way I look at it is he's talented. And he played well last year. But if I give you 7 years to get good at something, you better be damn good at that thing that I gave you 7 years to do. So it's a little bit of a, you did it, but it took you forever to get here. So how much did I really weigh that?
I love it. Man, I gave you 7 years to get you to college football. 7 years to
play 10 games one time.
The hell do you need? Oh, God. By the way, the Bills have traded up. So we told you the Bears had 2 of the next 3 picks. No longer. The Bills have traded up. They're on the clock. Tyler Shough, what do we think? Does that change any way that you view that for anybody? Does this change the way we view the Saints right now?
As a team, no. But let's be serious. Derek Carr was never gonna play another snap for that team again. With the way that situation has gone down, he was never playing for that team again. That had become an untenable relationship. I don't think we see him play for the Saints again. And then
he has value somewhere, though, doesn't he?
On that contract, though, that's the questionable thing.
And also just the spots.
Where are the spots? Is he
Pittsburgh?
Is he a Pittsburgh team if the Rodgers thing doesn't happen?
Would you rather have Derek Carr or Aaron Rodgers next year? Presuming he's healthy.
Got it.
I think Rodgers.
Rodgers on the
Rodgers
field
with a leash.
Okay.
Wow. But does that come?
Yeah, but
I don't think it works out. I'm just loving when Aaron shows up in Pittsburgh and like, we got this thing for you.
That's
It's a leash.
shot collar on him. That I'd be maybe going with Rodgers.
But on the Saints, like you can't go through a whole season with like, today it's Spencer Rattler and tomorrow it's Jake Haener. You know, like you're just wasting an entire season.
Sounds so good to me.
I mean, it sounds good to you, bro. But like for Chris Olave or like Rashid Shaheed, you're telling me they want to go out there and like, this is it. This is what we're doing. So I mean, Shough at least is old enough to say, hey, he can start right away, right? Is he pro ready? I mean, he had 7 years to do it. Like, let's go.
You're not scared. Like, as a Falcons fan, for anyone that doesn't know, you can't tell me you're sitting there saying, well, son of a biscuit, now they're going to take on Tyler Shough for the next
I mean, beat history. Be the oldest quarterback that's ever, gotten drafted this high and turn out to have a quality career. I'm not afraid to play in the odds
history.
there.
Yeah.
Beat history.
Yeah. My comparison for him, or kind of like the, I guess, middle tier comparison for him is Case Keenum. So, like he could be a starter and he has starter qualities, but again, there's just risk with the player profile.
Yeah.
And that's what tape does a lot. And there's other quarterbacks, we've already talked about that. Tape is doing a lot of the conversations for him, or should be. Same with Shough. His tape is good. It's just that you have to be realistic. Injuries, what else are we tapping into? Okay, like, is this what we got? So again, that's why you have to gauge this. And I guess the Saints said, yeah, we're going to gauge it right here.
Saints fans are gauging it. They don't seem to like it. In fact, this is one of the more split picks we've seen throughout the course of this in the app. About 30% all the way across. I think the last update I have is 28% of Saints fans seem to like this pick. So it's funny to me because Saints fans came into the draft feeling desperate to have a quarterback. And this is where I just feel like sometimes we let narratives change our minds on things for no good reason. Like, I guess I would ask Saints fans, are you basing that on all the Louisville tape that you've broken down? Or are you basing that on the fact that every mock you've read says that Tyler Shough is old? That's the unfortunate part of this entire process is that, like, I feel for Saints fans who today, right now in this moment, don't feel great about a pick that could be their quarterback when, frankly, what the Saints are telling you is that they looked at Tyler Shough and they said, hey, we like Tyler Shough better than we like Shedeur Sanders. We like Tyler Shough better than we like Jalen Milroe. Like, this was their flavor here. And I think a lot of Saints fans have a negative reaction to it based simply on what they've been told, not on anything to do with the player.
I think if you gave me the proposition that we're taking Jackson Dart at 9 and then something else in the second round, or we're taking Calvin Banks and then any quarterback, I'm not even saying, but I knew they like Shough and Dart, but I like the second proposition, Banks, and then quarterback of the choice on day 2. Like, if they had to come out of this draft and say, like, we need our guy, because that's what a new staff wants to do. That's what Kellen Moore and Nussmeier and Scott Tolzien want to do. They want their guy. Even if Rattler has talent, they might have liked Haener a few years ago. They might have a good relationship with Carr. Okay, we got to get our guy. I'd much rather like this than way reaching on a guy at 9. This is a lot more tolerable, even if, again, there's a lot of flaws with the assessment or his player profile.
The Bills are on the clock, and the Bills moved up. Any thoughts on what the Bills would be moving up for? I mean,
I know.
Cornerback?
I wanted them to get Trey Amos earlier, but then it's like they already went. They went Hairston.
That's right.
Will Johnson's still on the board.
Yeah,
That's one of the
Mike
top
Green
names
is on the
available for
board.
Mike Green is on the board, yeah, and they always like to add to the defensive line. I know they moved up, and that's what's interesting. So it's like, all right, what exactly?
And they moved up ahead of the Jets, 49ers, Cowboys, the next 3 picks. They moved up to take TJ Sanders out of South Carolina. You said, wow, why?
I did not have him pegged to go this high.
Yeah.
That you needed to trade up for it. Wow, okay, that's a little surprising because I viewed him as like a project.
Yeah.
Pass rushing defensive tackle for Charles Robinson for the All-Juice team. We had him pegged as like when we came back with our survey, we had him pegged as like a late 3rd round guy.
Yep.
So for him to get drafted here is definitely a surprise. But if you're Buffalo, like you can tap into some upside here. But I still think he's got a ways to go in terms of like down strength, some of the finer techniques of pass rushing. Still learning there, but you've got a framework where you can potentially get, an interior pass rusher, which are always really, really hard to find.
And just how many defensive tackles went already, and if so they want to come out of this draft with that position, like, this is the guy, I guess, next on their board. It's him or Darius Alexander from Toledo, so maybe that's a part of it as well. It's again, the Bills want depth along their defensive line. They want to rotate. So maybe the guys that they do have, because they have a mix of like Ed Oliver, they have some other veterans along the interior. Okay, now this guy doesn't have to be a dude. Again, when you have a guy that's more developmental, more flash heavy than actual substance, you want to guide him along. Get him along. He doesn't have to play all the most important snaps. We can sprinkle him in the dozen to 20 and then guide him along. So, yeah, in theory, again, it's a good little landing spot for him, but I just think this is rich. I viewed him. He was outside my top 75. He would have made my top 100, but again, that's a late third to me, so I think maybe this is a round early.
Bills gave up a lot for it, too, in theory. The Bills trade 56, 62, and 109.
Oh, wow.
Right? 56, 62, and 109 for 41, 72, and 240.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of pick swapping going on here. So 56, 62, 109 for 41, 72, and 240. That's a lot of numbers. But it is, the Bills give up two relatively close proximity picks in this process for Chicago. So Chicago's still, they're still
three second rounders for Chicago, which is kind of like that's what they need. They're still, again, that Burden pick was a little bit of a luxury move for them. So they still need to come away with a running back, and I still think they need another offensive lineman here. So that's a nice move for Chicago. And for Buffalo, man, I don't know. It's like, if you're trading up, I just felt like the thing with Buffalo is you got you got Josh Allen, which is
that's great.
One of the best players in the sport. But then you've got a lot of like B's, B-minuses type players, and this felt like maybe they're trading up for one of those difference makers. I don't know that they necessarily got that in Sanders. Might be another really nice player, but it's not like a game-ending edge rusher or a potential wide receiver with a really high ceiling or something like that. That still feels like a missing piece on this.
No, that comes back to the conversation we had yesterday. Like, if you're the Bills, you're constantly looking at the fact that you just can't figure out how to get to the Chiefs. So every single pick that you make is built under the guise of is this going to be the special sauce that gets you through Kansas City? And that's hard to see in this situation, particularly. The Jets wasted no time, by the way, getting their pick in.
Yeah.
How do we feel about the Jets right now?
I mean, I'm very interested in this offensive line and this run game. It's like, hey, Jets, hey, nice to see you again. Actually, I want to talk about you. No, I'm interested in what they're doing. Their offensive line. I think this might be the Mason Taylor thing. They need tight ends. If anyone's watched the Jets tight ends the last couple of years, it's been an
They've
atrocity.
tried to get tight ends.
Yes, it's been. I mean, they double dipped in free agency on them. It's been added Jeremy Ruckert. So that would be my guess here. But I like this. They're in timeout on quarterbacks. They have Justin Fields. I'm excited about this run game, and I think this offensive line could be a really fun young unit. That's a top 10 unit potentially.
If they had Mason Taylor here, this would be fun because this is a hit people draft, hit people offseason for the Jets.
Oh, Aaron Glenn.
We're getting back. We're going to play defense. We're going to run the ball. Yep. I think that's a good year one plan for them.
I do too.
They're
going to be
establish something.
They're an annoying. It's a good bad team.
Yeah,
they're an annoying out.
The team that everyone hates to play.
It's the Falcons in Arthur Smith's second year.
Yes.
When I got interested in them a little too much, but it was you could tell they were a bad team beater. They made it hard on the teams that were sloppy, but that's fun for a year one because then you kind of get a little leeway. You go, hey, what we're doing is working. Now we can do this, and this.
Especially, that's the thing to me. You're trying to lay a foundation for a new regime. And when you're trying to lay a foundation for a new regime, and you do it in a calculated way, so often I think what fans want is they want every draft pick to be a Hall of Famer and then $200 million to be spent in free agency to immediately turn the team around.
Fireworks factory. Let's get there,
100%. To me, it's just so much. It makes more sense. You tried that with Aaron Rodgers and bringing in everybody. You tried to do the quick twitch thing. It just didn't work. So now you got to look at it and say, okay, well, realistically, we're not about to beat the Bills. We're not about to become the supreme team in our division. So we need to have a plan where over the next 2 or 3 years, we get to that spot. So, look at they're basically, if you look at most of their rankings, it was a middle-of-the-road team that felt like a middle-of-the-road team that we could never understood why they were as bad as they were, or why they weren't better than they were, all of these things. If you're the Jets, you got to put all that behind you and building defensively and building, especially around Justin Fields, in a way where you're just going to let Justin Fields maximize what Justin Fields is. This actually makes a lot of sense for Jets. It's not sexy, but it feels really smart.
But it's an investment, right? You're not going to get those returns right now, but maybe year 2, year 3, it's the built-up credibility. All right, we didn't just stink out loud in Aaron Glenn's first year. We weren't just embarrassing. We were tough to play against. You're establishing that culture on offense. You're establishing it on defense. And that's another thing, too. This could be a defensive pick here. Let's get Aaron Glenn a toy. He hasn't necessarily been able to come in and let me get my guy here. So that's also possible as well. And instead it's Mason Taylor.
Mason Taylor.
It's so much sense. You
love this?
I love it. Well, they needed it so bad. This was a need and a want and one that makes sense. So this is where Mason Taylor should go. I would have been comfortable if he did sneak into the first round. I think this is just a good quality tight end, young, has been productive. I would say he's a solid blocker. He can still use some improvement there, but because he's young and has length, you hope that he does improve, just like his dad did. His dad kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger in the NFL, so you're like, okay, all right, hopefully this kind of tracks too. I just think he's a good pro. He's a good, reliable pro at tight end that can catch, do some blocking as well, stretch the field a little bit. He's not great with the ball in his hands, but that's fine. You got a guy named Garrett Wilson that can create some yak for you too. But I mean, what the Jets are doing? They got tackles. They got a number one corner in Sauce Gardner. They got a pass rusher in Quinshon Williams. They got a pass catcher in Garrett Williams. Like, you're getting a lot of the core pieces. So these are these good players that fill out the rest of your roster.
And a bit of a safety net, too, for Justin.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all, I mean, look, guys, the tight end, the evolution of the way we think of tight ends in offense is one of the most remarkable things of modern football right now. Like, you have to have that guy at some level. You have to have a couple of guys. But it's funny where tight end seemed like it was thrown away for a long time. And then it was, well, we need one of these epic superstars. I just think that competent tight end play is a key, especially if you're going to be in an offense like Justin Fields is going to run.
Yeah, and they had to find like some level of stability on offense that has really just escaped them for a very long time. I was about to say last year, you could use the year before that, the Sam Darnold stuff. When I was there covering the team, it's all been about the same. This year might be about the same too, but you have at least some proof of a plan here. We're at least going to be able to run the ball, and we'll see what happens with the passing game.
Alfred Collins is the pick for Texas. So from Texas is the pick for the 49ers. I'm trying to, give Texas an NFL team that's just called that. Alfred Collins is the pick for the 49ers.
I wouldn't shut up about Michael Williams and what I think the 49ers were trying to do. I wasn't as high on Collins, but the thing is, I understand what the 49ers are trying to do. They said, again, this is a team that's saying no more getting punched in the mouth. We are not letting you get 5 yards on the ground. We play a certain way in San Francisco. It does not matter what the defense coordinator is. Now we get Robert Saleh back, though. They are going to play in these light boxes. Talked about it a lot last night, and why I love that Michael Williams draft pick is that this is a continuation of this. This is a guy who's rugged against the run. It keeps Fred Warner clean, and that's the hub of your defense. Nick Bosa is a star, don't get me wrong. Fred Warner is what makes that defense go. Keep him clean, the whole defense clicks. And so that's why you're adding Michael Williams and then now Alfred Collins. Again, not a guy I was super high on, but I understand this role and this match and what they're trying to do. And again, you got to remember, the defensive tackles, click, 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 they're all popping off. So it might feel like a reach.
You keep talking about complementary defensive tackle play or defensive line play too.
Yes, absolutely. So again, when you have Bosa, who's more finesse-y, he gets 20 sacks. That's what he's going for. He doesn't care about TFLs. Those are just happenstance. Get guys that want the TFLs and want to stop the run first, and then the passing is the secondary thing. So that's why I like that complementary skill set.
Yeah, this is just rich for me because
it's
I don't even know how good he is. Like how
early.
Yeah, I mean, even the run defending stuff, that's his role. But I don't know how much some of it translates because, dude, the Michigan game this year, boy, I didn't get it. I didn't get it because I remember I first saw him mocked in the first round. And I looked at the production. There's not a whole lot, by the way, to production. I went and watched the tape against, equal quality teams and got his butt kicked a few times. So we'll see what happens here. This is a kind of a big project for the 49ers. They have 2 young defensive linemen they need to develop today if they're going to get back to.
Chris Kasarik is like a side character of the season.
Yes.
Like he is like a primary character.
We'll hear his name more than most defensive players.
Yeah. Big spotlight on Kasarik this year.
Kyle, he didn't handle losing all these games that well. And a big piece of that was the defense has fallen off a cliff compared to where they were. So these guys are going to help. This just feels a little bit rich for Collins to me. But I understand where they're coming from.
Right. Yeah.
Also, gently, because we don't say this about San Francisco very often, but they're in a bit of a rebuild mode, right? Like they got a lot of holes. For a team that gets a ton of benefit of the doubt, they have a lot of holes. We don't have a lot of holes here. We're with you all night long. We're going to be here all the way through tonight. Every single pick. He's Nate Tice. He's Charles McDonald. He's Matt Harmon. I'm Jason Fitz. Plus, Charles Robinson joining us throughout the course of the evening. We will be here for every pick on Yahoo Sports Draft Live without commercials. And in case you didn't know, you can actually hang out with us and you can be interacting in the app. It's easy. You can get out there, give emoji reactions. We've got a bunch of that coming at you, too, throughout the course of the night. And you can also engage with us in the YouTube chat. So a lot of ways that you can get involved in the conversation throughout the course of the evening. We've got a lot of chat comments. We'll get to that. But the Cowboys, the pick is in. So the Cowboys, what was it Jory said yesterday? As much as I want to try and turn them into some, yes, the Cowboys are measured. So I asked the panel, what is the measured thing that the Cowboys could do right now that would make everybody give a little golf clap? Not too big, not too little, just happy.
Trey Amos?
Trey Amos, a cornerback, I think is a pretty big need for them. Whether it's Will Johnson.
I was gonna say, man, their fans have talked themselves into we're wide receiver, running back, running back, and those are
Williams.
2 huge holes.
All right, which receivers went to high school in Texas? And then we can narrow it down from there.
But that's the thing, though. That secondary, for me saying that secondary is in rough shape. Diggs is a huge injury question mark.
He may not play this season.
He might not play this season. So, that's the thing is that, yes, it's obviously, and damn, Stephen Jones did him no favors, to the fans, consistently talking about, yep, wide receiver 2, we're locked in on that. They talked about this, but at the same time, those are guard and secondary critical holes for this team too. So I'm just saying, hey, Cowboys fans, if they pass on a wide receiver or running back here, don't freak out because they do need those positions.
Hey, it's almost like the team that picked top 12 isn't very good.
Right.
It probably has more holes than
honestly was losing games with their starting quarterback. So, it's there's a lot of issues here.
The top player on most boards sitting available is Will Johnson. I do want to acknowledge that Will Johnson had a couple of injuries, turf toe, hamstring. Those are both reasons that he started to fall. Last night, reports started to surface that there were some medical issues found in his knee during the combine and workout process that some teams became very uncomfortable with. So the context for why Will Johnson is still on the board has everything to do with medical issues at this point for a player that I think some people have mocked in the top 10 2 weeks ago. I think a little aggressive there, but one of the names that we're really surprised to still see on the board. So as we say that the Cowboys need corners, I just want to point out not only is not every corner a great fit in every style of defense, which is part A, but part B, there are certainly some teams that have decided they're not comfortable with Will Johnson's knee. And we can't know that until we know the medical.
Right. And we're not privy to all that. It's all hearsay on it. So it's it's bad. That's the shorthand I've got from it.
It realistically becomes clear that it's bad because he's still on the board.
Because the talent of him. Okay, so there's no lie here. Anybody who's been watching on TV, though, there's been 3 Wisconsin Badgers announcing these picks. I just want everyone to note that. Alec Ingold, Ryan Ramczyk, and now my guy, Travis Frederick. So I just did want to note that. But
Donovan Ezeiruaku
yes.
is the pick, the edge rusher out of Boston College. Not a Badger, but
not a Badger, no.
Donovan Ezeiruaku does badger the quarterback. Aha! See what I did there? Thank you. You're welcome, America. I'll be here all night. Try the veal. Look, this is a name that a lot of people thought would be gone at the end of the first round. So I guess my first question is, why is he still here?
He's not built like a typical edge rusher or like a high-end one. He's 6'2", max, built with long arms. A little stiff, a little rigid, but has some nice arsenal of pass rush moves. He's kind of he also took a little bit of time to be productive in college. He ended up being very productive by the end there. So you got a guy that's maybe not the perfect archetype, kind of gets swallowed up against the run. He plays hard. That it's not about effort. And on top of it, has a nice diverse arsenal when he is rushing the passer. But the thing is is he maxed out? And there's also just this, his body frame feels maxed out physically. And if you're already showing advanced arsenal pass rush moves, it's all right, what else can we tap into? The thing is that Micah Parsons creates a lot of pressures, and you got a guy that rushes his butt off every single snap. Okay, he's gonna get a lot of cleanup sacks because he's gonna try his ass off.
Yeah, Marcus Lawrence moves on to Seattle.
Yeah.
They needed to replace that guy. Again, it's not a wide receiver. It's not a running back. I'm sure Cowboys fans are going to be pissed about that. But like Charles said, man, you're not picking 12th in the draft by accident here. So, they get a player who's just falling. And look, I think the Cowboys have had the most success when they've just kind of followed the consensus board and taken good players that have fallen a little bit. So,
which is what the Cowboys have become a quality drafting team. Let's just acknowledge.
Yeah, they do a lot of stupid things when it comes to negotiating contracts with their own players and trying to create
statements on
headlines
radio.
and all that.
I'm not saying they do the best job of rewarding the people that they draft, but they
do a great job rewarding those people because they take forever to give them an extension. They really reward
press
them.
conferences for new head coaches.
Yeah, I was there at the Brian Schauner, man.
You had PTSD for a month. Yeah. I would say, and actually tying in maybe what we talked about last time with the Falcons, my only issue with this is not a lot of size, that edge there, unless Marshawn Kneeland is a full-time guy there. It's Dante Fowler, stopgap. But if Ezaraku and Micah Parsons are on the field at the same time, that's sub 250 guys. So I will say that is another little blemish here, but he's got some juice.
Also, can we just have a quick moment of silence for every social media manager who just was wish casting Shedeur Sanders to that Cowboys pick? Like, just quick moment of silence for them. And
I forgot about that subplot.
Yeah, and shout out to us so we don't have to talk about it.
I just love every Cowboys fan that just decides that money doesn't matter with that contract. All right, the pick is in for the Colts. JT Tuimoloau is the JTT, as we always love to call him, is the pick here. Somebody that, led the Big Ten, 12.5 sacks. But, big game difference maker. I will say that, big game difference maker.
Yeah, Ohio State had 2 edge players, Jack Sawyer and JTT, that were always next to each other, like as far as how everyone stacked them. Really in this range. I think everyone had them in the 40s, more or less, including myself. Pocket pusher. Plays hard, is strong, good against the run. I would say his upside is as secondary pass rusher. But the thing is, Colts, and Chris Ballard likes to maybe get some more like athlete types, bendy types that might not be as productive. This guy is rugged. Like, this guy is a productive dude. He is good on all 3 downs. He's just a football player, and I actually really like this. And actually, if Latu ends up being their full-time guy as a pass rusher as well, they actually have a great skill set. Talking about synergy, pocket pusher, bendy guy with pass rush moves. So I like this. I actually really like this pick for the Colts.
I do too. JTT's had an interesting career because he was a guy a few years ago. He had the game against Penn State.
Oh my God, yeah.
Where you would have thought. It was an
next
incredible
overall
game.
pick. Like, yeah,
First overall pick. Everybody after the game was like, first overall.
It was an incredible game. And then it kind of plateaued into being like a very good but not a superstar college football player. I think this is the perfect range for him.
Yeah.
6'4", 265, heavy-handed, gonna play the run. Ideally, probably your second best pass rusher. We'll see what happens with Latu, who they drafted last year in the first round. It's probably a good buddy for him, but he needs to be a little bit more productive on his own right for next season. So I do like this pick. It's a good range, and the Colts defense, they definitely needed some more juice up front. So
81st percentile wingspan too. So Chris Ballard gets to check.
Just a little interesting tidbit here, though. Look back to the first round. They took Tyler Warren in the first round, and the next pick was Jalen Walker. So they could have gone after some sort of a rusher if they wanted there. Instead, they take the pass catcher and they accomplish the rusher in the second round. This comes down to one thing we see GMs talk about all the time, and that's like the whole wins above replacement theory. It's like, where's our depth move? So you got to believe that if they were in the market, they looked at it and said, okay, we believe we can get our guy in the second round. Feels like it made sense that they did.
It did. And again, Charles had him at 43rd on his big board. I had him at 47th, and he went 45th.
Here you go.
Well done. Also, Chris Ballard has had his job for a long time.
Yeah, talking
about
baseball GMs talking about that.
It is
There are a lot of different hairstyles.
But he was responsible for rebuilding the Colts roster at one point, and it was like, oh no, this is going to be really good. And ever since then, it is just they have never gotten over the hump. And now they're in this unenviable position where there's no real answer at quarterback. I think we've made it clear how we all feel about the possibility of Anthony Richardson and where that goes. But they also didn't have a clear-cut answer to that in this year's draft. So I respect what they're doing. It's just alarming to see a GM go through, bad picks at the quarterback position, bad plans at the quarterback position, lack of overall wins for an organization, and still be highly enough regarded to keep his job.
I will say that, maybe this pressure that's clearly applied this offseason, maybe a good thing for Chris Ballard. They signed Charvarius Ward, they signed Cam Bynum. Those are 2 guys that make a lot of sense in that secondary. Lou Anarumo, that's a pretty big swing at the defensive coordinator spot. And as much as I'm not all that enthused about the Tyler Warren pick in the first round for, again, maybe selfish reasons, it is still a big swing. It's so those are the type of picks they needed to make because they've taken a lot of all right, we're good hitting a double with this. They've taken a lot of safe bets. Chris Ballard has not spent outside the organization. So, again, this fire's clearly been lit under him because, like you said, Fitz, he's held that job for a suspicious amount of time. This kind of needed to happen.
I came around on the Warren selection even more a little bit because, just stepping away from it and going
Stepping away from me.
Yeah, maybe, actually, from our rug here. No, but he has some juice. He can create with the ball in his hands.
Yeah.
And I think that's, as much as I like Alec Pierce and his role, I like Michael, that's the thing also with the Colts structure of their team. It's a lot of guys that are B-minuses. They're oh yeah, you're good at that role. Yeah. It's not these stars and needle movers. And all the bets on needle movers just haven't worked out. They haven't. Sometimes you get unlucky. And sometimes you actually make the wrong bets. But the thing was with Warren, it was all right, I see the fit here. You can create with the ball in your hands. You can pick up some easy yards, him and Downs. And yeah, I complained last night that was maybe some sameness there, but it's like maybe they want the sameness. They're like, all right, enough of like catch, tackle. Catch, tackle. Hey, let's get a guy that breaks one tackle and gets 7 more yards. So I've come around on it a little bit, even if I just did think it was a little bit of a splurge.
I still like Lou Anarumo being a big swing. Like a few years ago, it was like, oh, he's going to be head coach. Look at this defense. And then all of a sudden, it's like, look at this defense. This guy's not even in the, like, a tragic difference for Bengals.
To cry last year.
Yeah. The Rams are on the clock. Any thoughts at this point? This is their first pick. Remember, they traded out of the first round. So this is the first time we've seen them up to plate. Any up to the plate? Any ideas?
God, man, I think after when Donovan Jackson got sniped right in front of him, that's why they moved back. So that looks to me as like, hey, it was maybe add a little bit more talent there. I thought corner was obvious for them, like as far as DB. I know they're interested in Jalen Ramsey.
Corners at all.
I know, I know. So the Rams always are going to go to their own beat. Like they kind of just do their own thing. So I'm curious what they think they need. So
cool moment, by the way, first time ever. Their draft room is set up in the Los Angeles Fire Department, so in Van Nuys. So like a really cool moment. The broadcast took a second to acknowledge that, and obviously that's a cool thing for the team to do for the city and for the fire department. So really beautiful thing, and a reminder that there are bigger things than football sometimes, and also a reminder of how powerful the messaging of the NFL can be, because it's good to bring this to the forefront. The selection is in. I will remind everybody the reason they're picking now for the first time is that they were involved in trading out of the first round. So they had a first-round pick. They trade out of the first round. This is their first shot to get a pick in, and the pick is Terrence Ferguson, the tight end out of Oregon. Matt, you wanted him to get a tight end. Come on.
Yeah, it has been on my radar since like that playoff game that the moment that Tyler Higbee was healthy, they're just loading him up with targets, man. They're like, we got to get Tyler Higbee, like coming off a serious injury, as many looks as possible. McVay has had an affinity for these 12 personnel looks and having a tight end who can do a lot. And Ferguson is the exact profile of like a breakout tight end, that comes into the NFL, has high-end athletic traits, ran a 4.6, and outkicks his draft position. I mean, he's obviously going in the second round here. That is pretty high, but this is the right type of bet for them to make a tight end, because I think they needed like more of a needle mover at that position. So like from a dynasty perspective, fantasy perspective, like, maybe he doesn't hit in year one because tight end can be a slow developing position, especially this offense asks a lot of that position. So maybe he's not going to come in here and catch a bunch of passes in year one. He's obviously competing with high quality wide receivers for targets, but nevertheless, like down the line, he could be one of those guys that, year 2, year 3 is on that breakout radar.
Yeah, I think Sean McVay had Brock Bowers in his mind last year, and it's just, once he didn't get him, it's been in his mind.
He's got to scratch that itch.
We've all done that. Like, you start the night thinking, I really want amazing pizza, and then you realize that you no longer have a shot at amazing pizza, and you're like, look, screw it. Any pizza will do right now. I will take any pizza you can give me. I just need pizza.
Red Baron. No, it's I lived off Red Baron, man. No, but I think Ferguson's a fun player, too. Maybe top 75. Really dynamic player, good athlete, loose athlete. Battled some injuries, I believe, last year, where he just didn't feel 100%. Fights as a blocker, too. But Ferguson's more of a Cooper Kupp replacement than you would think. Like, Sean McVay comes from a Shanahan tree. Yes, he's been Mr. 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers since he's been with the Rams. I think he wants to be 2 tight ends so bad. Yeah. And I think Ferguson allows that because he could be a flex tight end for him.
Nick is in for Arizona, and I think they just sniped my beloved Raiders. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, is the pick. And again, Will Johnson only here at this point because of medical concerns. We can discuss all day long where he was on y'all's draft board as far as, in the corner rankings. I understand that, but there wasn't anybody that thought that Will Johnson would be this late into the second round. The Cardinals go for the value. They're obviously comfortable enough with the medical, which included some knee issues that were found that some teams believe may be chronic, on top of the turf toe and hamstring he suffered in the process of getting ready for the draft. So that's a lot.
I mean, look, this is such a good risk to take at this point in the draft,
especially
because.
For the Cardinals.
Especially for the Cardinals, right? Because they needed a corner, and if it seems dubious at this point where we are in the draft, if he can get back to where he was prior to the injury, I mean, this is nuclear home run potential for the Cardinals. So to take a player that at his best could be one of the 10 best cornerbacks in football at this point in the draft is a pretty, shrewd bet. And the thing about this range is if he never gets back, it's not really that big of a risk, and you can just move on.
I mean, obviously, forget the injury stuff here for a second. Hypothetically, like if they had taken him at 16th overall pick, nobody would have said a bad word about it. So it's great there. And the Cardinals were 70.2% zone coverage last year. Like he does need to be in a zone-heavy scheme. So from a system perspective, it works too.
No, it absolutely does. This is just like the Walter Nolan pick they had in the first round. They have enough fine players, enough good players, and their scheme is fun. Okay, tilt the shoulder back. Let's go. Let's get the guys that can change our defense that I don't have to scheme up now. But this defense that's so varied and so just does everything on the back end, and you just mentioned the zone stuff too. That's Matt, because they run so much cover 2 stuff. He's gonna jump some picks. Like that is perfect for him, where he can game quarterbacks' eyes. I meant this kind of as a joke, as a compliment, and actually now knowing more about the medicals, it turned out to be actually more apt, was I compared him to Sean Livingston after he got his knee injury and when he was with Golden State, because I meant it as a compliment because I meant just his length, his feel for zone, playing quarterback's eyes. I love this actually for the Cardinals. He is such a talented player. You just have to be realistic, but now he goes to like a proper value here that, again, the Cardinals might really, really hit on this. It reminds me of Jason Verrett. Not the exact injuries, but like when he's on the field,
man, did he try?
what an all-time God, just turn the injuries off, bro.
Yes, and when he's on the field, oh my God! But then it's like he
even like deep into his career, he was still so good, and then he'd be there for 2 games. And that was it.
Jason Verrett played 6 games, 14, 4, 1, tore his Achilles, 1, 13, 1, tore his Achilles, 1. But it's like when he was on for those 41 games, they were sick.
This also comes back to something we've said, about Jalen Milroe, for example, the quarterbacks. At a certain point in the draft, you are drafting for trades, and you're willing to take a risk. And the value on Will Johnson, like I cannot say this louder. I think this is a home run pick by the Texans, because if it doesn't work out, all you gave up was a second round pick. If it works out to C-Mac's point, you end up with the dominant player for the next 10 years. So like this is what second round is all about. So kudos to them. By the way, for the second time in the second round, the Raiders have traded down. So they started this thing early, but the Texans trade 58 and 99 to the Raiders for 48. So the Raiders are just accumulating third-round picks, which, new organization, new GM, Spytech obviously looked around and said, man, we got a lot of holes. Although I will say, no reporting here, but what did I say to you in the green room today? I said, look, all these reports that people say the Raiders are going to take a quarterback. I'm not buying it.
No.
I said the only way I think they're in the quarterback market is if they start trading down.
Yeah.
They traded down twice now, so we'll see how it goes. The Texans move up, and they pay a little penny to do it. So any thoughts on what the Texans are looking for here?
They have to go O-line.
I was going to say sort by best available offensive line.
This might be
taking a long time on this pick when they just traded up for it and just pick a lineman.
I mean, this might be, I keep saying it, the Ariante Ursary. That's an interesting guy because he actually can play left tackle. And like, if you do think he needs development, can work with Cam Robinson and everything out of Minnesota to tackle. But they got to be offensive line, right? That's why I just keep thinking to myself, it's got to be. Or, Schwesinger's gone. There's not like a linebacker there that makes sense, So I just keep looking at offensive line. Maybe tight end.
Are you concerned more about their interior or their I mean, I know all, but I was like,
yes.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like I get that they added bodies. It's just that the bodies they added are like they're literally just bodies, like they're speed bumps.
Lake and Tomlinson.
Which is why, like if I'm being honest, one thing that really bothered me last year is that we created this C.J. Stroud, second year, I don't know, a little bit of a sophomore slump, and it's like, what in the hell did you expect from him? Like he was already Herculean in his rookie year. And then his second year, like everything just felt like it was imploding around in between injury and an offensive line that just couldn't get anything done.
And they would have been so much worse if he was as bad as people were acting like he was.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I know. Also, by the way, the run game stunk all year too.
Yeah, it was a good run game, and I thought he played better than people were giving him credit for. I feel like he's under siege.
No, the expectations changed.
And then the receivers were taking turns getting hurt.
We're trying to break in a whole new we're a spread team now when we were very heavy and condensed. Do you guys like Tate Ratledge? Because I feel like he's a guy who could be like an aggressive tone setter guard. And again, I do feel like I'm more worried about the interior than the tackles.
The only Georgia lineman I like is the center, Wilson. The other guys are like 4th rounders.
Yeah, I keep all of them, to be honest with you. Maybe that's just me being salty about how last
you
year.
really hated that Georgia offense last year.
It was awful.
We're talking
It was an abomination.
two of the most frustrating offensive lines in the country were the Texans offensive line and Georgia's offensive line, and the coaching they had last year.
And surprisingly, like that's the other thing too, that we came into the season last year not expecting everything to look difficult for Georgia, and it just felt like as an offense, the simple things looked hard last year. That's not.
Oh my God, yeah.
That's not usual. So certainly, we still feel that C-Mac needs a big old help.
Owen Daniels, 4th Badger. I think he already spoke because they had an earlier pick. So we got 4 Badgers in the 2nd round here. None selected.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I'm about to say.
Not a lot of Wisconsin players
all the
actually
action they're gonna be
being
getting.
drafted.
Good pros. We have good pros though. No, but I just the Texans. Yeah, there we are.
Ariante Ursary, the tackle.
It had to be the best tackle on the board. A little higher on. Sorry, I just went right into it. But like this had to be the pick. They need tackle talent. Like they have to get guys, and this is the only guy that makes sense in this range.
Let me ask you this then. I'm gonna put my fan hat on because I just watched my favorite team that has, according to some, a contract issue with Colton Miller, who thinks he needs to be paid, and a tackle on the other side, on the right side, and DJ Glaze that had 1 year. God only knows. Like this is twice now that the Raiders have traded down, and both times they traded down for offensive line, which could have been addressed. Like, is that a smart strategy?
If they think, it all depends on the tier breaks, and I think there is a tier break. This is the last of this tier, and then now you get into more interesting day 2 guys. Azie Trapilo from Boston College. Interesting means raw. Big dancing bears. Okay, but Azie Trapilo from Boston College, Marcus Mbo from Purdue. These guys are interesting athletes. Those guys are next tier. That's the next tier off.
Look, I feel about interesting the way your wife would feel if she walked in the room and she was like, "How does this outfit look?" And you were like, "Interesting." Like it just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel the same.
Don't do that.
Yeah, never say interesting.
Well, also I was holding, I white knuckled that metaphor there. I was like, where are you going with this?
No, it's just whenever somebody says, "Oh man, that prospect's really interesting," I'm like, "That is you are dancing around."
No, it's the tone. You got to read the tone. It's like I said this when we say like, "Oh, that guy's useful." Like it's like he's useful. That's complimentary. If he's like, he's useful. That means he stinks.
He's fine.
He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah, he's
How
fine.
do you feel about interesting? Or just the pick and interesting?
Interesting means not good.
He's interesting.
How'd
that date go? It was interesting.
It was
You want to go back though? I don't know.
How was the restaurant last night?
It was interesting.
It was interesting.
Yeah. See, but if you say it like that, it was interesting. Like that's bad. But like it was interesting. I could.
That could still be bad.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, no. If you use interesting to me, like, how was your job interview today?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. That tone was interesting. Demetrius Knight Jr. was just selected from South Carolina to Cincinnati, and we didn't get an interest. That was an interesting. Oh boy. You feel to you want to expand on that?
There were 2 linebackers that I like this year, and both of them have already been drafted, with Jihad Campbell and Carson Schwesinger. And look, listen, I want to turn this discussion away from Demetrius Wright Jr., the linebacker that the Bengals just drafted in the 2nd round. This is a college football problem right here, where we just don't do linebackers anymore.
Linebackers tough.
We don't do it. We're playing all these soft boxes. Everyone wants their linebackers to spy with no real coverage responsibilities or blitz. No. So what happened to him is not his fault. What happened to all college linebackers is not their fault. But wow, a guy who wasn't really asked to do that many linebacker duties, like traditional linebacker duties, coming to the 2nd round of an NFL defense, it's a little bit rich, but we're going to see, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is real rich.
I mean,
I feel like we're being really kind today. Everything's like, yesterday Ashton Genty goes and it gets a C-. Today it's like, it's just a little rich. It feels like the room doesn't like this pick. Come on.
Well, I think Charles makes a good point about just the nature of college linebackers right now. For a while there, it was kind of framed as if linebackers are the running back of the defense, where like the value is going down. But then now we're saying like, oh yeah, if you have an elite linebacker, that really raises not just the floor but the ceiling of your defense. The problem is like, running backs, you can throw them out there as rookies, and it's pretty similar in terms of what's going on in the collegiate game. Linebackers, like these dudes aren't ready to play at all. Mm-hmm. And the Bengals need so much help in this. Like the reason that they had issues on defense last year, a lot of different reasons, but the biggest one to me was the spine of the defense just completely weathered. And like, is Knight going to be ready to come in here and be an instant impact player? I don't know.
There's also a guy that played college for a long time. That's another thing. And then finally became a player late, had the production late. And it's like, okay, what exactly are you? When you're saying, again, sometimes coaches and scouts go, oh, he was in college for a while. That means he's ready to plug and play. And then what Charles gets at is what I completely agree at. Well, he played in college for a while, college football with the spies and everything, not NFL football, taking on fullbacks, taking on climbing guards, fitting all that stuff up. I just think this is also rich because now he's on the field. So you need a guy that maybe is not all the way there, and now he has to be on the field. And made the comparison too. Linebackers are, there's a comparison that are like running backs. Now it's almost like they're like tight ends, where it's just hard to find these guys. They're not asked to do what they do in the NFL and college. Yeah, and there's only like 3 good ones, like 3 elite ones, and the rest are like, yeah, I guess this guy works, and it's just really hard to find. And you find them all over the place. Yeah. Some first rounders, some day 2 guys. So it's just that's what's hard to project. Like last year, Edgerrin Cooper ended up being linebacker 1. He was either 1 or 2 in basically everyone's boards. Everyone agreed, oh yeah, this guy's raw, he's gonna take some time. Dude looks like an all-pro. It's like it just shows that his skill set was better for the NFL than you could even picture. So like linebackers are almost like college basketball players going to the NBA. There's different space. There's different ways they have to feel the game. So it's just hard to judge these guys. But I will say he was not in my top 75. I just didn't think he was that type of talent.
I want to say thanks to everybody that's chiming in on the YouTube chat. By the way, keep the comments coming. Brett said, been bouncing around to different fantasy shows. This is the best one. Appreciate that. And Jeremy says, you guys are doing a fantastic job. Keep it up. I appreciate the compliments. It means a lot to us. Also, you can interact in the Yahoo app. Obviously, it gives you an opportunity to give your emoji reactions. He's Nate Tice. He's Charles McDonald. He's Matt Harmon. I'm Jason Fitz. We're here for every single pick of the second and the third round. With the Bengals, look, this is the least surprising thing, but they're addressing defense. Yeah. Right? But we knew they had to. And not only do the Bengals have to address the defensive side of the ball when you look at their draft so far, obviously adding this to Shedeur Stewart in the first round, not only are they addressing the defensive side of the ball, but we have to also acknowledge that they made the decision to invest heavily in the wide receiver position monetarily, and they're paying Joe Burrow, which this is the moment where I want to remind the world that means you got to draft right. Like, you can't miss in the draft once you start paying players. That is the pure, I've said this many times, but I had, at the time, ESPN Stats and Info, I had them look at every group over a 12-year period and ask the question, has the highest paid player at his position ever won a Super Bowl? And taking kickers and punters out of it, Rob Gronkowski is the only player that's ever been the highest paid at his position in a season and won a Super Bowl. So it tells you, like, we have this narrative, can't pay quarterbacks. The reality of it is, you can't pay anybody unless you hit in the draft. So for Bengals fans, these draft picks are incredibly important, not just because you got to fix your defense, but because now that you are laying out a ton of cash over the next 5 years at 3 or 4 positions specifically, you can't afford to miss in the draft. So
they knew this whole team. The Bengals have been fascinating under Taylor and Burrow. It's just that they were cheap offense, expensive vet defense. And then the defense aged out. The offense now got expensive. And so they've been, okay, we got built through the draft. They've been trying to do this defensive rebuild, and they just keep whiffing. It was much like the Colts discussions, too. It's like they just haven't hit on these guys. They haven't developed them. So now they're trying to bring Golden in, a defensive coordinator. Okay, maybe it's just a fresher. Lou Anarumo maybe is a vet coach. Some coaches in the NFL are like that, that they are really good if you have a bunch of vets, not good at developing young guys and young players. Some are great at all of it. Some are just bad at all of it. So maybe you get Al Golden, comes from the college ranks. He can kind of clean some stuff up for them, and now just get more youth. Maybe we can actually develop it this time. The
pick is in for Seattle, Elijah Aoyo. So we have our, third tight end in the last 9 picks. Comes out of Miami. Seahawks go tight end. What do we think, Harmon? You like this one?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely needed some help at tight end. Like Noah Fant, these guys have not really been getting it done the last few years, and this is an offense. Gary Kubiak, wrong Kubiak. One of the Kubiaks coming in here.
Would you just say Kubiak?
One of the Kubiaks coming in here.
Kubiak / Shanahan. That's
exactly. They're installing a Kubiak / Shanahan offense this year. Like, you need multiple tight end sets, So to me, like, Clint Kubiak coming in here as the offense coordinator, this position is taking a priority jump here as opposed to what they were with Ryan Grubb and all those guys previously. So I think at some point they were definitely taking a tight end here. Now, they're still very middle of the field passing centric, and I don't really know. Arroyo is a guy that I think, Charles, we talked about on the previous show, is a little bit more like developmental? Like what's kind of the role here for him? So again, they needed this position. Not sure how much instant impact Arroyo is going to make.
Yeah, I think starting off with Noah Fant was an interesting place to go because there's some similarities here.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
But I do like Arroyo. I feel like this makes sense to me. Like if you still value like the receiving, style of play from your tight end, and you want to reset maybe on the Noah Fant contract, just to start over with someone who you have drafted and maybe has a little bit of similar skill set. But they probably still need someone to come in and be an ass kicker.
Well, they got AJ Barner.
AJ Barner, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I did forget about him.
Which is, I think that's what they're going for.
That's what they're doing.
This is basically like maybe Noah Fant's the guy this year, and then they move on because I do think that's a contract they want to get.
I thought they thought they were going to be a sneaky tight end team in the first round. I think if Warren or Lovin was there, that might have been a player of interest. So I figured they would address tight end. I really like Arroyo with Barner. He needs a guy that can kick some butt and do the dirty work stuff so he can be flashy, finessey. He's a great athlete. He's just developmental. But the thing is, he goes to a Kubiak offense. They love their 2 tight end looks. He gets to be off ball, doesn't have to do the dirty work stuff. So it's actually a great fit for him.
The Panthers have traded up, and they have put their pick in, and it is Nick Scorton, the edge rusher, Texas A&M. C-Mac, when you saw it, you let out a sigh that I could feel all the way across the couch.
I ended up really liking this guy. Only because, dude, his tape from Texas A&M is not indicative, I think, of the player that he can be. I don't know what they decided to do with him at Texas A&M, but if you go back to Purdue, and specifically watch the game 2023 Purdue versus Michigan, you could convince yourself that's like a top 10 pick. And I think a lot of his tape at Purdue looks kind of like Melvin Ingram stuff, where it's a bit stockier, it's a bit squattier, but it's really explosive off the edge and it's physical downhill. Then he gets to Texas A&M, and they put a ton of weight on him.
Yeah.
It impacted his ability to move forward, to be explosive. So I think that this is probably the Panthers looking at the old tape and saying, if we can get 2023 Nick Scorton, we've gotten a first-round player in the second round. And I think that chance is worth trading up for.
Do we like it?
I do. He's been a fun discussion as far as like even talking with Charles and other people. Is that Purdue tape? He was a top 12 player, I think, for me going into the season. Devastating spin move, like just a powerful rusher, just explosive. And then you watch A&M and you're like, I felt embarrassed. People were asking me, all right, who are the guys that should watch? I go, well, A&M's got a couple guys. Who you hire on? Scorton? Really? Like, that's kind of like the reaction I kept getting. I was like, no, I know, but I swear at Purdue he was different. Also had a different last name then as well. Totally different player. So there's something there, though. He plays hard. He's strong. He has a role in this league, but there's more upside if you gauge it right. If you actually go, okay, this is your proper weight, this is your proper role, that it might be turned into, no, he's like a legit, I wouldn't say star, but borderline there. But again, I think that no matter what, he has a role, whatever he's going to be asked to do because of the strength.
Got a run on edge rushers. Olafemi Oladejo is the pick for the Titans. This is their first pick since Cam Ward. So let's remember a weird draft where they were at the top of the second round. They trade down. What are they getting out of Oladejo?
Just a finesse bendy rusher. That's what you're going for here. You're going for a guy that you're betting on upside. I think with the Titans too, they got some. I mean, their best position on defensive tackle. So maybe you can have guys that can keep it clean. This guy doesn't have to be a guy. That's always what I say about the guys that are more project-y. I figured this was his range. Again, another player that didn't make my top 75, but it's a traits bet. This is a traits bet.
I think he slipped right into the top 75 for me. This is, like you said, it's a traits bet. Because I was thinking, maybe third round, dart throw. We're close to that range now. At the end of the second round, so I think this is okay. He kind of reminds me of Yaya Diaby, the linebacker for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where
also a fun name to say.
Yes, he's fast, really athletic, tries really hard. Not the most refined player, but we can do fast and tries really hard. Because that's always going to give you an opportunity to make splash plays, to make plays in the backfield and defense. So I think with a big space eater like Jeff Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat in the middle, that's someone that can really benefit from those two playing inside for him. So I actually do like this pick, even though there's still a ways to go for him to reach his potential.
There were times last year where I thought that Titans defense was playing pretty well.
They
Mostly
were.
early
They
in
were.
the season.
Yeah, and then they quit.
It fell apart towards the end of the year. So, but it felt like edge rusher was a spot where, yeah, if you could handle what they were doing to you on the interior, you didn't have to worry about Harold Landry, which he gets paid a bunch by his old coach. There just wasn't a lot of pressure from the edges there. So hopefully this is something that can kind of keep them more consistent throughout the course of the year.
For the first 11 weeks of the season last year, the Titans defense was second in success rate.
Yeah.
And then you play 17 games with that on the other side of the ball. You might give up a 60 ball to the Lions at the end of the season, but they were at least constructed well from an X&S perspective.
To be fair, go all the way back to where we started on this, and sometimes the Titans are forgotten. I've said that a million times, but
that was kind. It was a little kinder than how you said it yesterday.
That's probably fair. The Titans don't, usually when I enter the next season, after watching the worst team in football, my first thought is, well, that's a catastrophic dumpster fire that's never going to get any better. Certainly, I've been hard on the Titans organizationally from ownership down on why I think they're dysfunctional. But I don't think back to last year and think, oh my God, that is something that can never turn around. To the point, there are structurally some things for the Titans. I think if you're a Titans fan, you feel pretty good right now. And it is interesting because certainly we knew there'd be a run on edge rushers, but the Titans were able to accumulate more picks. They were able to move down, and they were still able to get an edge rusher, which is something they wanted. So this feels like a solid draft so far for a new GM with an organization that hasn't done much with continuity.
Yeah, and honestly, it's one of those where I looked at their edge rushers. I'm like, oh, that's it? Kind of one of those, I've been so focused on the defensive tackles. So, yeah, this was maybe even more of a dire need. Maybe I've just been so focused on Cam Ward. Okay, get him a receiver. Cam Ward, get him a receiver. But
and they still have to.
They have to get him a pass catcher. But they're giving themselves flexibility. Again, when you're picking high, you want to just keep adding talent because it's not really, yes, you want to get the top guy, but you also want to add stuff, especially this draft where the glut of the talent is where we're selecting right now. Maybe some reaches in this tier happening right now. That's what it kind of seems to me. But again, the runs on positions are happening. So you saw the edges coming off. Boom, this is their probably.
Getting that third-round pick is huge because they do need that pass catcher, and they didn't have that third-rounder before. So that could be the spot where maybe they look for one of those falling receivers.
Shout out and thanks to Niner Natty in the chat. Says, can't think of a better use of a Friday night, fellas. You're damn right. Appreciate you hanging out with us. The Bucks pick is in, and I only bring that up because the reception to the Bucks first round pick, the reception perception is where was maybe a little lukewarm from one Matt Harmon. So
I don't want to say it was lukewarm because I freaking love the player.
No, that's
like the player rocks.
Yeah.
Emeka Egbuka, and by the way, and that offense would be perfect. It's just that they brought back Chris Godwin, but I think they are looking to the future here. And also, I think the more I've thought about the Emeka Egbuka thing, your quarterback is Baker Mayfield. I like Baker Mayfield, but if you're going to have him as your long-term, this is our guy, you're committed to him, you need to consistently make sure he is surrounded by dudes. You need to have really good talent in the pass catcher position, especially if you look at Emeka Egbuka's reception perception route success rate chart. His best stuff is working from the slot or is the farthest outside receiver in a condensed formation and running outbreakers. And Baker loves to throw those outbreakers.
The Sterling Shepard.
Exactly, the Sterling Shepard out route. That happened all the time last year. And the reason Chris Godwin had that big breakout season with or I should say rebirth season is they were having him run outbreakers from the slot. Mike Evans in 2023 with Dave Canales as the offensive coordinator. What was his most commonly run route? Was the out route. So I think, again, you're just making sure, we're never in a point again where, Nate, you and I did a show in the middle of last season, who's more interesting, Trey Palmer or Jalen McMillan? You don't want to be in that spot.
I think we decided on Kate Otten.
Yeah, we decided on Kate Otten, which was correct.
It was correct.
I just, next year on this show, can we have a big board somewhere where we just throw up random names of players that I did not think would be mentioned? Sterling Shepard is not a name I have on the bingo list.
No, it was minus 800 to be mentioned by me at some point, but Nate saying it, that was the upset.
One name we didn't anticipate mentioning, Benjamin Morrison, the corner out of Notre Dame. That is the pick for the Buccaneers. Tampa Bay gets a corner that, again, feels like this is about where most people mocked him. This feels like good value for a good pick.
Well, this is another player that, if he had no injury concerns, this is a top 15, top 20 player. And that's how he was looked at before the season. Even his play when he was on the field, it's oh yeah, you're still talented. Not the biggest build. Actually, he's weighed in a little bit more than I thought. Not, that actually leads, but he also has hip injuries. Hip injuries on a speed position. That's the concern with him. It's not his on-field ability. You should watch, You should watch Morrison go against Marvin Harrison Jr. Last year. It was very, very good stuff. He has man coverage ability. That's hard to find with enough size as far as length and everything, and just skills. It's a first-round talent. It's just that he has hip injuries, and that's just what you're dealing with. He's got the hips of a German Shepherd. So but it's just. but there's he does. But the talent is there.
What is that? What exactly does that
They're predisposed to hip problems because of how they're built.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But I don't know why I know that. But Morrison, I like the player a lot. You just have to be realistic with the injury concerns. The Bucks want to have talent there. I mean, this is a good talented player.
This is funny because I was thinking, like, if this was a pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in like 2003, I'd be like, woo, Benjamin Morrison playing that Tampa 2.
Yeah,
about to
right.
get 10 picks maybe. But I do like this fit for him because he's a guy that his main selling point, even before he was dealing with those injuries, I never thought he was the greatest athlete out there. Good enough, but I think what really separates him, because I did like him, I think I have him in the 30s on my big board. Dude, the ball skills are just unbelievable. Just truly incredible. The ability to make plays on the
timing,
ball.
yeah, really good timing.
And I know it's football cliche. It can be hard to break down when we're sitting here, but a guy who gets his hands on the balls and a defense that like to blitz a lot and cause duress for quarterbacks, I think that could be a lot of fun.
It's a great call.
The Packers pick is in. Remember, they went Matthew Golden in the first round, a wide receiver, a pick that I think surprised some people, maybe. So in a good way, not in a bad way, but just
Yeah, that was our interesting selection.
It was
in a good way.
It was
interesting in a good way. Yes, it was last night. No, again, going against type, I know they're happy. the
fans were happy.
Yeah,
last
no,
night,
of course, receiver. Again, we didn't hear Mark Murphy, the team president, actually apparently talking about it.
Yeah, he was getting after it. It was his he's retired. He's being forced to retire because they've got age limits, I believe, on the team president thing. And
there's a lot to learn from there.
Yeah, take notes. But yeah, so he really milked that, which was good for him. But a lot of other positions of need here for Green Bay to take.
They could, again, this is a team that could go in a lot of different directions. They like their dudes. They always have a skill set or traits like. Yeah, this makes sense. They have a traits thresholds that you have to fit every position, and the guy they took, meets those trait thresholds.
How?
Big, long, athletic. That's what the Packers are. They are a Ron Wolf team, even if it's 2025, and that means they go for athletes, and that is exactly what Anthony Belton is. I talked about that tier break. We're getting to the interesting guys.
Yes.
Okay.
This is interesting. This is where he probably. It makes sense. Tackles are always going to be overdrafted. We only think of quarterbacks. Tackles are like this too. You're going to overselect these guys because you're just don't get this length, this athletic ability, and this just kind of skill set, as well as they're trying to figure out their best five on the offensive line. And I think that's why they needed tackle talent. They've been getting a lot of kind of guard tackle tweeners, guard first tackle tweeners. And so maybe you get a guy that's like, okay, this guy could actually be a blindside protector. Yeah, it's a bet, but the Packers get a lot of their offensive line talent.
He's freaking huge.
He's gigantic.
6'6", 336.
His arms are super long arms.
It's funny because I didn't think he was. The run block is really consistent for me. Because one thing I struggle with some of these guys that we scout for offensive line is we have these defenses like we talked before where you're so light up front. I mean, some of these guys, you're playing against four eyes, like inside field of tackle that are like 240, 250 pounds. And he's getting stood up by some of them. Like you're getting stood up by a guy that weighs 100 pounds less than you. A little concerning, but I thought what kind of set him apart for me, and I know that not everybody agreed with my evaluation of him, was for a 335-pound guy, he's got some really good feet in pass protection. It's weird seeing a guy that big, to me, have somewhat of a finesse game, but I think here at the end of round two, that's a good
That's what
game.
you're getting here.
Right.
Because if he was a badass run blocker, he's going round one.
Right.
Right.
It is hard to find guys that big with feet like that who can move like that, but there's still some room to improve here, but I think it's second round. This is a fine pick.
And I think both of the two biggest reasons that they got, beat by the Eagles in that postseason, especially on offense, was the lack of speed and separation down the field, and they ran out of offensive linemen. So these first two picks address that.
I'll keep saying, everybody needs offensive line help. Trey Harris, wide receiver, Ole Miss, is the Chargers pick.
Perfect fit.
It is.
This is a perfect fit because they needed an X receiver.
Yes.
And they have Ladd McConkey who can play outside. He was actually more efficient from a yards per route run perspective as an outside receiver than he is as an inside receiver, which makes sense because he can beat man coverage. He smokes man coverage in the intermediate area of the field. He's not just some little bunny hop slot receiver. Fitz, we talked about that on the
Sanders, baby. That's
exactly.
What
we talked about that on the draft show last year. But what they didn't have is a guy who can play X receiver. Again, the farthest outside boundary player who can beat press man coverage because they drafted Quinton Johnston to be that guy the previous staff, and they just misevaluated him straight up. Like he can be a useful player, but he can't play X. And Trey Harris can do that. He did that at Ole Miss, and he's a developmental guy. He's ran an incomplete route tree. Over 40% of his routes that I charted were go or curl. I mean, so he's going to need some developing, but they can put him on the field and at least early just be a sacrificial X receiver, man. Clear a guy out of the box for the run game, open things up for Ladd McConkey. That's fine. Even allow like Quinton Johnston to just be a Z receiver and run in breaker. So it's the exact guy they didn't have before. And again, I'm like kind of mixed on Harris. I generally really like him, but he does have some scary comparables. Like I think I told you this, Charles, that his reception perception profiles like eerily similar to Terrace Marshall out of LSU, but
yeah,
right.
But I do like Harris better than that because I think he tracks the ball better.
Yeah.
And he's more combative and consistent against press coverage.
Let me ask you this: how do you feel about his traits as far as what he performed this year at the combine?
Yeah.
And how like what's the actual ceiling here if he can actually get better?
I like the actual ceiling. Well, yeah, he ran a 4.5, which I think he plays faster than that, and I think his speed
A little bit 4.5 is slow, but yeah, go
shows. Yeah, but it was.
For a sacrificial X.
Yeah.
Because I think he does stress defenses vertically, and I think it's mostly because like he kind of builds up like longer speed. He's got longer strides, and I think he's better at like tracking the deep ball than he is like separating like. But his go route success rate was over 60%. Like he definitely can be a guy that wins deep for them, which they just didn't have last year. So again, I really like the pick. It's just he is a little bit developmental. Like is he ready to come in like some of these rookie receivers and be a fantasy starter? Not necessarily, but he could be a guy that makes the other players around him better.
Let's think about what the Chargers have done as a whole, right? They take Omari and Hampton in the first down and now Trey Harris. Obviously,
get some juice, baby.
They're looking around and saying, hey, we need to bring in some explosiveness. We need something that can help us be more dynamic offensively. And my God, if you watched the Chargers play at all last year, you felt that to your core. Like you made the joke last night, but how often was it like run the ball, and then it was like, hey, Justin, sorry, it's 3rd and 8. Help us.
It wasn't a joke.
No, literally what it was.
Well, made the point of analysis.
That was the reality.
And talk about like when Higgins went, like there's only so many X body types available, or in theory, X body types available. And you mentioned, we talked about with Jackson Dart in that Ole Miss offense. Well, this is the receiver end of being in that type of offense that is very, it scores points, but it's limited in the asks. The thing what is nice is now going to this Greg Roman Harbaugh offense that's very traditional, run heavy, but then play action off of it. The most common pass concepts off play action are posts, overs, corners, all the stuff that he's run, vertical stuff where he can get some runway speed on it. So actually even his asks earlier will be fairly simple, which is the most easy routes in football.
Yeah.
But okay, at least he can do those things well because I think that's how he's going to be used originally before maybe we can add some branches to the route tree. And guess what? We already have our route runner.
Right, you already have a number one. You didn't need a number one.
Now you need tools. Now you need the guy that's the explosive weapon down the field.
But let me ask you, because you have a wide receiver from Ole Miss, so I want to tie this into Jackson Dart. Follow me here. One of the things that we hear all the time about quarterbacks out of Ole Miss is that, hey, Lane makes the offense so simple, you have no opportunity to really evaluate the quarterback. How does that impact the wide receivers that we're evaluating from Ole Miss?
All of them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, who's
Elijah
the best?
Moore was a thing. Mingo.
Jonathan Mingo. Like, Moore is probably the best Ole Miss offensive product that's come in under Lane Kiffin. And, like, he's been a disappointment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, it's definitely an issue.
And even if you're looking at receivers who have come from maybe not Lane's offense, but offenses that run similar stuff, like Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman.
Yeah.
Corey Coleman back in the day.
Well, I was really convinced Jalen Hyatt was better than people thought.
But see that I think with some of the
I was so out on Hyatt.
Yeah, same. Didn't
Slot
get
only
it.
vertical.
With some of the go route stuff, like an offense like that, they spread the field so wide. So like if you're a safety who maybe not be NFL caliber, and you got to cover 38 yards of the field, where as far as the NFL, the hashes are a little bit different. That's really tough if you've got 3 go routes coming right at you in 1 second. So I think the style of offense in college for receivers, that can be such a drastic switch when you get to the NFL where it's like, oh, the players are better, I have less space to operate with, and now I can't do anything.
And some of these offenses are like, hey, receiver, don't even run a route.
Yes.
And then now it's like,
Just
oh yeah,
wander
now,
around.
now you have to detail out who you're blocking. And like some guys just aren't used to the ask. So that's part of the transition too, is just details, not just on your pass route and pass concepts, learning different spots at receiver. It's like, oh yeah, run assignments too, because we're not just getting kind of like a clear out route or something easy on the side.
By the way, we'll say quickly, we don't have to pull it up here. Chargers fans love the pick, so good for them. The Bears on the clock. The Bears pick is in already, and this is, you know.
I was going to say we got Seth Rollins announcing the pick in Green Bay, and I believe Seth Rollins is now working heel.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we're seeing some magic here.
You know, it's funny, the tie in WWE. What Harmon?
There was a guy in the crowd there, a Bears fan, with just a like Ben Johnson head and a sign that says "We're back." Like, I mean, of course. It's, again,
If you can't have hope
Yeah, I'm
now,
part of the
like
hype.
let the hope be crushed. If you can't have hope right
They
now,
always have hope this
do.
time of year. You don't have to convince Bears fans to have hope in April.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, if you can't have hope when you have a new coach that's the hot coach that everybody wanted, then what do you do? Now, we will note that they got a couple of weapons. We mentioned what's the right strategy for the Bears. They didn't bring in a lot of offensive line stuff so far. They picked up Colston Loveland in the first round, tight end that you guys particularly loved. They get Luther Bird in the third and the second round already with their first pick in the second. A wide receiver that maybe we were a little surprised went where he went. But one thing we cannot be surprised of, you said it earlier, Ben Johnson is the new head coach from the Detroit Lions, and he's coming in and getting toys to play chess with. Like, he's getting better pieces.
I would love them to see draft an offensive lineman here.
Yeah.
Only because I think, especially when you're a team like the Bears, prepare for the worst case scenario.
Right.
And
Right.
look, there's a reason why the Rams were willing to get off of Jonah Jackson for a 6th-round pick. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think you can just go right home on saying we have fixed our offensive line. So keep adding guys. Keep adding pieces, because you just never know when something can go wrong. And all of a sudden, oh no, we have an F starter where we had a room full of Bs and now we can't do anything.
Yeah, I think maybe they just keep adding offense, trenches, maybe a back.
Is there an offensive
Maybe
line
Seth
that you
Rollins.
like at this point?
I mean, there's more projecty types again. There's Grant from William and Mary, Azie Trapilo. I mentioned Embo as well. Again, these are better athletes than what they are currently, which again, if you're building depth and everything, that can make sense. There's Azie Trapilo right there.
Wow, there
Azie
you go.
Trapilo,
Yeah,
the
right there.
tackle out of Boston College.
Yeah, so Azie Trapilo has pedigree. His dad played in the league as well. Big dancing bear. that is what he is.
That is a great band name, Big Dancing Bear.
Big Dancing Bear.
There you go.
That, oh my God,
Stage
that's what
coach next
Ozzie is though. But he's a good athlete. He's got light feet. Even though he's a big body, he's got to work on play strength as well. Kind of like a baby fat kind of player, where it's like, okay, we got to just harden you. We got to work on using your hands, throwing some more power in there. But the thing is, they now have depth. You can work with this. You can maybe start him at left tackle, Braxton Jones. Like, he has true tackle ability. And then maybe, guard if something did happen as well. But I like this because the Bears need these types of players. They need guys that have upside, that actually show he can be a starter. That's the thing. I mentioned he's some of a project. He's got to work on play strength. Not saying he's a total overhaul, like cannot see the field right away. It's just an interesting body type. But this, again, is Ben Johnson's fingerprints all over this because he's going to just keep investing in this offensive line. I think this is a shrewd investment.
And as Harmon pointed out yesterday, and I will continue to say every time we talk about Ben Johnson or the Lions both, they got where they were in part, not just because of all their gross weapons. It's one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. Like, that's clear. By the way, speaking of the Lions, they have traded up with Denver. So the Lions are now on the clock. We are flying through the second round of the draft. We are already
Denver
the pick
trading
number
down a
57.
lot, man.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to. I know. What are you up
It's supposed to shove it in our face for last year.
I mean, the Lions
Right,
moving
they-
up to get ahead of, the Raiders were next, then the Ravens. So I'm not sure what Detroit was worried about that they would be taking. What's the right thing for Detroit here on anybody's mind?
I don't know. When I say I don't know, my instinct is always, well, let's just add someone to the trenches. I don't know.
That's
Taylor Decker's getting up there.
He's still around, isn't he?
Yeah. You could,
They have some offensive line needs too.
Yeah.
Mbo would be a good fit here.
Mbo would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mbo
they
from
should
Purdue.
prepare for the future there because that's the strength of their team. They don't want that to atrophy at some point.
Yeah.
And they're good at it usually. And that's the thing is like, okay, like just because it's set for this year, don't stop. Like, don't stop. I'm curious, like they have Christian Mahogany at guard who had injury stuff. They got him in day 3 last year. he actually showed some nice stuff when he had to start at the end of the year. They lost Zeitler, who's in there for a stopgap. They still have Glasgow at guard. You know, and Decker's getting older, so it's like if they added offensive line, they could go any direction. They go a guy they could start right away, a project type. They could go a tweener. Like if they just said trench here, I'd be like, yep, they already went nose tackle. So
it's also worth noting again that the Lions will have 2 new coordinators this year. So, you know, as much as the Lions seem to be really cemented as a team that's going to be very good, the last team that I thought was going to be very good year in and year out that replaced both coordinators in the same year was Philadelphia, and things sort of went wildly off the rails. So I don't want to undersell how important it is. Continuity within your staff matters so much. And every time you hire one new coordinator, you're taking a chance that there's going to be a translation issue somewhere in that process. Right. When you are putting new coordinators on both sides of the ball, like, we are asking Dan Campbell to get 2 hires very right out of the gates. I know he's done it before, but it's at least a reason in my mind for Lions fans to be a little on edge going into this season.
There was a little hiccup at the start when he hired Anthony Lynn to be his offensive coordinator.
People forget about that.
Yeah,
And
don't forget.
Dan did take play calling duties from Anthony at points during that season.
Yep.
So we're going to learn a lot about Dan Campbell this year. The John Morton pick is so interesting to me, where the style of offense that they ran when he was the offensive coordinator of the Jets with Josh McCown, they were airing that ball out. It was not this play action power run game. So we're going to see how they marry it, but they just made a pick here.
Yeah, Tate Ratledge, the Georgia guard. Thoughts on Tate? You've had some things to say about Georgia's offensive line. What do you think of Tate Ratledge going to the Lions?
He's got traits.
Yeah.
And I will.
Interesting.
Yes. Interesting, yes. And I will say, coming into the season, he was Georgia's highest projected offensive line talent. Dealt with a lot of injuries last year. Ankle injuries, was in and out of the lineup, tried to tough it out for, SEC title in the college football playoff game they played against Notre Dame. Never quite looked the same. I do think at his best, he projects to be a starter. Prior to this year, before the entire thing fell apart for their offense, I thought he actually did look like a potential day 2 pick.
Yep.
This year, it was just kind of hard to gauge it because he was so banged up and the offensive line didn't play well. But look at the Combine. He's one of the best testers at the Combine this year. So if I'm Detroit and I've seen the success of my offensive line, I would probably trust myself to get the most out of this guy. And the framework is there for a pretty good prospect.
For the 3rd time this draft today, the Raiders are on the clock. I just want to say my beloved Raiders have hit the clock twice already. I'm glad I didn't do like some dramatic outfit change or something because every time the Raiders are on the clock. Well, I mean, it just depends. Like I could, maybe I have a whole like my chest is painted. That's a thing for next year when I fully have abs. I'll just go ahead and go topless every time the Raiders are on the clock. They are on the clock, and they're actually, mother of God, they're making a pick. Who knew it was possible? The Raiders are actually making a second-round draft pick.
Shedeur goes? Is it? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, Ashton Genty was the first-round pick. I still think the Raiders have a lot of needs, and quarterback isn't one of them. So, to me, it is a need, and we are reaching the spot where you could say, hey, there's value at that need. But I don't know, man. Like, it's a hard mindset.
Agree. I don't think they need to take a quarterback.
They don't. I think they choose it. They don't need to start the timeline for the backup. They can choose it when they want to. I don't think it should be this year. I think they should wait one more year and then start that timeline as the
You just gave Geno a big extension.
Yeah.
You pay him money. You've got a 3,702-year-old coach.
Exactly. And it feels more like maybe not win now this year.
So specific.
It feels like they're pushing for 2026. Like this is a revamp year, mouthwash year, and then next year they're going to try some.
You're trying to get to like 6-7 wins, but have competence, and then like you feel like then you're ready.
7-win team, yeah. A hard out.
Jack Bech, wide receiver, TCU. Okay, I will speak on this for 1 second. That wide receiver room obviously needs a lot of work. And there's Jacoby Myers going into the last year of his contract. They've got basically nothing moving forward past that. So we're going to get C-Rob's thought on this, by the way. Charles Robinson coming in, joining us. We haven't heard from C-Rob in a minute. C-Rob, no Shedeur for the Raiders. Jack Bech, your thoughts, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this, that if Shedeur ultimately got past the Raiders, it's going probably to the 3rd round for Shedeur Sanders at this point. And I want to go ahead right now and just wish my condolences and best luck to all NFL scouts who have to scout the Colorado Buffaloes in person next season. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be a fun experience.
Oh, no.
And I especially think if you're a Browns scout, if you're a Raiders scout, if you're a Saints scout, Yeah, good luck. I'm not going to say there's going to be some retribution here, but I would keep my ears open on the scouting trail for how that experience goes.
Put him in the Rick Pitino box or Bobby Petrino box right there. Like, hey, Scotts, you stand right here. You're not moving from there.
I'm going to ask you a question that we didn't prep you for. I don't know if you know the answer to this, but I'm sitting on this panel, and one thing that has been stressed by the smart people around me is that this isn't really a fall because people inside the league knew that this was possible. You have told me repeatedly people had a third-round grade. How surprised do you believe right now the Sanders family? If you knew it, the league knew it, is the Sanders family really stunned?
So what I'm shocked about is when I talked to like 10 teams, I did a notebook, right? And I talked to 10 different teams, and they were all still stacking him in the first round, not because that's what their grade was, but that was what their belief was. Like, there was definitely a belief that amongst teams, someone was going to take him, that there was enough quarterback need in the first round, that somebody was going to end up taking them, even if they didn't like really ultimately what his grade is. So I've been texting with people tonight over the course of things, and you are getting a lot of the harping on, like, you guys are the one that screwed this up. The media created this fabricated idea that his grade was, a first round grade, and it was never that. And one evaluator in particular said to me, look, if his name had been Shedeur Robinson, he's going in the third or fourth round. He's like, that's just the reality. And so there's definitely a lot of pinning it on the media creating a perception. However, there have been a couple other, executives that have really carped on the process. They're like, he should have worked out at the combine. He should not have sat out. We can go back and retrace all these different steps along the way. His pro day should not have been so late in the off season that the private workouts became difficult for teams to schedule in like mid to later in April. And it's just a lot of different things. Like, people are going to be doing this autopsy on this, I think, for a while. But I think more importantly, the question is, where does this stop for him? Because now you're getting to a point where the lower he goes, the more teams have to raise the question of, is this worth this to bring this in? Because now it's to the point where it's a big story that he's gone this far. You have the president, railing about this from his social media account.
Phenomenal genes.
I'm just telling you, like, when you think about this now, like, all of a sudden you're in the third round, and this is what I had this back and forth with an executive literally like 20 minutes ago. And it was, if you're in the third round or fourth or wherever, and you're sitting there and you're going, I know I'm importing this now, I'm bringing this in, and I have to stare at my quarterback and go, I know I'm inflicting this on you now, because this just a whole circus that, weirdly enough, has gotten bigger the lower he goes. It would have been, I think, diminished somewhat the higher he goes, because there's not this expectation of, like, there are people who are asking questions openly on social media. Is he being blackballed because of, like, people's dislike for Dion? And this is not coming from just fans. Like, it's coming from people surrounding the orbit of the NFL as well. So this... Yeah, it's getting nastier. And again, we talked about that third round. Is it the Steelers at 83? Is it the Saints at 71? The Browns and the Raiders have passed on them so many times at this point. I mean, the Raiders, every time the Raiders traded back, that counts as a pass, right? Yeah. It just doesn't feel like those teams are into him at all. And I just have to wonder if that floor is the Steelers at 83, and then if it's not the Steelers, I don't know what happens. One other thing I want to bring up too. Marshall Edge, Mike Green, the fall for him has become, like, obviously very noticeable. Yeah. And whatever the off the field, the background work that teams did, they clearly walked away from it with significant deep reservations. And like, I even had an executive say to me, like, he may not get drafted. Like, it's possible he doesn't even get drafted. Because I was like, is he now going to be a day 3 guy? And they're like, he may be a day nothing guy. So that's another one to really keep on the radar, because obviously the talent, even though there are deficiencies, I think, in some of the profile, the talent should have been closer to the first, second round.
C-Rob, going back to Shedeur in the Steelers, do you see them doing the Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur thing at the same exact time? If we're talking about,
Clicks,
my
God.
if we're talking about headaches and media stuff, Aaron is his own thing and Shedeur's his own thing. Do you see them doing that at the same time?
Well, C-Mac, let's take that a little further. Are they going to do the Aaron Rodgers, Shedeur Sanders, George Pickens, DK Metcalf? Are we going to do all this?
Mike Tomlin's God's toughest soldier.
All
listen,
Madden mode, baby.
I know you contained the Antonio Brown situation in a masterful way for a long time, but you're really taking on a lot to chew on if you're going to put all these guys in there at the same time. But I have reiterated this and I'm sticking to it. I think Rodgers is their starting quarterback in 2025. Yeah. The reason why I keep sticking Shedeur with the Steelers is simply because now it feels like these other teams just do not want to draft him. It feels like the Browns don't want to draft him. It feels like the Raiders don't. I mean, think about Tom Brady being his mentor and the Raiders have passed this many times. What does that tell about the evaluation of his game or maybe anything else that you didn't like in the process?
C-Rob, keep hanging with us. We appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for the insight. I'm sure we'll be back to you soon. Guys, the Ravens pick is in. We'll get to that in a minute. Jack Bech, I want to go back to that real quick. The wide receiver, Harmon, you studied wide receivers. What do you think?
I love Jack Bech. He's one of my guys in this draft for sure. Number one, he's another player that's endured some incredible tragedy of late. His brother lost his life in the New Orleans terrorist attack, and he had the game-winning touchdown in the Senior Bowl after that. So he's somebody that's one of the stories of this draft. That's number one. Number two, on field. Man, I love this guy. One of the best pieces of trivia in this class is that he actually led the 2021 LSU team in receptions. That team had Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., even guys like Trey Palmer and Quinshon Judkins were on that team. Like those guys, obviously we just dropped off in names there, but those guys are NFL players.
Right.
Jack Bech, interesting fit in this Raiders offense because they have Bowers, they have Jacoby Myers, who is on the last year of his deal, but he's like a slot-heavy receiver. Bech, obviously, he played some like tight end, big slot receiver at TCU, but last year he was mostly a pure perimeter player. Now, he does not threaten defenses vertically, but man, everywhere else fits. This guy gets open on slants, curls, digs, outs. Like the rest of his route tree is incredibly impressive. He also catches everything. Best contested catch rate in reception perception in this class, 0 drops in his game sampled, and he went down on first contact on 15% of the in-space attempts I charted for him. Consistently makes the first tackle miss. It's just like, what more do you want? He also gives you effort in the run game too as a blocker. This is a team that obviously wants to run the piss out of the ball. I love this fit for him and the Raiders. I mean, Nate, we talked about Jordan Matthews back in the day in Chip Kelly's offense, like as a big slot receiver, the original maybe big slot receiver. Jack Bech, I think, can play more on the perimeter than Matthews, but he certainly is going to give him a lot as that power slot player.
Man, even with Jacoby Myers, who's an excellent blocker too. Yeah, these guys, it's kind of an inverse thing. Like Bowers is going to be the receiver, and the receivers are going to be the blockers in the run game. But that's what Chip Kelly does. He likes these hybrid guys. The fact that he can play tight end a little bit, it's de facto tight end. He's the line in the same spot. Kelly has done that over the years with this type of body type where he's got these kind of tweener guys that can go every which way.
Yeah.
But man, I really actually like this pairing. You mentioned, overall.
With the supremely accurate quarterback too. I would
man, that's perfect.
Oh yeah, too. He's going to give guys chances too. Yeah. And that's what, even just eye test, it was one of those where it's like, this guy doesn't drop the ball. This guy, every ball near him, he snags. He's a great zone beater too. Eye test. I don't do the reception perception charting.
But it's up there.
But he has a great feel. He's just all reliable. And then the yak stuff is a nice little bonus. He's a bully. Like with the ball in his hands, he is a bully. And again, it's not just, this is a big guy. Look, and he doesn't break any tackles. No, he's bouncing off guys. He's dragging guys. He gets first downs. Just a nice, useful player. But this actually offense, I didn't even think about this pairing. Of course, Chip Kelly's going to love this because it's just all that dirty work stuff.
And now, if you're the Raiders, you've walked away. You now have an offense that features Geno Smith throwing to Bech, throwing to, Jacoby Myers, throwing to Brock Bowers, handing off to Ashton Jeanty. Like this offense in the last 48 hours has gotten
pretty sweet,
much better. Yeah, much better. So, and to do that, they traded down multiple times. The next pick is in. It is the Baltimore Ravens, and this is amazing timing by C-Rob. This is where the slide ends. Mike Green, edge rusher, is selected here. I want to be clear. There are off-the-field issues. There are multiple accusations of sexual assault in his background. One from high school, one from college. That is part of why he transferred to Marshall. It is important to note that he's never been convicted of or tried for any of these things. But I do think it's an important part to remember that teams do research. Above and beyond whatever your criminal cases may be, teams hire professionals to dig into everything. And Mike Green is certainly, by production and by talent, somebody that many thought belonged in the first round. But the fall of Mike Green has everything to do with concerns that teams obviously have for the allegations, for what's come into his life off the field. That being said, the Ravens clearly have decided that they are comfortable with this acquisition. They've decided they're comfortable with the player. So while not belittling any portion of what the off-the-field portion is, I asked the panel here, the football player alone for Mike Green, what are the Ravens getting?
This guy could have been the top 12 pick
Yep.
if he didn't have the allegations
He could have
against
gone
him.
to the 49ers, I would be like, yep.
Right.
At pick 11, I would be like, yep.
Looking at 22 TFLs, Oli Abdul-Carter had more. He led FBS in sacks with 17. Played well the All-Star game circuit. You're looking at the athletic testing, tests off the 3-cone, the short shuttle times that you like to see. I mean, he really did check off every box except the two big ones, the allegations against him. So incredible player at his best. Like, he could be like a potential double-digit sack guy for the Ravens off the edge, like impact decade-long pass rusher for them.
Yeah, the Ravens say they have like a no-tolerance policy against sexual assault as well, but Justin Tucker is still on the roster. So I don't really know about that part of it. But yeah, I mean, this is a missing piece to that defense. They are always like kind of cycling in, insert veteran, cast-off project guy. Jadeveon Clowney had a moment there. Justin Houston's had a moment there. Like past their prime edge rushers, they've specialized in that. They've rarely ever gone for like this type of player. So, I mean, again, from an on-field perspective, it is definitely what they need.
And add this to Malachi Starks in the first round, and you see that they're adding defensive playmakers at both levels on
Two guys that could have gone in the top 20, and no one would bat an eye. And I hate to do it. This is what the Ravens do, but this is what the Ravens do. You have to be comfortable with it. Like, that's the thing, is like they already have a handle on a mess on their hands. So I guess if you want more attention on you, that's how the NFL goes. But the talent is there. Green is an exceptional pass rusher. Getting after the quarterback is one of the traits that you go after, one of the gold standards of the league, that it's what you're envious, what you want to get, and he can do it. And he plays hard. He's not going to be great against the run because of his lack of size, but he can be dynamic against the run or boom busty because he plays so hard and he's so fast and twitchy. So it's like the talent is obviously there, but again, it's just have to be comfortable with it.
The Broncos have made their next selection. I remember in the first round, many people thought they were going to take Amari Hampton. They didn't. They went Jade Bear in the corner out of Texas. Now in the second round, they do address the running back position. RJ Harvey, the UCF running back, is the pick here. Thoughts, Harmon?
Yeah, number one, hopefully nobody was playing the drinking game this offseason of draft analyst compares RJ Harvey to Bucky Irving, because that happens a lot. So our fantasy analyst definitely going to clip that one right there, because fantasy Twitter loves Bucky Irving. But, I mean, hey, let me tell you what, if you are an RJ Harvey fan, great landing spot. I mean, this Broncos team is primed to just drop a running back in here and let him go. Now, he might not necessarily be a feature back, because Sean Payton does like to run a committee. I think a guy like Ashton Genty might have been enough to have him break those rules. RJ Harvey maybe not so much, but this team was top 11 in yards before contact per rush attempt last year with their running backs. They were a bottom 10 teams in terms of their running back actually breaking tackles and getting yards after contact. So Bucky, I almost said Bucky Irving here. Bucky Irving, maybe the 2.0, RJ Harvey, breaks a lot of tackles. That's why people compare him to Bucky Irving, because he just cycles through tacklers. He consistently gives a lot. He's got some juice to him. So, yeah, he definitely, maybe, again, not a feature back because of the size, but is somebody that can be an explosive element to this run game, which there was no explosive elements to this run game last year.
My little negative with him is I have 11 running backs, including the guys that already went, that I would have been comfortable taking in the first 3 rounds, or say first 100 picks. Harvey is the last one. Like, he is the last of that tier for me. Older for running back, which is a little bit of an alarm bell. Running backs are one of those positions, like if you're not making an impact early, what do you say your name is again? And so a little bit older there. I think he has some explosive ability. Sometimes can't access it. He's a little bit of a magnet to contact. But the thing is, he is still a valid back. I'm just bringing up the negatives with him.
Yeah.
But no, just a good back, good size, got good speed. So he checks those thresholds. I thought Matt just made a great point there that Sean Payton always likes a 1-2. Preferably a 1-2-3 with a little gadget running back in the backfield, Marvin Mims is kind of that. He's a receiver, but that's the guy on this roster that can do that. So this is maybe the bulkier guy, I guess, and maybe they do something else at back. They keep a guy, but they're going to get a guy that can eat some innings, and that's what Harvey's going to do for him.
Only 64% of Broncos fans like this pick as it stands. I would just remind Broncos
They
fans.
didn't see the Bucky Irving tweets, obviously.
Also, like, a running back at 60 this year is not the same as some running backs at 60. That's just the context of how deep and talented this running back class is. The Commanders have already gotten their pick. We are flying through the bottom of the second round. And the Commanders pick is somebody that you guys have talked a lot about. Trey Amos, the corner, is the pick. You like this?
Oh,
Yeah.
This is a great pick. And in what a way just to play the draft and let it fall to you.
I
you
know,
know?
the Commanders.
I mean, because
Yeah.
if Amos was to pick at 29, I would not have blinked at that. You know, because his style of play fits the range. I thought his traits fits the range. So to get him at 61 is great. And now you're looking at, for the Commanders, Amos and Samuel still to build around as a long-term CB duo. That's really good stuff. And I think even if you're looking at, Dan Quinn's the head coach of the Commanders and his style of defense, well, someone we compared him to was someone that Dan coached in Atlanta, AJ Terrell.
Yeah.
Who has a very similar movement style. Honestly, if you put their combines next to each other, it's uncanny how similar they tested. Not the most explosive guy, but fast, smooth mover. I think he's going to be a long-term starter for the Commanders.
Yeah, good player. I mean, yeah, this is a great draft for the Commanders so far. Connolly was a great pick for them. I mean, I would have liked him even higher. And then, yeah, Amos, I thought maybe the Bills might look at him at the tail in the first round. I have him just inside my top 40, but corners, it seemed like everybody went trenches because they see the run going on here. But this is a starter quality corner that they got in the second. I like him best in zone stuff, which Dan Quinn's done a little bit of everything. Cover 3, he's done some cover 2 stuff. He's done man, but maybe just getting a guy with a talented corner who could play more of that match stuff. But they have Lattimore now, Marshawn Lattimore, who is always kind of on and off. So, okay, now you got some depth there. Mike Sanders still, Chuck mentioned, he can move into the slot as well. Again, now you got some inside, outside. You're building depth at a position that needs it. Yeah, I like it. That's a nice, talented player for him.
Yeah, I watched a lot of receivers. Obviously, Trey Amos is one of the most fun corners I watched receivers go against because he just kick your ass up at the line of scrimmage, man. And again, like you said, more zone stuff. They were 15th in terms of zone coverage last year, the Washington Commanders, but they go pretty heavy man coverage and late downs, and that's just, again, if you're going to use him on the outside there, let him get physical, and especially if Marshawn Lattimore's kind of taking that number 1 receiver, and if it's Mike Evans, we know he's going to want to have that number 1 matchup. Well, then just have Trey Amos, rock and roll against your second corner, your second receiver there, and play press at the line of scrimmage. I love Sanders still being able to move back in his line. He held his own.
He did
as an outside corner last year, but I think he's best deployed in the inside.
Yeah. Bears back on the clock. This is, for point of reference, their 3rd pick of the second round. So a Bears team that's done a lot on the offensive side of the ball. Pick is in. They've gone offense all the way across, tight end, wide receiver, and tackle so far. So offensive lineman so far. So that's kind of where they sit. Any thoughts on where the Bears need to look next?
Go get a left tackle. If there's anyone left on the board, I don't know who.
They already got their guy. No, they already got one. Tackle Trapilo.
Oh, that's right.
Pass rusher here. Running back is still in need if
Running back is actually probably exactly.
I mean, running back, seriously, we know that Ben Johnson doesn't like DeAndre Swift. We already saw it in Detroit.
Yeah.
So it's like,
running back
you're really going to rock with DeAndre Swift and Roshan Johnson as your backs? I don't
I'm trying to think. Is this a Caleb Johnson from Iowa?
That'd be fun.
They do run
Dylan Sampson, maybe.
3 second rounders, too, Dylan Sampson is a.
Damian Martinez.
Would be,
that's who I want.
That would be sick. Yeah, I love Martinez. I think we all like him. But.
And it's none of those. Shamar Turner, Texas A&M.
Defensive tackle. Well,
solid.
So at pick 10, I actually thought they might be a defensive tackle team, depending on what happened there. So, yeah, that's one position on defense that I was like, okay, they want to maybe bridge what they had. They got Grady Jarrett in free agency, and then also, free agency. Free agency or to trade for him. They got Grady Jarrett. They have other guys at defense tackle. They have Billings there. They've invested some draft picks there. Up and down results there. But I did think that they wanted to add a talent at defense tackle to maybe get a guy that they can just rotate through. Dennis Allen likes more long project-y guys. Here we go. And I actually didn't think they overpaid for him. I actually am fine where they took him here. But yeah, I figured that maybe defensive line might be a position they had, and here they go. So maybe that the running back pick might be one that they just get patient for because it's such a deep class.
Dude, round 2 these last few picks move at a blistering pace.
I know.
Yeah, the Chiefs are on the clock, and Remember last night we were getting to the end of round 1, and it was like the Chiefs and the Eagles decided to be cute, do a trade, and make us wait in. But the Chiefs already put their pick in. Like this is sort of staggering. Like I'm not much of a tin hat, conspiracy theorist, but I'm starting to believe what everybody says. Like it's cold and rainy and gross out in Green Bay, and Goodell's like, let's just run this thing. We'll see what the Chiefs do here. Any thoughts on what the Chiefs need at every single time they're up? I'm just gonna think, offensive line. Like it's just keep going offensive. The more fat boys, the better.
They might be a running back team too.
They're definitely a running back team potentially, and I would say trenches on the other side of the ball.
Yeah,
too.
defense too. Yeah, they could do a lot. Chiefs are. Yeah.
Speaks to Mahomes. Really does.
I did like the Simmons pick. Okay,
Omar Norman Lott, the defensive tackle out of Tennessee, is the pick. How do we feel?
He snuck into my top 75 at the end.
Okay.
I like his game as far as because I think an interesting comparison point for him is TJ Sanders, who was drafted earlier. I actually like him as a little bit of a sure pick. To me, it's similar styles of play where it not the biggest guy, but you got to be explosive. Be able to get up the field. If you see her here, if you're watching or you see on screen, 6'2", 290 pounds for Omar Norman Lott. Not the biggest guy, but again, you're going to get pass rush potential with him, which is always something that's hard to find. It's funny because when I watch these guys, I'm like, I'd probably put like a third-round grade on him because I do think there's some problems with him taking on big blockers and getting washed versus the run. But it's so hard to find those interior guys that can get pressured. I understand why you might want to take him in round 2.
It is fair to say he got swallowed up some.
Yeah. I mean, he's 290 pounds.
You ever heard the term?
What are you going to do?
There's a type of baseball term, they call them loogies, which is left-hander, one out only. Like, so very hyper-specific specialist. I'm a lefty, I'm going to get after. That's what he is at defensive tackle.
Yes.
It's like he's a pass rush specialist defensive tackle. If you even just saw, like they just flashed on the screen, he barely even started. He was part of a deep rotation at Tennessee, and it was like he was on the field to do one thing, get after the passer, and not think about anything else. So if you're okay with that role, and then hopefully you go from there, but it's like Charles just said, it's hard to find juice. And he has juice, it's just that it's more of he's going to be a supreme role player as opposed to maybe an every down type of player.
By the way, it should also be noted, not only did the Chiefs just make a selection, but they'll be on the clock again in just a little bit through the course of all the trades. They have the second pick in the 3rd round. So the Chiefs get to take like 15 minutes off, and then they're right back at it. We have 1 pick left in the 2nd round, alarmingly. We are flying through this thing. Also a reminder to everybody that in the 3rd round, the time per pick goes down to 5 minutes per pick. So
Sprint.
things will go even faster. We will be sprinting, and CMAC will be incredibly happy for that. You see the board as it's gone. A lot of trades today, and there have been a ton of move down, which I think we sort of anticipated. And obviously, the big story for so many people is that Shedeur still hasn't been selected. Jalen Milroe hasn't been selected. There are still quarterbacks on the board that are developmental quarterbacks, but I also think that throughout the course of it, this round has gone sort of to where we thought the depth of the draft would be, right? We all came into this saying running back, beef up front, defensive tackle, like we've seen the run on those. So it feels like this has been a very predictable draft so far.
Yeah, I think so, and it's been a little bit of a back to basics draft too. A lot of trenches and things like that. And here we get through like these contenders here at this point, and I've liked a lot of these picks. So it's just good teams still continuing to do good things here at the end of the 2nd round.
And what's funny, you just say good teams, is that 2 teams that like what they're doing are some of the teams that we kind of make fun of the most, the Browns and the Jets. I actually kind of like how it's ended up.
And the Raiders too. I mean, not to pander to Fitz, but I mean.
Oh, when have you ever pandered to me, my
literally
friend?
not once ever, and this is not one of those either. But trading down and continuing to get all of those assets, because like if you're going to do the thing where you take Ashton Genty at the 6th overall pick, and that's kind of the shiny object thing to do when you still have all these needs, accumulate assets elsewhere, and take a guy like in Jack Bech, again, who's pro ready to play right away, because your receiver room after Jacoby Myers is just not good. Like you can't be throwing up depth charts with like DJ Turner and Trey Tucker and stuff like that. So I really like what the Raiders have done so far.
I'm a little surprised the Raiders haven't addressed offensive line or secondary in any way, shape, or form, but also it's just the way the board has fallen.
Yeah.
I think that's just, and this speaks to something we talk a lot about, obviously, because of Yahoo and all the fantasy work. We talk a lot about the fantasy impact. But we knew coming in today that we were going to see a lot of players taken that had substantial opportunity. I mean, you said coming in, you thought some of the guys today would be actually more impactful than some of what we saw in the first round. And I think that just speaks to fit and, in the right space at the right time and sort of letting the board come to him. The pick is in, by the way. The Eagles have put the pick in. Let's remember.
I saw it.
They went Jahad Campbell in the first round. You saw it?
I saw it.
Offense or defense?
Defense.
Any guesses?
Dang, no, I had an offensive guess. No, that I did not have a defensive guess. Okay, trying to even think who's left.
Is it a player that you really like? Because that's a grin.
Is it Makuba?
It is.
Oh, well, now that we know.
Joey Glean, our editor, just sent a message to me. I was like, let's go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, might as well just stay right now. Andrew Makuba from Texas. That's fun. Well, hold on, guys. Another Badger announcing a pick.
I was trying to interrupt you before you could get there. I was trying to interrupt you before you could get there.
I mean, look.
Was that 6?
As long as they're not actually getting drafted, it's fine. They're just getting up and talking.
That's it. Hey, we're alive and well on draft day.
That is it. All right.
Let's go.
Right. Okay, so Andrew Makuba is the pick, the safety out of Texas. What do you like here?
I mean this positively. It's going to be like the coolest 30-game career you've ever seen in your whole life, man. Like, this guy is a firecracker, He's not the biggest guy. He's about 5'11", 180, 185 pounds, but he plays like he thinks he's Cam Chancellor. And that's what I love about his game. Really explosive hitter when he's coming downhill. He's got some good ball skills in the middle of the field, but I think where he's going to make his money is playing the alley. And if you're looking in Vic Fangio's defense to play a lot of quarters, so he's going to be able to sit up there in one of those, cover 4 zones and be able to come downhill with all the speed and space in the world to do that. And I also think if you look at what they did yesterday, adding Jahad Campbell, you already have Jalen Carter, you got Jordan Davis, you got Zach Bond. You have a front 7 that can kind of keep him clean. This is honestly probably the perfect landing spot for him. And now you have Makuba, Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell on the outside. This is a really
Campbell, Carter.
It's a talented
C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So
this
was a position.
This is a C.J. Gardner-Johnson replacement. I mean,
it's
same mindset, everything.
Yeah.
I like what you brought up about the Fangio stuff because it's just that's what that safety has to do: scream downhill and knock a guy out, and that's what he does. It's not the headhunters of old. I think that's the disconnect. It's not the '80s guys knocking guys out. It's more that they have to fill the run, almost like a deep playing linebacker, and that's what he does because he'll scream up and take a guy out. So yeah, like you said, this is right in the range for him. This is a great fit for him. Yeah, let's go.
You see on the screen the entire draft board of the second round because the second round is done. It's Yahoo Sports Draft Live. I'm your host, Jason Fitz. I'm sitting next to Nate Tice. I'm sitting next to Charles McDonald. I'm sitting next to Matt Harmon. Charles Robinson joining us throughout the course of the show with all of the big insight. Round 3 is already underway, and the pick is already in. Again, we go down to 5 minutes for the last round that we'll be covering today, and we will be here for every single second of it. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get you through all of it with insight and analysis as we go. And round 3 always has an energy because 5 minutes keeps things moving. Round 2 moved. Round 2 moved. A lot of trades, but there are still a lot of big names left. Caleb Johnson, Jalen Noel, a couple of names that I've heard you guys all talk about on each of our respective shows over and over and over again. I continue to say that because of the way this year's draft worked, particularly the amount of beef, like it was a beefcake. We just ate a lot of beef the first 2 rounds. You end up with a lot of names in the 3rd round that were. Yeah, what?
I say I could go for some beef and a beer right now.
Yeah, beef and a beer. Exactly. We're doing that after the show. Let's go. I rode my first self-driven car today. I think we take that somewhere for dinner and just get to. There we go.
I'm not getting in one of those self-driving cars.
I'm just saying. I don't think the self-driving car is any more dangerous than the car that I got in that was driven by somebody the other night that had obviously partied before he drove me there. So, you know what?
I'll just walk.
Robots taking over the world.
Like our ancestors.
Let's take a look at the draft board. We'll get you an idea of where we stand now going to the 3rd round. Obviously, as you see there, the Giants have the first pick, and then the Chiefs right back on the clock, then the Browns, then the Raiders. I say that very cautiously, right? Because if there's anything we learned in the first round, what we have right now is not what we will have in a few minutes. And again, I will address the elephant in the room for so many people just tuning in. Shedeur Sanders still has not been selected. Jalen Milroe still has not been selected. So 2 quarterbacks that were talked about a lot as first-round prospects in the minds of some have not yet been taken. So plenty of opportunity, plenty of time left. And I will make the argument for everybody that's going in these situations, particularly quarterbacks, that gives you an opportunity to develop. Maybe you go to a better team. There's still positives to be taken.
Yeah, it's not all over. I do think that Charles Robinson made a really salient point earlier where, man, if I'm in the third round, I don't need a circus for my backup quarterback.
For a third rounder.
Yeah, this is.
I really don't.
When you're
I
a
hadn't
first
thought of that
rounder,
until he
you-
mentioned it.
When you're a first rounder, you are anointed. You are the dude. Okay, second rounder, yeah, we think you're okay. Now we're getting to the third round. Hey, you work for it. Doesn't matter what the position is. That matters too.
Wow,
Yeah.
Jason Sehorn announcing the
Jason
Giants pick.
Sehorn.
That's a throwback, baby.
Still staggeringly good looking, though. I mean, like, he looks like he go,
Always.
like,
Darius Alexander.
Pick.
Darius Alexander
Yeah, I
out of
think they'll go.
Toledo. You guys all nodded and said that's a good pick. Why?
I do think you have Dexter Lawrence. They could have used another body next to him. I do think that even when Dexter Lawrence was on the field sometimes, those guys were getting moved. And when he was off the field, they had a tremendously terrible run defense. And I think whenever you're in a sphere where one player is moving your orbit that much, whether positively or negatively, whether on or off the field, that guy probably needs some help. So to get someone like Darius Alexander, I think it's a clean fit. You know, high floor, run defender, pass rusher, a little bit older, but that's okay at this
But
point.
also, we got to stack this onto Abdul Carter.
Right.
Right. So,
Yes.
what have the Giants done here? They've taken a strength that make it strong. Like we all agreed
it's
yesterday,
big
they've
strength.
taken a strength that make it stronger.
They try to get a guy like this before, or they still on the roster, Rakeem Nunez-Roches, where they want, it's the classic, they want real big in the middle, and then they want speed on the outside. Like, duh, but some guys want big across and maybe some hybrid guys. Alexander is big, burly. He reminds me kind of like a lesser version of Keanu Benton, who's with the Steelers right now, more of a mauler type on the inside. Sometimes Dexter Lawrence, because he's so dynamic, because he gets upfield, and sometimes when you get initial penetration on a play, it sends the offense kind of unraveling, and then other defenders have to kind of clean it up. And he kind of didn't have that help sometimes, maybe on the interior. So because he's so disruptive, now you got the guy to kind of eat blocks, be the strong guy in there. Little older player too as well. Had a good Senior Bowl. He tested well, but just a good skill set for what they need. I mean, that Giants defense is going to rock.
Yeah. By the way, the Giants continue to make their defensive line more dominant, and they got their quarterback they believe of the future. So, productive day for them. The Chiefs already threw in their pick. Ashton Gillott is the pick out of Louisville. What do we think?
They want speed rushers. I think they don't want to get pressure without blitzing, or they want to get pressure without blitzing now. Steve Spagnuolo is probably going like, hey, I mean, we went into that playoff game. Anytime we blitzed, the Eagles just gashed us in the Super Bowl. And that's what happens if you're a blitz-heavy team and you give good teams time to plan it, and you don't have anybody that can win outside Chris Jones, and then George Karlaftis can push the pocket and do some nice things too. I mean, they've been trying to juice up this pass rush. This is why they drafted Felix Anudike-Uzomah a few years ago. Is that heck yeah?
I was saying,
Yeah. Wow, I can't believe I just nailed that. But they're trying to get guys that can win one-on-one. So that's what you're trying. This is a juice injection they're trying to get.
Yeah, and you're right. Like, creating pressure on its own has been a little bit like sneaky issue for that defense. So you're hoping that you're the Kansas City Chiefs. You're going to get the offense fully unlocked again this year. So Patrick Mahomes is kind of a game manager sort of thing. That's those jokes are done. We're hoping, with Xavier Worthy in year 2, Rashee Rice back healthy, Hollywood Brown hopefully healthy this year. So if you're putting up points on that side, you want to be able to rush the passer on the other side.
By the way, Short Round asked in the YouTube chat if you're going to be announcing a pick tomorrow, since that just seems to be. You want to tell the world anything?
Well, how about my dumbass didn't realize too that was like, oh, they have a lot of Badgers. Wow, that's cool. It's in Green Bay. Yeah.
No,
You have some other things on your mind right now.
I didn't even think about that.
No,
I was
you
just
saw your
excited.
buddies?
I was like, Owen Daniels? Heck yeah. Alec Ingold? All right.
Let him have it.
Yeah,
Just let me have it,
you're
guys.
excited to see
Just
your
let me have my
friends.
moment.
We did let you have it. We were going to
Do you want to practice one though? Like maybe for the future, do you want to introduce maybe it's just at some point if you want.
I'm
if
okay. I'm
there's a
okay
pick.
for now because with the Browns, I don't have that if there was if Shough was here, I'd be like, oh yeah, here's Tyler Shough right here. But now I'm like, I don't really know.
We missed our opportunity. That's fair. I want to go back to the Chiefs for a second because I think it's funny to me. We have spent 2 years lamenting the death of a team that has won a Super Bowl and lost a Super Bowl, right? It's just for all of the deficiencies in the roster, the way that people talk about Kansas City, you would think that they're a 5-win team every year. It's like the sky is falling. They are still the Chiefs, right? So benefit of the doubt still goes in mountains to them.
Yeah, the only thing I will say about these picks is a little light up front. So I do wonder if they supplement this after the drafts with maybe, they were always in the, well, what's Mike Pennell up to? We'll go find a 330-pound plugger in August and just fit him right in there. But I do like it. If Spags and they're looking at this like we got to get more pressure with 4 and got to get more guys rushing the passer without us blitzing and sacrificing coverage players, this plan makes sense. But I think you probably need to find somewhere before you get to September it's a little more stout.
I just keep screaming, though, in Spags I trust. Like,
yeah.
No matter what Spags wants, like, it's just such a crazy situation to be in where, constantly I say this on Inside Coverage, which you should check out wherever you get your pods all the time. Like, when they say, oh, we need to figure out how to beat the Chiefs. Like, great. All you need to do is have the best quarterback of your generation with the best coach of your generation with one of, if not the best defensive coordinators of your generation with the GM that barely ever misses in the draft, and you too can be the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, it's not an accident that they're constantly where they are.
tight end,
Hall of Fame tight end. Oh, doors opening on the nail in the picks. No, but it always, every offseason, the Chiefs seem to like, okay, this is our mandate. Okay, we lost against the Bucs. All right, inject into the offensive line. They've been trying to add speed and do some other things with the receiver. Mixed results, but they're trying to add some explosive playability to their offense, which hopefully they're not done. Maybe something else that they want to do.
Tyreek, maybe trade for Tyreek.
God, no. Yeah. Enough with him.
Come on, let me have this one.
Might be a Raider.
Not yet. Black's a little hot on that one.
But yeah, it is. But I do think that what I think now is that they played the Eagles, and the Eagles' offensive line just had their way. They couldn't get pressure. They couldn't do anything. Okay, we'll double team Chris Jones. We can match your size, and we're smart enough with Saquon and our blitz protection scheme that we can just block your stuff up. So I think those losses, obviously a Super Bowl loss, even if you're coming off back-to-back wins, is going to stick with you. Mm-hmm. So I think that, these 2 picks, these are guys that get after the passer first and second and third. Like their other skills are what you're questioning, but obviously the Chiefs are going like, all right, one of these guys is going to add juice to our defense. Right. One of them. So I think that's the mandate.
So to be clear, no to Tyreek. We're just,
no.
Okay.
No.
I'm just
take some time out.
I'm just throwing out some things, just seeing if I can stir a little
controversy. It do make sense as a Pickens team, though.
Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end out of Bowling Green, is the pick for the Browns. And he
stays in Ohio.
Stays in Ohio.
From Canton, goes to Bowling Green. Just change same colors. Doesn't even have to change colors. I think Charles had the best comparison for Harold Fannin. One of my favorite player comparisons this whole offseason. But Fann's fun, very productive, runs like a duck, and reminded you of Charles of who?
Aaron Hernandez.
On field only.
On field. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying we're into Ted Bundy activities off the field. I'm saying that on the field, we're catching a lot of passes and trying to score touchdowns. He's a really interesting player because honestly, during the season, I know Nate and I, we talk about him a bunch. Like, there's this player at Bowling Green that is catching 1 trillion passes and leading FBS in receiving yards.
Nuts.
Right.
He's a tight end.
He's a tight end. He's a tight end. And not only that, there's a little bit of Tyler Warren here where Bowling Green was like, that's our best player. Mm-hmm. We're going to figure out how to get him the ball as many times as we can. And he rushed the ball a little bit too. So honestly, when I started putting together this profile for Harold Fannin, I was like, man, you got this 6'2", 240-ish pound tight end that's really good with the ball in his hands, going to take some short routes that they like to hand the ball off to. That reminds me of Aaron Hernandez. And then they tested.
On the field.
And then they tested at the combine. And honestly, their athletic profiles are pretty similar.
Really similar.
Aaron was a little bit faster, Harold's a little bit heavier, but they did perform pretty similarly. So I do think when you're looking at Harold Fannin and how he projects, is he going to be a guy that wins like one-on-one against like slot corners? I don't know, but I know if I can get the ball in his hands, he's probably going to be pretty tough for those guys to tackle, which I think is an appropriate range at the top of the 3rd round.
Yeah, his athletic testing data actually lines up perfectly with how he plays, where the 40-yard dash is 4.7, obviously it's a little slower than what you want, but the 10-yard split, 87th percentile, the 3-cone, 82nd percentile, like the change of direction stuff, the like short area bursts and quickness is pretty impressive for Fannin. And I mean, if you just look at the Browns, like obviously they have David Njoku, who's he's a name and he's still a really good player, but misses time with injuries, and they usually don't really have a good replacement plan there. And they might get to a point where, all right, that contract might be something they look at in the next few years.
And Njoku actually opens up stuff for Fannin too. It's a great fit for him because Njoku has developed into a good inline blocker. It's actually been one of the funnest developmental arcs of anyone in the NFL. But he's actually like a good blocker in line, so that frees up Fannin.
And that also is like back to Kevin Stefanski's roots.
12.
This has been again like the screaming signal of the Browns offseason is that little Deshaun Watson little detour we took. that's over because like they went very shotgun empty, which is just so far away from the stuff that Kevin has done as a play caller. now it's like, yeah, we're going back to 12 personnel. We got a grinder running back. Like they're clearly what's old is new again in Cleveland.
The Raiders have made a pick again, and I will tell you that Darian Porter, the corner out of Iowa State, and I'm just going to say loudly here, like in Pete Carroll, I trust. Like, frankly, after the resume he has for his career, if he chooses to pick any corner, anybody, you could put any name in, put corner, 3rd, 4th, 5th round, and I'll say, okay, that's Pete Carroll. Like, I'm just going to trust blindly that this is a smart thing.
Made Chuck's top 75. We talked about him, but actually.
In my top 40, I think.
Yeah,
by the end of it,
so his background, if you just narratively scout him, and not even just looking at size, length, or anything like that, converted receiver that played receiver for a few years, awesome special teamer as well, converts to corner, has crazy length. There's a guy that Pete Carroll took in the 5th round a few years ago from Stanford. That was a converted receiver with a great size. Also was a football genius that turned into one of the greatest corners of our generation. So that's a different, but same kind of like narrative scouting here. And also, these are the corners that Pete Carroll's a sucker for. As soon as you see 32-inch arms, check, done.
Arms.
He's got like offensive tackle length arms. Because Darian Porter is a guy that I don't know. I must have my head buried in the sand during the combine, but totally missed like everything he did there. And I turned on his film maybe about a month ago. I'm just like, what am I watching? Is this about that 11th player in the draft? And maybe he might be. And I think at this point, this is a really good risk to take because there's so much upside here. Like, you talk about man coverage ability, the length, the speed, like all of the athleticism shows up on tape. But like Nate said, hasn't played the position too long. There's not much worse or not much better people that he could have ended up with than Pete Carroll at this point in the draft. At 68, I would have had no problem taking him like 20 picks higher. So I really like this picks for the Raiders.
I also think if you started the whole weekend and you say, what do the Raiders need? They need a running back, they need a wide receiver, they need secondary help. We knew all of that. They've addressed all of that. The Patriots needed wide receiver help as well. Kyle Williams, the wide receiver out of Washington State, and Nate is just back like he's on the beach.
This is Drake May's guy. Go for it.
I feel like I hadn't paired this until like we talked about it an hour ago, and then it's just like, actually, Kyle Williams with Drake May would be pretty sweet. Here we go. It's big
so
play
cool.
element. They need a big play element. He can play on the outside. He can go deep. Drake May loves to throw deep. Boom. There we go.
This guy is so interesting because he was kind of like a pre-draft process riser.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, going into this season, people didn't even really have him regarded as a draftable player. And he was playing with Cam Ward at Washington State when he was there in 2023. And then the more people I feel like within the league watched him, it got out to the media. And you've seen him like rise up these media rankings. It's because he's explosive. And I think you come to his film thinking like, okay, you know, he's 5'10", 190, whatever. Like he's probably a route runner, and he is a route runner. Like he beats press coverage. He wins so quickly on his routes underneath. But then it's the explosive plays down the field. It's the ball tracking. And to me, it's the yards after catch ability. And again, to come back, we talked about with the Patriots wide receiver room, there's nobody in there that is a tackle breaker. This guy is going to stack big plays. And that's just something like, hey, Drake, get him screens, like get him these quick in breakers and things like that. I just think this is a great pick for New England. Exactly what they're like. It's not the big perimeter presence that they need. I think that's still something there. But honestly, like Kyle Williams' game reminds me of young Stephon Diggs, and they've got old Stephon Diggs there now. Like I think this is a natural transition.
And the thing with May is he doesn't truly need ball winners in a way. Like he gives his guys chances. So like Trevor Lawrence, I've always thought needs ball winners. Guys that have big body guys. Justin Herbert, I think would be best with a ball winner. He's made has had a lot of fun with Mike Williams over the years. Right. And no, Lad's a different animal. But I just think that he just needs speed. And the name of the game is explosive plays. And that's what Kyle Williams in some way, either yak or deep balls, is going to bring to the Patriots. And he can do it from the outside. So yes, he's not the big 6'4", but no, he's the vertical element that this offense needs, the explosive play element that this offense needs desperately.
Well, and I've watched a little of him at UNLV because of my fandom.
That's right, yeah.
Like,
I thought he was going to go to the Titans because Nick Holes, the OC with the Titans, coached him at UNLV. I actually predetermined that one.
But to Harmon, to your point, I don't remember who you were talking about earlier, Nate, but you said somebody just has 4 years but not fifth. This is a guy that, like, he goes from second gear to fifth all of a sudden, and you're just looking at him run away from you. There is elite level of just like next level, I'm going to do what I want speed.
Also, he's a dog, man. Nate, you pointed this out too. That they're getting blown out in some of these games, and he is still giving effort deep into the fourth quarter. I can see why Mike Vrabel would be drawn to him.
The Lions have made their pick. Isaac Tesla, wide receiver, Arkansas, is the pick here. They go wide receiver.
This is.
I mean,
Matt sent me text messages about Tesla.
This is one of the weirdest players in the draft, and I'm saying that complimentary. Isaac Tesla was a wing T quarterback in high school. He goes to Hillsdale College, absolutely dominates at Hillsdale College. Then he transferred to Arkansas, and he's under 900 receiving yards in 2 seasons combined at Arkansas. Like very little production. They have another receiver in this draft, Andrew Armstrong, who's going to be a 25-year-old rookie, who was extremely productive. So it's what's the deal with the Tesla stuff? And
I really wanted you to say that in a Seinfeld voice, what's
the deal? And by the way, what is the deal with the Tesla stuff? But anyways, then he goes to the combine and blows it up. He's over 6'3", 214 pounds. Again, he just smokes the combine. Some of his athletic comparables at mockdraftable.com, great website. Roma Dunze, Allen Robinson, Andre Johnson, ever heard of him? Javon Walker, these monster outside perimeter receivers, but he was a slot-only guy. So really interesting to think about him with the Detroit Lions, because obviously they have one of the best and most productive bigger slot receivers in the league in Amon-Ra St. Brown. You wonder if this is just another of that skill set, but I can certainly see him, working on these in-breaking routes, because I do think he's very raw, again, coming from a lower level, wasn't that productive at Arkansas. But again, the traits are there. They show up on film. He's got really good ball skills. I think this is a very fascinating pick for the Lions here.
And, for the Lions, it's not, their offense is so explosive. They continue to have such great opportunities there. The Lions are doing things so smart across the board. It's a reminder. Sometimes I think we have to step back to who the Lions are and remember who the Lions were for a very long time. And just understand, like we said earlier, Dan Campbell has a challenge at this point, but in reassessing or reimagining their coaching staff. That being said, the Lions have reimagined their entire organization. This draft so far, if you look back, they got Tyleik Williams in the first round, then Tate Ratledge in the second, and now they get to Tesla as we sit in the third. So it feels like this has been a smart, calculated draft for them.
And it's so funny how at receiver, they do have a type, even if it's not maybe body type, but it is kind of body type. Because even a guy like Tim Patrick that they got off the scrap heap last year, and every undrafted free agent receiver, if you ever look at the Lions who they sign every year, every guy's 6'3", 220, 6'3", 215.
Well, they signed Patrick and Robinson in the Allen Robinson of last season. So they want those bigger bodies and they want to use them all over the formation. Also, by the way, Tesla, people I talk to rave character reviews. He gives a lot of effort. That sounds like a Dan Campbell draft pick. And I know this isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but and by the way, it's 70th overall.
You're saying not exciting, but I'm watching a very giddy Matt Harmon.
Because, dude, he's such a weird player, and I didn't really expect him to go 70th overall. I did not think we'd be talking about him on this show
I didn't
here.
think so either.
This is for me, this is an aggressive move to get him. And again, what I was going to say was I don't think this is the most exciting thing in the world, but he'll be great on special teams, man. Freak show punt gunner, he's going to be out there.
Y'all, it should be noted, to your point, you didn't think we'd be talking about him. They traded up for him.
Yeah.
They made an aggressive move to go get a guy they like. That has to mean something to how they see him.
They like these funky guys. I'm trying to think the Utah running back they took last year. They also played safety. They think these kind of unique guys. They're well, he's a football player.
Yeah.
And he's got size. Okay, we'll get him in here. That's kind of what they've done under Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell's got input on this, but you have to have a certain mindset to play for Dan Campbell, and they go after that mindset. So even if you just look size and goes to the Lions, you're okay, this is this type of player. I thought Matt does a great job of kind of just, I don't know, he's just a funky, I didn't know what to do with him. I ended up just going, he's a fourth rounder to me because those funky guys are fourth rounders to me. But I get it. I get if a team fell for him.
The Saints on the clock. Let's remind everybody, the Saints took Kelvin Banks in the first round, Tyler Shough in the second round. And by the way, Andy Behrens, our colleague, tweeted out nicely that Shough's the perfect quarterback to help them get Arch Manning next year. So throwing a little shade that, but Vernon Broughton out of Texas.
Aaron said that about Jackson Dart in the when he matched him with him in our pre-draft episode. So he's just being very mean to all of these quarterback prospects.
I mean, well, when you're a Bears fan, you just get to.
Yeah, this is when Bears fans can talk some what here in April, but we'll see what Andy's saying in October.
Vernon Broughton, the defensive tackle out of Texas, is the pick here for the Saints. Any reaction there, C-Mac?
Yeah, I mean, I thought I did see some of his clips when I was watching Alfred Collins.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really view him as a guy that maybe you need to have at the top of the third round per se, but I do think at this point in the draft there is some merit to just drafting like NFL style bodies that you can hopefully develop into future depth pieces. I think when you look at the Saints and where they've been on their defensive line, they've gotten old. They've missed on some picks recently. So just to keep adding pieces here, I think makes a whole lot of sense for where they are in their
6'5", 311, by the way, when you
Yeah,
talk
it's
about
pretty
bodies.
good.
Yeah,
There's just not a lot of defensive tackles left, too.
yeah. So if you felt like you needed a guy,
yeah, okay.
I thought this could have been
Joshua
the Rebels.
Farmer is one other one, but also it's just the type that he is because he's more of a mauler, right? So it's
Right.
so more other guys that were going like gap shooter types. So yeah, it's just again the run on defense tackle. I didn't think I would hear his name till day 3.
Mm-hmm.
I was not prepared to hear his name today.
Same.
Right,
We're seeing, it's funny because first 2 rounds felt very calculated. Third round, we're seeing a lot of
That's how
teams
this
just
draft
say, "I'm not
Get your
gonna
guys,
keep you."
though.
This
Like,
the draft
honestly,
is this
yeah.
year. It's very much. There's so many. It's a good thing. There's a lot of solid players. It's just that what everybody likes is wildly different.
Another Arkansas player off the board to the
Oh,
Buffalo
hell
Bills.
yeah.
Landon
Yeah.
Jackson gets a
Charles
oh hell
Woodson.
yeah from C-Mac. Why?
I love his game. Interviewed him for
Mm-hmm.
Football 301 about a month ago. I think he's a guy that. I remember when I talked to him, he said, when I first got to LSU, where he started his college career, he was 230, and then he got up to 290, and then when he transferred to Arkansas, he got down to 270. So I'm like, whoa, okay. So you're dealing with a plus minus of 60 pounds in a course of 3 years, while staying productive on top of all of that. I think it's really impressive because it shows the versatility of the body type. It shows the versatility of what he can do in the field. He played inside, he played outside. I think if you go back and watch like the Tennessee game for him last year against a team that throws the ball a lot with a lot of like true pass rushing sets from the offensive tackles, he played pretty well there. You go to the combine at 260, almost 270 pounds. He ran the 4.6 with a bunch of other good tests. This is a guy that I was kind of surprised that he fell this far because he just checks a whole lot of boxes as far as traits you want to see from a defensive lineman. And I think when you look at Buffalo and some of the edge rushers that they've acquired in recent years, Gregory Rousseau, 6'6", 270. AJ Epinez, another 6'4", 270-pound guy. So to add Landon Jackson, I think it tracks for what they look for in their edge rushers. Also, Michael Hope, who they drafted, who had this year, another 6'4", 270-pound edge rusher. So this is a
Rotation.
big bodies that they want to put in the game.
Self-sustaining economy.
If you're not going to have like
Always
one
Sunny reference
dude, like you got to get a bunch of like guys you cycle in that keep him fresh.
And that's
Take
the
a
thing.
look at-
I'm sorry. If you have a bunch of good rotations, is how you unlock them. Because then it's like, hey, you're good for your 6 plays, or get out.
Yes.
As opposed to maybe just having a great guy take 60 plays, and it's like a lot of great, some bad, because he has to take so many reps. That's their theory. It's like, we'll just get a bunch of Bs. Some of the issues the Bills have run into, too many Bs, but this is their philosophy. I like it. He's a good football player.
They're clearly attacking the defensive side of the ball. Take a look at their draft so far. And when you look at what the Bills have done, they got Hairston in the first round, the corner out of Kentucky. In the second round, high in the second round, they get TJ Sanders, the tackle out of South Carolina. Now they get Landon Jackson. So that it seems like there is a path for them that they are aggressively attacking the defensive side of the ball. Azareye'h Thomas is the corner out of Florida State, is the pick for the Jets. Thoughts?
Size. That's what Thomas is. Aaron Glenn. How much Aaron Glenn's impact on the Lions defense, he had so much of an impact with his philosophy that the Lions appealed to change the rules on illegal contact and defensive holding. So let's get a monster corner that wants to maul guys on the outside. That's kind of what that's how Thomas wins. Not the twitchiest athlete, so that can get him in trouble. He is handsy, and so I guess Aaron Glenn's probably like, yeah. But he's big. That's the thing is you're not going to punk him. Like he is a strong corner. It's not not the skill set you see a lot with corners. Like, it really isn't. It's not these big physical guys. He moves well enough. He's not overly twitchy, but I understand why Glenn went with this. And remember, they lost DJ Reed.
Yeah.
So, who was a phenomenal number 2 from
Went to the Lions.
To the Lions, yeah.
Yeah.
But
First defensive player too for for Aaron Glenn.
after the start.
First one drafted.
I really like this. I was scared that he might go a little too high, Thomas. This is a perfect slot for him. I thought he was a kind of 60 pick onwards.
I think this is interesting considering Aaron Glenn coached for a team that traded for Carlton Davis last year. Maybe this is a body type that he kind of values in his defense. So I do like the figure. And 73, that's good value.
Yeah. I know I mean, even last year when I make the joke about offensive line, no more half measures. What the Glenn did with that defense and what they did in free agency last year in trades and in the draft, Terrion Arnold. My comparison for Terrion Arnold was Carlton Davis. And then I still remember this on the Athletic show. I go, another guy, and I hate to compare to another guy to Carlton Davis is Ennis Rakestraw is like a small Carlton Davis. And then they drafted Ennis Rakestraw, and then they traded for Carlton Davis. Yeah. And I was like, so they have a type. Like, handsy fighter guy, hopefully with some length, but those guys were a little undersized, and that's what's kind of a little bit of a difference, maybe those corners he's gotten in the past.
Terry and Arnold, maybe too handsy. Working on that.
There's a reason they pitched that rule, man.
Yeah.
What if it wasn't a spot foul? What if it wasn't?
Yeah. But also, this speaks to one thing that I love is identity. I love any time a football team, program, whatever, knows exactly who they are and what they're trying to be. I honestly feel more aware of who the Jets are today than I have in a long time. Like, it doesn't feel like they're swinging after taking a little bit of this and a little bit of that. Like, the Jets are clearly telling you that we're going to rely on our defense. We're going to continue to build our defense, but we're also going to make life easier on Justin Fields. We're going to slow this whole thing down. We're going to minimize what we're asking of the offense in general, and we are going to try to win games 6-3 over and over and over again. That might not be sexy, but it actually feels like the building of a foundation. Like Aaron Glenn, first-time head coach, like in this situation, we're getting a true idea of what type of identity he's assigning to the New York football
For a team without a quote-unquote long-term quarterback, Justin Fields is a stopgap, maybe turns into something. I still have some stock somewhere on Justin Fields, but this is a good plan. You're not mortgaging anything in the future. You're getting guys that are scheme-proof. Mason Taylor's scheme-proof. Membu's scheme-proof. You're getting guys that no matter who the quarterback is, their offensive system is, that works. So they finally chilled out. Like, that's really, and Aaron Glenn is such a dynamic personality, so aggressive. It's kind of the irony of that he had to come in to chill out the Jets franchise. But I'm liking what they're doing. I think this is 3 for 3.
Like, doesn't all of this make, weirdly, no Aaron Rodgers make sense?
Oh.
Like,
oh yeah.
Think about it. Sitting in the room, and it's like, we're moving on. And the first thing everybody's going to say is, well, how in the hell do you move on from Aaron Rodgers? Well, this is how. Like, clearly, they looked at it and said, Aaron Rodgers isn't going to get us where we need to be. But we do see an attainable way to build a team in this image that, again, comes in baby steps, but it builds us to where we want to be. Like, I look at where we sit with the New York Jets right now, and I think, okay, of course a month ago you told Aaron Rodgers that you don't want him. Like, none of this really fits into what Aaron Rodgers was going to want out of the Jets this year or what they were going to want from a quarterback.
Well, it's like you said earlier, it's just the Jets are doing smart things now, whereas like last year's draft, great example. They take Olafai Oljo after signing Tyron Smith, which was such a smart, you didn't, don't just count on Tyron Smith to solve your left tackle spot. Like, get some insurance there for the future. Double and triple down on the offensive line. But then they come in the third round. I mean, I hate to bag on the player, but they come in the third round, they take Malachi Corley, which is just like, you're doing the smart thing. Oh, shiny object. Aaron Rodgers really likes him. And, Joe Douglas was all fired up about that. Like, this is coming back here. It's like, all right, we got our offensive lineman in the first round. We take a tight end, which we desperately need, who, again, is going to fit the offense. And then third round, get a cornerback who is right in line with the type that our defensive first head coach really likes.
All right, so the Denver Broncos are on the clock. Any thoughts on what the Broncos need? Remember, so far, Jahdae Barron was their first-round pick, and then RJ Harvey, running back, was their second-round pick. So all of this, like, Sean Payton's going to trade up. He's going to all the Broncos have done is just kind of hang out and do a really nice job so far.
Maybe another pass catcher.
I was going to say pass catcher. They need receiver. I mean, they love receivers with size. They have Marvin Mims as kind of their speed guy. So there's names like, I mentioned Andrew Armstrong. I don't think this is a null. Like Pat Bryant's a name on day 3 that could potentially be a guy. They
that
just
is
took
it.
Patrick.
As he says it. As he says it.
Literally as you said it.
Boy, we are on one today.
Brian is really interesting because he was mostly a perimeter player. He's one of these one side of the field guys at Illinois. Ran a 4.6. I don't think he's a perimeter player in the NFL. Actually, ironic. This is so funny because the player I compared him to when I wrote him up was Tim Patrick, who was a former Bronco.
2 Tim Patrick mentions in the last 15 minutes.
Shout out Tim Patrick. I mean, again, he was a guy who was a flanker, slot, a lot of size. I think he was just Patrick was going to finally play that big slot receiver role. And then he obviously gets a bunch of injuries, when Nathaniel Hackett came in and it just kind of spiraled. So this is a guy I think fits in there. He catches everything, good hands, not an elite separator, but solid against zone coverage, and his best routes were in breakers. So some of what like Devon Vele gave them last year, I think there's a similar skill set there.
So Matt, if you were grading this for a grading article, what would you give this grade as someone who watched him?
If
you were.
It's early. It's earlier than I would have thought for Pat Bryant. I was literally just kind of. Yeah, I'll go C+.
I mean, you're giving him all the. Yeah, he just needs to grade, man. Like it's just.
Grade.
Well, I'm not. This is why I'm not the grader. I'm not the letter.
You are now. Like when a C+ pops on this.
I'll give it a C.
I gave it a C+. All
right, cool. You're more optimistic than me.
I thought
wow.
Nick Martin, yeah.
Nick Martin. Why? Oh, wow. Nick Martin, the linebacker, was just selected by the 49ers.
Because Charles Robinson and I, for our All Juice team that we do in honor of our late coworker, Therese Paler, and friend, we had Nick Martin as one of our All Juice team linebackers, but when we got feedback on him, quite frankly, a player I had never heard of until we started doing All Juice team, teams and executives had him pitched as like a 7th round pick or like a UDFA target for them towards the end of the draft. So to see him get picked at the top of the 3rd, this is kind of like the 49ers shiny, ooh.
Yeah, usually they just a running back now.
Yeah. He's almost as big as a running back. He's about 5'10", 220.
All the saw it off, right? His 2023 tape was good. This tape was more, this year's tape, I should say, was more okay. Big 12, and you're playing in the Big 12, so
you got hurt too.
Yep, and it's very frustrating. But no, it's a sawed-off guy. They want their instinctive guys, aggressive guys. That's what they like at linebacker. They don't have Dre Greenlaw anymore. They needed a linebacker because, the Devondre Campbell experiment as a backup linebacker imploded in their face. They had Oren Burks before that. So when you lose Greenlaw, you still have Fred Warner. You need another off-ball guy. They want to base out a nickel with 2 linebackers out there, but they need another guy. They're fine with having undersized players. What have we talked about, too, with the other picks that the 49ers made? It was beefy guys that can stop the run. You can take undersized linebackers if you have guys that can eat up blocks. So all works in unison. A little rich, but the 2023 tape with Martin is encouraging. And, again, I looked at him as more of a round 4 guy. But, again, this is how this draft is right now. We are in this tier where basically 60 to 120 is the same tier as opposed to maybe 60 to 90 in most classes. Oh, this is a great pick, too.
The Cowboys pick is in, by the way. Shavon Rell Jr. is the pick, and a lot of conversation about him over the course of the last month. It felt like this was a name that people were really gravitating to in draft prep over the course of the last 6 weeks.
I was curious where he'd end up because he went to East Carolina. He only played a few games to start the season. It looked good, too. Tears his ACL, doesn't play in the Senior Bowl. Again, East Carolina doesn't play in the Senior Bowl coming off an ACL. Okay, you already got a lot working against you.
Yeah.
He has traits, and the thing is, he didn't ever get to show off those traits. He has length. I still, one of the highlights of this draft cycle was me and Charles doing the DB pod, and we gave a comparison for Revell, and we went with different Cromartie players. Yeah. I went with Antonio, and he went Dominique Rodgers Cromartie, and that's because they're long, they're fast, but they're a little raw, and more of an athlete on the outside. I'm down with this. I think the Cowboys need this. Actually, this felt more like a Dan Quinn pick if he were there. This is more of a Dan Quinn corner, but I think the Cowboys need this. He's got real number 1 corner upside. It's just that he's a little project he's got, and he's coming off an injury.
They by the way, Tyler Booker, 1st round, Ezeiruaku, 2nd round, Rell Jr. in the 3rd round. Like this.
It's pretty solid.
Actually, yeah, all guys in my top 35 or so.
Yeah.
I'm not doing the whole 3 first-round picks thing they did that one year. No, not doing that. I like this a lot. I was curious. I actually thought he would go a little bit earlier, but the corner class is a little funky this year.
I mean, at this point, we've talked about Trevon Diggs and the injury, and he had surgery back in January or February. So the start for the season is in doubt for him, at least. To get Ravel here at the top of the third, that's a really good job. Just letting the draft come to you.
Yep.
Seeing what happens. And we did speak about it earlier in the show. The Cowboys, they've been a pretty good drafting team.
I feel like I've referenced this play with
Yes,
that just showed ESPN. Sorry.
Running the crosser,
Yeah,
he's too fast for the
yeah.
guy he's guarding. That's the kind of upside you're looking for at Revel.
Number 1 corner upside, which is usually you have to take in the top half of the first round.
Yeah.
And that's the bet you're making here. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But I think the upside's worth it here.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. The Carolina Panthers just picked Princely Umanmielen. I've been working on Umanmielen for a month. You know what? I'm done, y'all. You do the rest of the damn show. I'm taking it off. From here, it only goes downhill for me. Princely is the pick for Carolina. Thoughts?
Yeah, he made your top 75 too?
He
Yeah,
did.
okay, yeah.
He made my top 50, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very crazy guy.
It's funny because he's not he's like a speed rusher that doesn't have like elite traits.
Yeah.
But I do think he's just a really good football player when it comes down to it. I think he's got good technique. I think he's got good plan, good hands. It's just not that top athleticism that you want to see from a guy who's going to win primarily with finesse. So I kind of struggle with like a player comp for him because I think he's kind of unique in how he plays. And it's not really a profile that you take in the first round or maybe even like the high second round, even though I did have him in the top 50. It's just a little bit perplexing. But I do think here, for a team that desperately needed front seven help in the most like horrific ways this season. They've now added to defensive line free agency. They drafted Nick Scorton earlier.
Yeah.
They've added they've added Princely, so they've gotten off to a good start this year in terms of fixing that front seven.
They traded up, by the way, real quick. They traded up for him. They moved up 7 spots to get him. So an aggressive
Of course
move.
they did. They can't help themselves. It feels like Princely and Nick Scorton actually complement each other pretty well. By the way, you said like maybe not the best athletic traits. He does have a 91st percentile broad jump, vertical jump at 244. Like some of the athletic comparables are like Jalix Hunt, who was a rookie with the Eagles last year. Drake Jackson, former 49ers draft pick. Will McDonald, who was a first-round pick by the Jets. So I feel like that speed rusher is something they were missing.
Yeah, DPR, designated pass rusher. And it honestly feels like the Panthers are just going like, hey, these guys that had higher stock, we're going to just take them. Yeah, you were Scorton that was mocked or looked like a top 20 guy. Princely looked like a top 30 guy for a while. I think this is very fair for Princely as well. Kind of sometimes we have some underwhelming tape, but again, if you can get after passer a little bit, that's going to help.
After going 10 at 8th overall, they owed Ezeiruaku some toys. Like that's why they're like, let's trade up for these guys.
Yeah,
like, we owed him one.
I also think it's kind of one of the themes, just in listening to you guys talk about where we are in this year's draft. There are some teams organizationally that have been bad for a very long time that seem to be doing a very calculated job of just being smart in this year's draft. Like I'll say loudly again for anyone that missed us yesterday, this panel really supported the Browns' decision to move out of Travis Hunter, considering what that led to. This panel has looked at the draft for some bad football teams and said, you know what? This feels like it's actually pretty good. Like, even look back to the way we talked about the Titans with their second selection. Like, the Titans have put together a little bit of a draft that it seems like everybody supports. Like, it feels like Carolina's been bad for a minute. And we're sitting here saying, man, like, these are smart, calculated moves by franchises that understand they are not going to go from worst to first in a year. They're going to get the building blocks to get better and do it the right way over time.
Yeah, and I mean, they had to go defense, like, in some way, shape, or form. So it's like, all right, we get some guy, again, when you're picking here and maybe you have a lot of solid or good or okay starters, like a guy like Princely is like, okay, maybe he turns into something more. And that's what these teams kind of have to bet on with that. But I'm still a little, I should say, when McMillan was the pick at 8, I was so focused on them going defense that I was like, oh, wait, what? But now I've actually really liked that. I mean, you're helping out the quarterback. You already got an offensive line. The run game's good. Now our offense is actually kind of reliable. Like, and we actually punch it in, either run game or jump balls to McMillan. All right, now we get some juice on the defense. The defense, at best, will be 20th this year. I'll just be honest.
That's pretty damn good.
But if you're 20th defense and 12th to 14th offense,
I mean, after what they were last year, that's
years ago.
That might be a playoff team in the NFC South.
Your
Right.
defense and your offense
gonna win the
and
NFC
you
South
win
this year.
7 games,
It's
the way
great.
you feel about next season is completely different.
And it's not just, oh, we have a bunch of stopgap talent. They have young talent that you're building around. Like, that gets you, it's so much more exciting. So, like, that first year with Frank Reich and Bryce Young was really rough, but, you know, Dave Canales and stuff, they're taking their time, and it's working.
All right, the next pick is in for the Cardinals. Jordan Birch, the edge rusher out of Oregon. Again, man, we're seeing so many edge rushers go, y'all. Like, we knew that was going to happen in spurts. That is what we're seeing happen now. Feels like once one goes, everybody says, all right, got to make sure we get our guy before this gets cute. Jordan Birch goes here.
You wouldn't believe it, but another defensive lineman that can kind of move around the defense.
Yeah.
I mean, a big, strong, burly guy. John Franklin Myers is kind of a comparison for
that's
him.
a good one.
Yeah. I like him. Good football player. What's that?
It's on the athletic comparables.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, but that's what he is. He's a big, strong, burly edge or really defensive end, I should say, not edge. But he can kick inside. And this is on a defense that is very creative, likes having front 7 guys out there that can move around everywhere. So, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And again, burly, strong, strength. With that funky defense, you need those types of guys to maybe, oh no, we got out-schemed there. Okay, they can hold the point, take on some blocks. Yeah, really like this. This is exactly where I think he should go, too.
Yeah, he's to me, he's in the NFL, he's your classic flex guy that can play inside, outside. You know, there's like tweener complimentary and tweener derogatory.
Yeah.
He's kind of tweener complimentary.
Yes.
You know, the way I look at defensive line tweeners is if you call you a tweener and you're not getting your ass kicked when the ball snapped on run plays, we can live with that. If you're a tweener that's going to get blown off the ball first, second down, get on. Birch
always
is
tell
close to
when
the first
someone's
one.
not a big sports fan.
Wow.
And you say the phrase tweener, and you just see eyes gloss
What
over.
I was thinking.
Jalen Knoll, you said, whoa, for the Texans.
Okay, 2 things are hilarious
Wait,
about
didn't they
this.
draft Higgins earlier?
Yes, number one, they drafted the other Iowa State receiver, Jayden Higgins, earlier.
So one of them will work out.
Straight up, I just like Jalen Knoll a little bit better as a player, even though as I said, I love this landing spot for Jayden Higgins. The second thing is, I compared Jalen Knoll to Josh Downs, who went 79th overall the 2 drafts ago, so late to the Indianapolis Colts. Jalen Knoll is being taken at the 79th overall pick here. Like, it just makes too much sense. Sizeism is still rampant in the NFL at the receiver position. These guys are going too late. Jalen Knoll, people compare him to Christian Kirk, who is currently on the Texans roster. So there's and again, this is a sign that they're not counting on Tank Dell at this point, which I think, unfortunately, that is where we have to be. But he can bring you a lot of those same routes, like vertical stuff from the slot or the flanker position. Man, again, just Nico Collins as that X receiver, and then these 2 guys, Jayden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, working as like big slot, big flanker, little flanker.
That's what they did in college a little bit.
Exactly.
So actually it works great.
It's perfect.
I love Knoll.
That is so fun. If I'm CJ Stroud right now, I'm feeling great.
Oh, yeah.
Fantasy fit, gotta ask.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be surprising if he's better than Jayden Higgins or more productive in time, but again, this is a great landing spot for both of these guys. They would both be on kind of, I'm just going to watch the training camp report, see who's running mostly with the ones. Now, Kirk is probably the favorite to be the number 2 receiver this year, but he's a 1-year rental player and also coming back from an injury. So, man, I'm really excited for both these guys. Again, late round sleeper. You can sell me on either one of these.
Knoll, he gets the useful tag, complimentary.
Yes.
And yeah, Christian Kirk was my comparison for him, but it was Christian Kirk if he could block. And that's what I like about him.
They're going to want him to block, too.
Yes, and he can do the dirty work stuff. That's what I love. He's a vertical guy. His ball skills are better than Higgins in the weirdest way, as far as like contested catch stuff. Higgins doesn't drop a lot, but Knoll doesn't either. It brings the deep ball element, good route runner. He's got some yak, good punt returner as well. Won Special Teams Player of the Year in the Big 12 last year.
I do love it when teams look at a position. You talk about the Jets with offensive tackle last year. They look at a position, they say, never again. We are never going to go through what we went through last year. So you got Christian Kirk, you add the 2 Iowa State receivers, and you Joker Pulsky and say, tryouts.
I mean, they had like Xavier, no disrespect to these players, but they had Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie like multiple times, like, oh my, these guys again, like they're running the main routes in the games. Like, that just can't continue to happen to a quarterback in CJ Stroud who has so much promise.
This is going to be his safety blanket. He's going to love this guy.
And by the way, I will again say the wide receivers that we're seeing taken in the 3rd round are I think it feels like a different level of difference maker than we're used to seeing from a third-round wide receiver.
Yeah.
The next pick has already been in, and that is the Colts, who take Justin Wally, the cornerback out of Minnesota. So a corner is the pick here. So, if you're the Colts, any thoughts on, going corner at this point?
I mean, they needed someone with some speed and someone with some ball skills. And I think they're going to have to build the rest. I watched a little bit of Wally when he was when we were working on stuff for the All Juice team, and it's a project. It's a project. But when you're looking at a guy in the middle of the third round, 4.4 speed, he had a career high in passes defended last year. This guy's handles the balls. It's a fine risk at this point. I don't think it's really that offensive. And as the draft goes on, you're going to find fewer and fewer bodies quickly who can potentially, play outside cornerback at a high level in the NFL. And Wally at least has the physical framework to do that.
I also quickly do want to point out we are already to the middle. You mentioned as the draft goes on. We're already to the middle of the third round. We are only 2 picks away from the Pittsburgh Steelers being on the clock. I just want to point that out for the room.
Wally might have corner versatility. So that's the other thing is that I actually
What do you mean by that?
Safety. Did I say corner? I meant slot versatility. I'm so sorry. Kenny Moore, I've been so good here. But Kenny Moore is his last year of his contract, or they can get out after this year as well. So if that's the inside-outside versatility as well, okay, that helps. They need corner help. This is a little bit of a reach. I thought he would be a little bit later on day 3.
Yeah.
But
He runs a 4.4. Chris Ballard can't.
Yeah, all over it. Has some versatility, which I like. Like slot might actually be his ending spot, but he can stay on the outside, and they need talent on the outside. Like they've been trotting out 7th rounders and 6th rounders and undrafted guys. Have had injuries there. Juju Brents has showed some stuff, but that's been just a question mark for him. So okay, let's get Ward. Let's add some young guys. Again, no half measures. Let's get some corners.
The Bengals have made their pick, by the way, also, and after going defense all the way through, they've taken Dylan Fairchild, the guard, at this point out of Georgia. So, which gets just every time I just want I want to take a shot every time, although I won't have a job by the end of the night. I say Georgia offensive lineman, and I just hear from next to me on the couch.
No, it's funny because I was talking to our mutual friend Ben Solak about this guy a few days ago, and the clean version of what I said is probably interesting, right? He's got some work to do, but he's got. I mean, just like Tate Ratledge and Jared Wilson, who may hear his name called tonight, probably tomorrow, maybe at this point. All 3 of those guys who play on Georgia's offensive line were just tremendous athletes. Skill level and the consistency, down to down, you're still working on it. But I think if you're an offensive line coach, you're probably looking at what Georgia did last year, and you're probably just disgusted by what you saw. Yeah. So you're probably looking at it in a sense like, oh, well, if they couldn't do that, I can take this frame and coach it up. So I do understand it from an upside bet, but
that's tough for me because the Bengals have a history of drafting offensive linemen and just not working.
All 3
are awful.
All their picks so far are guys that are essentially projects. And I came around on Fairchild. He was a former wrestler that looks like a former wrestler. Even just his build is a little bit wrestler build. Wrestlers kind of skinny legs too, and it's like kind of that top heavy build. He mauls guys. Some of these guys sometimes when you're a mauler, you get caught because your feet aren't moving quick enough and you're turning guys. And he kind of could get caught doing that. Of him and Ratledge and the center Wilson, who I do like in this range as well. Fairchild in this range is the guy I would be like, yeah, okay, he's worth some upside bet. I think that's what the Bengals are going for with all their picks. I mean, Shamar Stewart's an upside bet. Fairchild's a guard version of that upside bet. So maybe they're just saying, hey, we're picking in the back half of the first round, back half of these rounds. Like, okay, maybe we can find these guys that we can get more out of what their draft slot is.
It's hard for me because the Bengals at this point are, I'm trying to be gentle, but it's hard. When you have Joe Burrow, every single year that you are not a Super Bowl caliber football team, you are wasting a year of Joe Burrow. And to me, when you have one of the few quarterbacks in the NFL capable of going in and beating Mahomes and beating Josh Allen, when you have one of the few guys that is a world beater at that position, every single year you are not legitimately a Super Bowl caliber football team, you wasted it. And they wasted last year for a lot of different reasons, but the slow starts in the fall and all of the things that have become synonymous with the Bengals are part of the wasting of Joe Burrow. And I don't look at any of this draft tonight and think suddenly, this is going to be the magical wonder sauce that's going to change that. So I'm frustrated because I expect more out of the Cincinnati Bengals.
See, you hit it, though. It's less to me about, like, the defense, which obviously needed help and all that. It's don't waste September every year. Like, don't lose to the damn Patriots in week 1. We're like the Jacoby Brissett-led Patriots. And they do something like that every year. And, like, I will say, if I'm a Bengals fan, the one thing I'm, maybe this is copium or whatever, but the fact that all of these offensive guys for the first time, like Burrow's not coming off of an injury, everybody's happy with their contract situation, maybe you can actually start hot this year and get some security built in to your record so that these developmental defensive players or offensive linemen can actually start hitting the ground running later on during the season.
The Titans pick is in. Kevin Winston Jr., safety out of Penn State for the Tennessee Titans. So,
had some injuries this last year. It makes sense the Titans would maybe inject some youth into the safety position. To me, he is like the group of safety 3, safety 4 with Makuba, where I had him just outside my top 75. Hey, he went right here. This is actually, I was like, okay, this is proper rating. Kind of a do-it-all guy. Yeah. He's got good size, just a good safety. I just thought, I think my knock on him, other than that he got hurt, was that nothing was overwhelming. But that's fine. I think in a good quarter system, he could be a real good safety because he has that size to tackle, has some nice coverage ability, just a good solid player. Yeah, and Titans need safeties, maybe young safeties. I know they have Xavier Woods that they signed in free agency. They have Hooker back there, but I don't know. I think a nice young guy there works for them.
The terrible towels are out. The pick is in. The Pittsburgh Steelers, for the first time since the first round, are back on the clock. So we know that there have been speculation. It is possible. As we sit right now, Shedeur Sanders is still available. So is this the landing spot for Shedeur? That's what the world wants to know. I will go back to what C-Rob said to us. Charles Robinson earlier said he still believes that the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers this year is going to be Aaron Rodgers and not going to be Shedeur. Caleb Johnson, running back Iowa, is the pick.
Didn't we talk about this?
Yes, we talked about this. Andy Behrens and I did a prospect wish casting episode right when I landed here on Tuesday. We both had Caleb Johnson. He's an Iowa fan, so he's seen a lot of Caleb Johnson. We both had him going to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's so obvious. Charles, when we broke him down, you compared him to Arian Foster, Caleb Johnson, who was just a menace in an outside zone scheme. The Pittsburgh Steelers under Arthur Smith were second in percentage of zone runs last year, behind only your Atlanta Falcons, who that's all they did was spam.
That's all they could do at some point.
Perfect system fit for him. From a fantasy perspective, he is a huge winner here because that depth chart is wide open. They've got, obviously, Najee Harris has moved on. Jaylen Warren is a good player, but he's not a feature back. I think Caleb Johnson, get ready to learn 18 touches a game here, buddy, because he's going to get a lot of work in this offense.
My comparison for him is Honey, I Shrunk Derrick Henry.
Well, Arthur Smith, offensive coordinator.
So he goes to Arthur Smith. I'm like, okay, there it is. Same running style, a little upright. Great on zone because he gets north. That's where the Arian Foster comparison comes from. Good size, better pass protector now than Derrick Henry has ever been. I'm going on record and saying that. Has some hands too. Yeah, I mean, no wonder Arthur Smith loves him. They're going to run so much zone. They already got the scat back with them, or the kind of the other alternate back with them, and Warren.
That is so funny.
Yeah, but Johnson, this rocks. It rocks. They need a back. They had 14 running backs for top 30 visits. I'm actually really glad. Johnson was my running back 3. But again, part of this tier where I could see all these guys going on day 2. I love this.
The Football 301 running back episode was absolutely stellar and just such an eye-opening reminder of how different systems matter so much. Like Harmon, you flippantly mentioned the zone running scheme, and I think for a lot of fans that are listening, it's just a reminder that not every running back, no matter their production, is meant to run behind every offensive line and every call. It's so wildly different what's expected from running backs. So a really good fit there. Jacob Parrish, corner out of Kansas State, is the pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I will quickly just acknowledge the slide for Shedeur Sanders continues. The slide for Jalen Milroe continues at this point. So we have no idea where they're going to go. But Jacob Parrish at this point, corner out of Kansas State goes. Thoughts?
I think they needed a cornerback for sure. I am not maybe the most up to date on Jacob Parrish's game.
Oh,
Nate,
Parrish?
Matt?
Yeah, no, good corner. No, sorry. No, I watched a few games with him. Good, solid corner. Really thrives in press. I would say that's where the highlight of his kind of a game is. I think he had some inside-outside versatility as well. This is exactly where he was kind of going everywhere, kind of like a late third guy after, kind of that slot 75 pick 100. Just a good solid corner. I think his upside is as a number 2 that thrives in press coverage. So
two corners, too. It should be noted. It's back-to-back corners. They take a
you should see what they were trotting out last year.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, like if you wanted to,
Yeah.
my personal trainer is a Bucks fan, and he's like, he comes to me every session. He's like, how come like when people want to break records, they just got to go against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Like Kirk Cousins gets benched at the end of the season, breaks a franchise record against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. If you actually take out Kirk Cousins' 2 games against the Bucks last year, he was easily the worst starting quarterback. So, from a cornerback perspective, low to those. I mean, Todd Bowles kind of put Jamel Dean on notice in offseason press conferences, so it makes all the sense in the world.
Third straight corner has just gone off the board to the Kansas City Chiefs now. Noel Williams, the corner out of California, out of Cal, goes in here. Interesting just that we have a run on these. Again, this is what happens in the third round. It's like one person takes a corner, everybody sort of runs into this. But any Noel Williams thoughts?
Not a lot of speed, but really kind of like a gamer, I guess that's the best way to put it. Like ball skills and awareness, I don't know how else to put it. Makes sense in this defense too. God, Spags could do whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense because he'll make it work. But a guy that in a Spags defense, he can take advantage of pass rush.
Right.
Because of his awareness. So you don't worry about the long speed because the ball's out. Yeah. In theory. Again, so like this fit here, it does have some blemishes, but he's more of a gamer at corner.
And to piggyback off that, I do think that the Chiefs have sent a message with their day 2 draft is we have to make more plays on defense.
Yeah.
You go out, you get Omar Norman Lott. You go out and get the Louisville edge rusher. Now you get this guy who had 7 interceptions last year, 14 over his college career. That's a pretty clear sign like, hey, we need more sacks, we need more turnovers to get the ball back in the hands of Mahomes. It's obviously not a bad plan. So to get a cornerback who's going to make a lot of plays on the ball with an aggressive defensive coordinator, you've got some pass rushers, you still got Chris Jones there.
Yeah.
I can see the plan coming together.
Yeah. And I think you said something, I don't want to gloss over this, like Spags.
Yeah,
there's a level of some guys do it better, and so, the Chiefs are going to add somebody, and they're going to turn out to be great. Like, it's just what they do.
And I mean, even their first-round selection made a lot of sense. It was Josh Simmons is a top 15 talent. Like, even when I did the offensive line show, my dad had him number 2. He said if his knee was healthy, he's number 2, like overall, all the tackles, because he's a true left tackle. And the thing is, they hedged it, or they can have a succession plan or a health plan for Simmons whenever he wants to come back because they have more. That's a plan. That took deliberate thought. You had to make bets, and you had to hope that a tackle was going to fall to you at the end of the first round. But again, they have plans. They have backups. They have something if someone's not right. Hope this all hinges on Kingsley Suamataia being good at left guard, which I was high on him last year's draft, but his rookie year has now maybe gone like, wow. Knew he'd be a project, but it was a big, big project. But on top of it, on defense, that's the same exact line of thinking is that we need help with these holes, but we don't just need like one guy. You need multiple options. That's what Gillette, and that's what Norman Lott were. It's like, okay, now we got 2 guys that we could throw out there to help out Chris Jones and George Karlaftis.
The plan for the Chargers so far has obviously been offense. Again, Omarion Hampton so far, Trey Harris in the second round, wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Any thoughts on where they go now? They're on the clock to pick us in. Any projections?
I feel like they can still use help on both sides of the ball in the interior. Certainly could add offensive linemen if they want to continue to hit there. They could use defensive interior help, and they're always looking for kind of these instant impact secondary players who can outkick their draft positioning. So, any of those really. But I'm still with Charles though that I'd like to see some size added on the interior offensive line.
The rankings are up on the screen, and keep them up for a second because when you look at where this team ranked, you would not think that this team was as good as most people regarded the Chargers. Like, there's a lot of mediocrity there, and it's just what.
Exactly, yes. That's the point. There's a whole lot of mediocrity there. They had one of the worst offenses in the football last year. They just did. Outside of having, one of the elite quarterbacks in the game who could save them when they got into the tough spots. 'Cause I think even when you look at what happened to them in the playoff game, wasn't entirely unforeseeable given how they just scraped by every single game. We're getting 3 yards per play, just trying to win 19-14 every week. So they still need some stability here, and I think, like Matt said, you got to draft some size at some point up front.
Yeah.
Because I just don't
Especially
see
Harbaugh.
Yeah, especially for Harbaugh. I just don't see how. But the only addition you make is Mekhi Becton. You think your
Right.
offensive line's fixed? That's really poor self-scouting.
Like they flirted with moving Zion to center, and could that be something like you add a guard here? Because it's just you mentioned the playoff game, like they just ran into a total. I don't even want to say they ran into a buzzsaw because that makes it seem like what can you do? You ran into a buzzsaw. Like no, you ran into a team that is deep in the secondary, and you are as shallow as you could possibly be a pass catcher. Like you had Ladd McConkey over 190 yards and nobody else over 20 receiving yards in that game. So you have one pass catcher for them to worry about, and then from the offensive line perspective, like you're good at the tackle position, but you run into a coordinator who's totally willing to do a lot of games and like rip his edge rushers up the middle. So
the Chargers and their staff, they live, dream, sleep running the ball. That's what they do. And offensive line play. And then and then in the playoff game against the Texans, who were built around their defensive line, they allowed Justin Herbert to get hit double-digit times. They had 5 TFLs allowed in the run game, and then they had 11 more balls batted down. So again, you remember how you lose. Like that's the taste. It's like losing a poker hand. That's how you're going to remember. That's the thing you're going to remember. It wasn't scheme. They're putting the thought into the scheme. It was just the players aren't good enough, and they weren't creative enough to expound on that. So that's where I thought they had to go beef.
Yeah, Harmon, you mentioned they might go beef. They did. Jamari Caldwell, Oregon defensive tackle, is the pick here.
332 pounds.
Oh, yeah.
Big guy. His spider chart goes like small everything, 40-yard dash, vertical jump, weight. Just the weight. Like that's where it's spidering out there. So but this is something they needed too. Like they were matched to Kenneth Grant potentially in the first round. Obviously Michigan connections, but another big interior defensive lineman. Like this is, the offense, they've given that some attention, but they couldn't just ignore the defense. So that's where this has to come into play.
Now, they got a lot out of Tear Tart last year. He's like one of my favorite kind of role players in the league. But Tear Tart's on a guy that's 1 year deal, 1 year deal, 1 year deal. Okay, let's get a guy that we actually invest in a little bit to play that role. But again, this is a defense that wants to play with light boxes. I've talked about a couple of different defenses. This is a quarters-based defense. You need guys up front that can hold on to blocks. And this is what this guy does all the way. That's what Caldwell does all the way. That's exactly the type of player he is.
The crowd is rocking in Green Bay. The pick is in for the Packers. I will ask the question as they show the crowd on the broadcast, like there's a guy wearing a Darth Vader mask and a cheese head, which seems like a lot, and also raises the how do you see through the Darth Vader mask? Also, do you yell out of the?
Yeah, he's not worried about seeing anything except the next Miller Lite.
I mean, he's double.
You yell in the Darth Vader mask, you're only yelling at yourself. So why are you making any noise? Like nobody can hear you at all. And then the cheese head on top of the Darth Vader mask just feels like there's a lot of licensing things to that. Like I don't know. Like my Darth Vader is supposed to be evil and menacing, not wearing a cheese head and thinking about squeaky curds. That's just a general rule.
Squeaky curds. They do them proper though. There. It is a different.
It's still just a fried cheese bite. Like
it's good though.
I don't eat a lot of cheese or fried food, but I would take some of that right now.
Squeaky curd.
Mr. Health Conscious over here.
Yeah, it's out the window, dude. Third round, we've been sitting here for a while. I will eat some garbage. I don't care.
Yeah, wow. A7 is where the diet comes unraveled.
Yeah.
There's a point where finally you're like, you know what? I've been doing this too many hours. I just need something.
I just need anything to eat.
Any predictions on Green Bay and what seems to make sense for a draft that has been, in a good way, interesting? Savon Williams is the pick, wide receiver, TCU.
Okay, so if you're just evaluating Savon Williams as a wide receiver, not that great. Think of like Laviska Shenault, like that type of guy. I will say though, I do think he actually has really good receiving skills, like actually catching the ball, which is funny because they just showed the stat that the Packers wide receivers led the league in drops last year. That was an issue for them. But to me, Savion's NFL impact is not going to come as a wide receiver. It's gonna come as like a player you move around the formation. He's 6'3", over 220 pounds. Like he is built like a true perimeter receiver, but he's just not a route runner. He's not a separator, but he certainly can, like if you get the ball in his hands in design touch ways, like I think he can impact the team. And the key part of that though is that some of these gadget players, it's tough to get them in the flow of the offense. I'm usually skeptical of that, but especially when they're guys like Kadarius Toney, who you can't reliably count on him to catch the football. Savon will at least catch the damn ball and then do something with it after the catch.
You just described a type of player that never works.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
I think the other
No,
part is
yes,
like,
you're correct.
what's their wide receiver room look like now? Because it is much more crowded today than it was.
It's always crowded. I know, but so the other thing too is the Packers. No team. I thought actually this was a stat you're about to drop. No team used receiver runs or had their receiver run the ball more than the Packers last year. They had the most runs, they had the most explosive gains, the most first downs off of those. And usually it's Jayden Reed getting jet sweeps or sweeps from split backfields. Savon does that already. And so I think that's where they're going, the one-to-one connection there. I hesitate to use this term, the Debo role. Yeah. But I think that maybe that they want to amplify that, but I don't know.
He's more like Cordero Patterson than Debo, honestly.
Right,
like a guy that I think they could give
running
back
back-ish.
touches to, because I will say from a vision perspective in the open field, he knows how to like set blocks up and stuff.
Especially on the sweeps too.
He is definitely an interesting player. Like I'm with you, Charles. Like these guys usually, again, I'm very skeptical of like the gadget guy that you're going to get within the flow of your offense, but they have shown a proof of concept to do that with Jayden Reed. I'm hoping honestly that this means like less gadgety nonsense for Jayden Reed. Like let that guy be a receiver. He wasn't a creative touch player in college.
Is that sort of the fantasy impact here for the Packers?
I mean, it freaking better be, man. Like, because it just was so frustrating last year. Jayden Reed kind of consistently coming on and off the field, and also then like, all right, he's only used in these design touches ways. Like, let that guy be a real deal receiver. In his fantasy production, which was super volatile, he'd have these like 30-point games and then like 4-point games. He's either making your week if you actually decided to play him, or he's completely unusable if you did decide to play him. And again, hopefully this signals that we got Matthew Golden here. He can be a real deal receiver for us. Jayden Reed can be more of a real deal receiver, and I think that will make the room a little more consistent.
Only 59% of Packers fans liked that. Remember, you can get out in the Yahoo Sports app right now and give us your reactions, your emojis. It's a great way to get everything off your chest. Make sure that you feel good about it. And then you can also chime in on the YouTube chat, obviously, as we're here for every single pick throughout the course of the night. Who are we? That's a great question. Nate Tice sitting next to me. He's Charles McDonald. That's Matt Harmon. I'm Jason Fitz. And, of course, we have Charles Robinson joining us throughout the course of the show as we break down every single pick over the course of tonight through the NFL draft. And we have 2 straight picks for the Jacksonville Jaguars, which happens a couple times in this round, in the third round. The first of which is Caleb Ransaw, the corner out of Tulane, who is just, let's just say, fast.
Very fast.
I would like to say he's fast. He runs faster than I do.
Very fast, very explosive, slot cornerback. I think what's cool about him is if you look over his college career, for a cornerback, even a slot cornerback, made a lot of plays in the backfield. I think he had 10 TFLs, a handful of sacks. Not maybe the best ball skills that you're looking for. Definitely could stand to improve there, but just an aggressive player that's really fast. Like the coming forward stuff is really impressive with him. So I like the fit here at the bottom of the third round. I think it makes a lot of sense where you already get a guy like Travis Hunter. If he does play cornerback outside, this can kind of form a fun little room with him and Tyson Campbell.
Yeah. That's a good point. Like the slot guy there in between these two of them, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, my Darnell Savage slot experiment's dead. Just never even got off the ground. But yeah, no, tackles well. Got some special teams ability too. So yeah, it feels like that they're getting stuff to insulate the Travis Hunter experiment. Or experience, I should say. It's not even an experiment. It's just an experience that we're all going to enjoy in Jacksonville.
Now, Jacksonville, they moved up to take Wyatt Milum, the guard out of West Virginia. You like that?
I like that one.
I like this one.
I would have taken him, I would have had no problem if it took him like 30 picks earlier in this, like at the bottom of round 2. This is someone we had an all-Jews team. He was someone who's in my top 60, top 65-ish range, I want to say. And he's not a flashy guy. He's not that exciting, but he's just steady. Can play tackle, probably going to play guard in the NFL. I thought that, I actually went back to 2023 just to watch him and Zach Frazier play together, who was a stalwart center for the Steelers. That was pretty impressive, the way that they worked together. So I think there's some proof of concept here. Played a lot of football at West Virginia. So someone who can come in, play guard, maybe play tackle in a pinch, which is someone the Jaguars needed as they try to continue to revamp the interior of this offensive line.
And just like the Patrick McCarry, too, it's like they want these guys that can hey, again, we're using the term best 5. Like, get him out there. Yeah, his tackle tape against Abdul Carter was actually good from this year. Like, he actually held his own. Like, I would say, off the top of my head, maybe one clean loss against Abdul Carter, who should, in theory, be an edge that gives him issues. Longer, twitchier, a guy that you say is a tackle moving to guard. Those are the guys probably giving him issues. But yeah, solid, sturdy guard. Like that, again, like Charles said, can maybe go outside to a tackle in the pinch. I think he's their starting left guard. I think by Ezra Cleveland, he's your starting left guard.
Actually built pretty similar.
Day one starter.
So
like,
yeah.
To think about that for a second, what we're saying right now is that the Jags have gotten the most dynamic player we can remember coming into the draft, somebody we've never seen before that will likely be an impact player on 2 sides of the ball. They've gotten a corner to put with him, and now they've gotten a day one starter at guard. Like that's, I mean, you want to talk about just like we're having a pretty good 2 days.
I do think we should say the day one starter stuff says something about the Jags too, as much as it says about Wyatt Milum.
Yeah, right. That's the ultimate glass half empty, glass half full. And fair. I needed that in that moment.
I know they still need a center, maybe.
I mean, I'm sitting there like, this is gonna be great, and you're like, well.
He gave Robert Haynes a pretty decent amount of money though to be their starter.
Actually, he got benched. That's so funny. The Bucs said never again that we're going to draft a center. And then Liam Cohen goes to Jacksonville and goes, yeah, actually, that's what I want.
Look at these rankings, by the way. 25th, 24th, 26th, 31st, 32nd. Like,
I mean,
tell me my team. Like, you don't even need to see the rankings or the record. You're just like, hey, if you had to guess, is this a good football team or a bad?
Show the logo. Is this a good
I was
football
going to
team?
say, hopefully things are turning around. I do believe in Liam Cohen, and obviously Travis Hunter is the man, but it's been rough in Jacksonville. And, I mean, a big part of it was that run game stunk under Doug Peterson. Like, they were 29th in success rate under his watch for 3 years. Like, we talked a lot about the issues for Jacksonville and the pass game. Like, Calvin Ridley, what's his usage? Trevor Lawrence underperforming his expectations. Well, they couldn't run the ball despite investing in the running back position. So Liam Cohen, a big reason that offense was awesome in Tampa Bay last year is they ran the piss out of the ball. So getting a guard in there, they get Patrick McCarr in free agency, Robert Hainsey in free agency as well. So they're a team that I think could add a running back somewhere along the way too.
That's kind of where I was looking at too for him.
Guys, the Rams pick is in, and I just F them picks is that thing we all laugh about, right? But the Rams have only made 1 pick so far through 2 days. It was in the second round. It was Terrence Ferguson, the tight end out of Oregon. Good pick. But, we're all going to be given the impossible task over the next 24 hours of grading the overall draft for teams.
Not we. I'm not.
I'm about to say us.
I mean you, buddy.
Some of us are going to be given the impossible
Check it out
task.
on Yahoo.
Please give it a click.
It's just hard to give the Rams haven't really done anything. Like, they traded down into the second round. Now they're in the third round. I don't know. I mean, sure, I would love to sit here and be like, well, this is the perfect spot for them to acquire the quarterback of the future if they want to take a flyer on one. But, also, they've only made 1 pick so far, and this is a team that felt like they were on the cusp of being a Super Bowl caliber football team, even in the third round. Is that really the right thing to do?
But also, that move back that they had from the first round to the second round, that gives them ammo and what, again, projection is a better quarterback class. If they did want to get the quarterback in the future, now they have that ammo. And honestly, it's for ammo. That's that first round pick with a first-year full-time starting quarterback and a iffy defense and everything. So it might be a juicy first rounder as well. So I think that's what they've reset, and I think the Browns are part of that too. Getting that second first rounder, they're saying next year's we're dealing with maybe our quarterback succession plan and everything we want to do there. But I think this is smart. This is what the Rams have to do. I mean, get more ammo for next year if you have to revamp. Now you got a tight end that makes sense for your offense. I think they can go in a lot of directions here, too.
Do we believe that Davante Adams will be an impact player in Sean McVay's offense with this team as it stands?
Davante still goes. He's still a player. And I think that offense is perfect for him. And it's what they need. They needed that man beater.
Yeah.
They were so good against zone last year, and man gave them issues. Now let's get a dude or one of the dudes against man coverage.
Yeah, it's always tough with aging receivers. I've said over the years that, even using reception perception to evaluate aging receivers is tough, man, because it can go multiple different ways. Sometimes it's Dez Bryant, his final year in Dallas. It's whoa, that is a huge drop-off. We have hit the cliff. We're over the cliff. Sometimes it's more of a gradual decline. And, make no mistake, Davante Adams last year with the Jets, it's a decline from his usual standards. His usual standards happen to be, probably the best receiver of this era. So I still think that he could be the number 2 there to Puka and still be extremely
good. I'll repeat a stat we had in the free agency show, but Matthew Stafford against zone last year in 2024, second in success rate, 7th in EPA per dropback. Against man coverage in 2024, 25th in success rate, 25th in EPA per dropback. Devontae Adams last year, among 81 receivers against man, 5th in success rate per route.
Yeah.
Only behind A.J. Brown, Drake London, Mike Evans, and Ladd McConkey. So again, that is what they're dropping in there. He's our man beater. I think it's a great answer.
Well, now they drop in Josiah Stewart, the edge out of Michigan. This is another edge rusher in a draft full of them.
Yeah, he's solid, and I think he fits in with what they have. Not a star, but you don't need one. I think we have Jared Verse and what he's
Wonderful pick for them.
right. What he showed last year, and they already have some other quality pieces like Byron Young too. So I think this is kind of the perfect role for him. Some other young guys that he can grow around, but he doesn't have to be the ace pass rusher. Because I think when I looked at him, I thought I saw mostly like a depth pass rusher guy.
Same.
And I think that this is a good fit for him. Chris Shula, who is the defensive coordinator over there with the Rams, did a lot of funky stuff last year, and I think someone with his effort level fits well into that defense.
Yeah, effort level is a good way to put it.
Is there a concern, though, for somebody that had so much success at Coastal Carolina, and then goes to Michigan and becomes sort of a role player? Like, so it's that age-old, like, when I level up, do I level up the right way?
Well, I mean, he was on a defense that, how many first-round picks have they put into the NFL over
And they
the
have
past?
other young guys that are coming up through.
Right. So I actually do think that this year was kind of a good step for him in terms of being able to play maybe a little bit bigger role that he didn't need to play when all those guys were there when they won the national championship. So to go into another defense where he's going to be a role player again, I think it's fitting.
Yeah, it is. And scouts and coaches want to like him a lot. So when he didn't have a good testing day, I think a lot of them were like, oh, shit. I still like him. I still like him. I still like him.
Don't care.
So he's a try-hard guy more than anything, an energy guy. And guess what? The Rams, the last couple of years, have just found a home for these kind of weird profiles. Like, he's a weird profile. Not for everybody, but they're fine with the effort stuff. That pass rush is based on effort. And so they just get another guy that's going to just go after it.
Yeah.
The Ravens just pick up another guy. Emory Jones Jr., the tackle out of LSU, comes in, so they get a big offensive lineman late in the third round. Thoughts?
Yeah, actually going into the season, I had him in my initial top 30. He's the right tackle to Will Campbell's left tackle. He's going to be a guard in the NFL. Big and long, just inconsistent eyes. Can have some games. Actually, this Ole Miss game that they're actually showing on ESPN right now is one of his best games, but just was so inconsistent. And an offense that
hit me. Explain this. Inconsistent eyes, meaning.
Oh, okay. Just like if there was movement, he was going to the wrong way or was slow to react. If there was, say, like a twist or a defensive game, his second reaction ability, how he went from one, I got to go over here. Eyes to me is reaction and awareness. So it's just kind of like a shorthand for it. And that's kind of inconsistent. That's the description for him. But he's long. He does try hard. He's got some competitive ability. But the thing is, too, sometimes his competitiveness would cause issues because he was going for a kill shot. He was jumping off or false starting. But here in the third round, yeah, because this might be another tackle guard tweener. The Ravens, they bring back Stanley. Roger Rosengarten had a nice rookie season. All right, let's get another guy that can maybe be a tackle, but also gives us guard depth.
I wonder if this could be a quarterback pick here for Seattle.
Seattle's on the clock.
I mean, we haven't talked
Seattle's
about them as a
pick is in.
quarterback team, and this is right around the range when it would make a lot of sense. They have Drew Lock, they have Sam Howell.
I know they like Quinn Ewers, so.
It's Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe. I gotta be honest. I'm gotta be honest. I was hoping Jalen Milroe was gonna fall a few more spots to the Raiders. I kind of liked that. Jalen Milroe goes to the Seattle Seahawks. So this gives them the ultimate protection, right? Like they have the opportunity to slow develop one while they work on the other. What do you think, buddy?
I like this pick for Seattle.
Yeah.
I want to be clear. This is just more about, I can see the discourse engines churning.
Oh, it's going to, yeah.
I mean,
After that first
we're
3-sack, 2-pick game from
we're
Darnold,
10
yeah.
picks from the end of round 3. Saints are on the clock. They've already got their quarterback. The Raiders have passed on Shedeur I don't know how many times at this point. So
Cleveland's coming
we'll,
up.
we'll see what happens. But just to talk about Jalen Milroe, the player, this is a fun range for him because he is the most what-if ass player that I can think of in the NFL draft because you can see all the inconsistencies and you close your eyes and go, but what if I could be the guy?
Yep.
That fixes him. Because there's so many plays, whether it's the 4-3 running between the tackles, you have the deep ball that he'll just rip on off and it's perfect. every once in a while, you have to look at it and say, what if? But the reason why he's here and not being picked 1.01 is because it's so inconsistent.
See, when you said discourse, I thought you meant like Sam Darnold, like his.
See, I was like, oh, what, the Darnold 5-sack game?
Yeah, it's take 5 sacks behind that offensive line or throw a bunch of interceptions or something to be like, hey, Jalen Milroe, you think he's ready to play? I don't think he's ready to push Sam Darnold this year. I mean, we know Sam's on like I'll call it a year-by-year deal, even if it's people have said 1-year deal. I don't think they want to cut him after 1 year. I think that'd have to be like a disaster. But like down the line, this is a great guy to develop because especially in this offense, like I liked him as a fit for Pittsburgh. We've all talked about that because he kind of has this way of like his deep balls basically is just like shooting a harpoon, just. Yep. And they showed a couple of those plays on the broadcast. You get him behind, an under center offense and just shooting those play action shots down the field. It does make sense schematically where he fits in this offense.
Does it? This is the question I will ask smarter people than me. Is Klint Kubiak the professor that can get out of him what he hasn't gotten anywhere else? And do we believe that there will be the time for him, the stability for him? It is still a new regime that fired an offensive coordinator after 1 year. They bring in Klint Kubiak. Like, I wanted Jalen Milroe to go somewhere that had proof of concept and the ability to slow develop a quarterback and bring him along the right way. Is that Klint Kubiak?
I don't think there's anybody in the league that has proof of concept that they've done it. So it's like he's as good as anybody else as far as a coach to develop a quarterback. It is all theory. It is all an idea. And the thing is, he might get out there and look exactly how raw he looked in college, and we go, okay, well, all right. Well,
the Seahawks seem to think Klint Kubiak is that guy. Their whole offseason has been like,
we want Klint.
What do you want, Klint? Like, you Sam Darnold. By the way, I mean, two things. Number one, Sam Darnold credits Klint Kubiak with a lot of his development working with him as a backup in San Francisco. So that's one part of it if we want to give credence to the theory that he could be a quarterback developer. I will say, secondly, again, to come back to discourse, there's going to be some comparisons to the last time the Seattle Seahawks went and paid a free agent quarterback who thrived elsewhere in Matt Flynn and then drafted an interesting third rounder by the name of Russell Wilson, and just, again, how things quickly flipped there. So that's the first time you're going to hear this comparison. I guarantee you it won't be the last.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, Russell's a little bit more ready-made.
Yes, no, I know. I'm not saying I'm making the comparison.
I got it, though. Third round, too.
Some people will say
yes, this. Yeah, the Sam Darnold to Matt Flynn, all that. And Milroe is, I knew teams were going to like him. I figured that he'd go on day 2 somewhere just because of that skill set. You guys already brought it up. So, I mean, truly one of the most explosive players at any position in this draft, or really any recent draft, to saying that. This is a decent situation for him. He can be some gadget stuff. He can really come along. Darnold, I think, has a personality that would be okay to help out, too. Everyone loves Sam.
He's not a jerk.
Sam, I think, is just like, all right, whatever. He's just hanging out in the room with me, right? Like, I actually think that works, even with Drew Lock in there as well. But I just think that Milroe is a true project. It is not even a Anthony Richardson project, because Anthony showed more pocket ability. Yes, believe it or not, he did. Milroe is going to take time to work from the pocket. The one thing what is interesting, didn't really picture him as a Kubiak fit or a Shanahan fit. What Milroe does as well as anybody is throw the ball well on the move. That's what that offense thrives with, the bootleg stuff. So get him on the move. That could be an easy kind of day one or early offense stuff for him. But interesting pick for him. I get that they maybe want to just take a bet.
Well, and yet again, as we now predict, the Saints pass on any opportunity to draft Shedeur. Like that door has been closed. But Jonas Savaiinaea, the safety of Virginia, is the pick for the Saints. So they go out and continue this with Jonas Savaiinaea. Any thoughts?
Oh my God, they're.
I mean, I feel like at this point you're just trying to throw darts on guys who might have profiles to be potential starters for you. So Savaiinaea, a lot of production. Ran a 4.4, played in a whole lot of games throughout college. To me, he's like kind of one of those, master of none, type of safety, jack of all trades. So I like this. If you're just trying to find like a solid starter or a rotation piece, it makes sense at this point.
And they needed a safety. I mean, yes, they signed Justin Reid, which is still one of the strangest pairings. I know Justin's from Louisiana, but it's like, man, I couldn't even gone somewhere else. But I feel like Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu has been on his way out for a few years. They needed some youth at safety, some succession plan there. Got a safety finally. I actually thought that they might have been a sneaky safety and at pick 9 was Starks. That was one of my early mock theories with it. But they've gone in a different direction. So this was a need for them, and this is right where he was probably projected to be, late 3rd, early 4th type of player.
Good value at a good spot. By the way, even though we're coming through every single pick of the rest of the night. Don't forget, we got shows coming to you all weekend, by the way. Tomorrow, Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, I'm hanging out with C-Rob, Charles Robinson, with Frank Schwab. We've got Inside Coverage, the podcast coming at you live. We're going to do a live stream on YouTube, X, Facebook, the Yahoo Sports app that will recap everything from rounds 1 through 7. And it's a great time to tell you, too, that you should check out Inside Coverage wherever you get your podcasts, however you watch anything from Yahoo. We've got a ton of great shows out there. Really proud of that show. Really break down the why and the how things happen in the NFL. So if you ever wonder what goes into sort of some of the transactions, I'm excited because tomorrow I'll get a full hour with C-Rob to break down so much of what's happened with Shedeur, so much of how we got to where we are with these quarterbacks, more on how these decisions were made for the Browns. And the Browns pick is in. Any thoughts on the Browns? What we're doing here?
Finally, offensive line.
Finally, offensive
I'm just
line.
gonna keep pounding at that
I'm
point.
not gonna spoil.
You already saw it, and it's not offensive line.
No, it's not an offensive line.
God,
Okay,
wow,
well-
that's interesting to me. Yeah, they can go. I mean, shoot, Browns have holes everywhere. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I, again, have liked what they have done, and not just for this year, but future years too. We've gotten interesting players, gotten sturdy players. That's why I think that they're on that timeline.
Yeah, again, Mason Graham was their first round. Schwesinger was their second round, the linebacker. Then Quinshon Judkins, the running back, in the second round also. And then Harold Fannin Jr., the tight end out of Bowling Green. So been a very solid draft for Cleveland so far.
Yeah, if they had gone quarterback or Milroe was still here, this was actually an interesting potential spot for them because of Tommy Rees, who coached them at Alabama. So that was actually another like low. I knew that they had like Shough, but the Milroe connection was there as well as like a potential fit. So I was curious if they got sniped.
Could still add a wide receiver too. Like they need some help there.
Oh yeah, of course.
I mean, they're the Browns.
Just trade another third, second rounder for a guy.
and
For a wayward guy, yeah.
It's hard to say that really many picks will be bad here for the
No,
Browns.
I mean, does
but.
this late, does Shedeur make sense now?
Yeah, I mean, you could take Shedeur at any point during this round, and I don't think anyone would
why
blink
not?
at
I
it.
mean,
Yep.
Like, and this is a room where, well, I will say actually, I did see a video this morning about Coach Prime asked Shedeur like, who's on the Browns roster or whatever. He said, oh, Joe Flacco is. And Deion said, Joe Flacco's my age or whatever like that. So I mean, he's already ready to throw Flacco under the bus. That's fine if he ends up going there. But again, this is a place where you don't need to worry about your starting quarterback and like your backup being a circus or whatever. And yeah, if he goes out there and he starts a few games in December and he doesn't work out, like you just move on to next year. And
I mean, the circus of a backup is like that's a hold my beer moment when Deshaun walks in, right? Like,
exactly.
If there's any place that it's like, okay, the noise falls silent. It's
like, are you worried about hurting Kenny Pickett's feelings or whatever? Like, who cares? Like, yeah, I would be totally fine if they took him here.
Yeah, but you do make a good point that Jalen Milroe I hadn't thought of, but Tommy Rees and Jalen Milroe.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it was a note on it, and then I saw that name come across. I was like, oh yeah, Tommy Rees is there. Yeah, it got promoted actually too. So.
Well, the pick is in, and the pick is Dylan
Gabriel.
Oh, quarterback Oregon. Okay, let me just.
Now we can start the discourse.
I mean, there is a question.
That's crazy.
That's crazy to me.
That's insane.
That's insane to me. Old, short. Yep. I mean, okay, arms
He's
up.
been in college since like 2018, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
not much
I
to
liked
work
some of his play this year.
Yeah.
He got the ball well on he got the ball out well on outbreaking routes and stuff like that, but certainly didn't expect him to be a third rounder.
I mean, but this is the moment where the discourse that you mentioned that I'm sure is happening on Twitter right now, I'm not going to open it because I don't want to look at it, is largely going to be the league is blackballing in some way or teaching Shedeur. I saw former players last night tweeting out the league is sending Shedeur a message to humble him. I don't think anybody in this panel believes that.
No, he ain't good enough for all
They
that.
just they just don't like his name.
But do we believe that Shedeur is a less than quarterback than Dylan Gabriel?
No, definitely not.
So this is the first quarterback to go that I'm like, well, this is a guy truly I think is below his tier.
Separate tier.
The other guys I have thought are all in the same tier. That's kind of been my thing. There's 4 or 5 guys I thought were day 2 guys. I have thought Dylan Gabriel was a day 3 guy. What tools are you working with here? We want to talk about tools. Like short, arm is not great. It's okay. He throws a tight spiral, but it's not great. I mean, some comparisons have been, what if you shrunk Tua? Okay.
Yeah.
What am I working with there? You know, that to me is a day 3 type of guy. I know people love his competitiveness, but again, it's just, he's old. I don't know. What are you working with here in the 3rd round? A team that they could do so many different things.
You ruined it.
I was complimenting you. I was complimenting you so much. You just had to do something, you know?
He's got a shot at meaningful snaps, though.
Right.
There is a path
for sure.
for Dillon Gabriel
He'll
to
take 100
start for the
snaps
Cleveland
this year.
Browns.
He'll take at least 100 snaps this year. Yeah.
Put it in the book. Yeah, no, but again, like, what's the path to upside for this pick here? Like, you just look again. Shout out to Dillon Gabriel. Like, you just got picked. Like, that's awesome. I don't want to just throw him under the bus, but like, how are they not just they're just gonna take a quarterback next year? And like, at best, he's your
now you got a guy
backup.
You got a guy that bails the pocket right and Pickett. A guy that bails the pocket left in Gabriel, and then a guy that
just goes back, back or down.
That's hell for the offensive line to figure out how to work.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's another thing. You drop in a lefty, you want the lefty to be the starter.
Yeah, Gabriel's left-handed.
You don't want the lefty to be the backup because then all of a sudden you're totally screwed. You're switching everything up. Generally, coaches don't want lefties, and if I'm being honest, you have to usually be a special talent to finally end up being a lefty, or to stick as a lefty quarterback. I don't know. It's just there's not much to tap into, and I always chase that with quarterbacks. That is why I'm high on Riley Leonard, because I just thought that he has more to tap into. He's 2-3 years younger. So that's just doesn't. It's just peculiar.
That was a weird one.
But okay, so does anyone believe that there's a wild conspiracy theory against Shedeur?
No.
Okay.
No.
So then do we put credence
The NFL's got too much. The NFL coaches and scouts have too much on their hands to worry about some guy's feelings and the conspiracy about it. They want to vote on their team. They don't care about that stuff.
Yeah.
I know that. You know that.
Yeah.
It has to be said.
Yeah.
I guess my follow-up to that is how much does this then come back to what C-Rob said that I'd frankly never thought of until he talked to us earlier about front office people he's talking to that are saying, man, do you really want to bring this in? Is it worth bringing Shedeur in as a 3rd rounder, knowing the conversation it creates? Does that become part of this?
It's 100% that. Like, at this point, you gotta say that's a big part. Look, he falls to day 2 because of the traits and all the things we talked about. But now at this point, like, yeah, I completely buy that. Charles is reporting there because, like Dillon Gabriel's your 3rd quarterback. Nobody's talking about that. Yahoo Sports social media handle's not tweeting that stuff out. Like, that's not a topic on First Take or any of that nonsense. But like, that will be if it's Shedeur there. And like Joe Flacco goes out and takes 5 sacks in week 1, we're immediately talking about the 3rd string quarterback or something like that. 100% that's a part of it.
It's staggering because if you look at what we're about to get into for the draft, as we stand right now, there are really only maybe 2 teams that would even look at Shedeur left to pick in the 3rd round. One is obviously the Raiders, who have back-to-back picks coming up in a few minutes, and maybe you could make the argument San Francisco would take a look at him. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of places that don't have necessarily.
San Francisco would be pretty funny.
I mean,
well, let me look at the 1994 49ers. Was Mike Shanahan on that staff?
oh my God, that would be hysterical.
Actually, that would actually be one connection because I can't remember if you. Okay, the 94 49ers. Mike Shanahan was the OC. You know who was on the 94 49ers, right? Everybody know that? Deion?
Yes. Yeah, Deion was.
Okay. I actually didn't. Yeah, okay. So there's maybe a little bit of something there to work with. I actually don't really like his skill set for Shanahan offense, if I'm being honest, because just to be able to throw on the move, stand and deliver, he's tough. He'll stand in there, but yeah.
All right, so I got 2 picks to get everybody right now. One is Jared Wilson, Georgia center, goes to the New England Patriots.
Love it.
Yeah, actually, I don't mind this one with all the Georgia linemen. I mean, he's got some serious upside.
Yeah.
You look at the movement skills, he ran like 4'8" at 300 pounds, which is really, really moving for a center prospect.
Profile for a center.
A little bit of weird profile. I want you liked maybe a little bit more than I did.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to drag Charles into agreement with me, and he just kept shaking his head in disappointment. I mean, no,
That's
but
a brand for both
Wilson he's the one that went 3rd, but of the 3 Georgia interior guys, he's the one I like the most. He was the 75th player of my top 75. Just what Charles hinted at, he's new to center. And a great athlete. Usually a guy that moves to center, it's like, all right, we can't get you anywhere else. But you're smart, and we like you, but you're 6'2", 300. So you get a plus athlete at center, showed improving play throughout the year. The offensive line coaching in Georgia was outright bad last year. So that's what he might be a little stunted because he doesn't have that baseline, and he's new to it. But again, you might get a true center here. Yes, they have Garrett Bradbury, who gave up more pressures than anybody last year, but supposed to be a great teammate and everything. But so Wilson doesn't have to start right away. So again, that's ideal. But if he shows in training camp that he can, now you got a battery mate. I love having a young center quarterback battery mate that can build chemistry throughout their career and build up protection stuff and all that. So I actually really like this pick for the Patriots.
The next pick that we've gotten that's come off the board quickly, the Atlanta Falcons. Your Atlanta Falcons. Sir.
Yes.
Xavier Watts, safety, Notre Dame.
I like it. They needed a second safety. I think this is a good range for him, late third, early fourth, because he does have, maybe some athleticism concerns, some injury concerns. But when you're looking at just the ball hawking nature of it, when you're the Falcons, man, and you've got a bend defense, there's no don't break on it. The best thing you can do is get some turnovers. So in theory, you've got 2 pass rushers, and now you've got a safety who can get some his hand on the ball. Plus, AJ Terrell and Jesse Bates, who are proven products in that manner.
Yep.
It's a blueprint. It's an expensive blueprint, but it's a blueprint.
I just can't stop imagining him in a bar screaming, "Bend, bend!" over and over and over again.
8 yards, not 20. No, with Bates back there too, the safety pairing, smarter players. Both, Bates isn't the greatest athlete, but he's one of the smartest players in the league at any position. Watts is kind of that archetype, just like a lesser version of it.
Yeah.
But so these 2 safeties are going to make some plays back there. Watch out for double moves.
Yes.
They're both guys that get they bite on double moves. I actually kind of like it though. Now you got some aggressive. They run a lot of quarters too. He's a quarter safety all the way. I like this fit.
The Texans trade up to get ahead of the Raiders on back-to-back picks, and it makes sense because they take Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC, getting ahead of the Raiders, who may still be in the corner market. So Jalen Smith, corner, becomes the next pick for the Houston Texans. How do we feel?
D'Amico Ryan said, that's nice. You got 2 wide receivers. We got an offensive lineman. That's nice. You got to give me something. What are you giving me? He's kind of built similarly to like Teron Johnson, obviously nickelback in Buffalo. So that's probably, I guess that's probably where they envision him playing it eventually, because they're pretty locked on the outside, obviously, with Derek Stingley and Kamari Lasser had a really good year last year. So you'd imagine that they probably want to develop into their long-term nickelback.
God, they got Petrie though.
Right. Do you think
and
maybe kick Petrie back to safety?
Yeah,
more?
that would probably make more sense.
Yeah.
Too.
Which, to be fair, I will never forget, and of course I wouldn't forget this, I will never forget Josh Downs just taking Jalen Petrie to the woodshed.
You don't want Petrie covering. You want Petrie playing the run and blitzing.
So maybe they need a little bit of that, yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe they go on the dime. They say, maybe we'll just do that. Who cares? Who needs another linebacker? Who needs a Z? We just do a Z's knocking guys out. And we just go 6 DBs.
Well, if they're building their offense up on the other side, maybe they'll actually score some points. And again, then you're playing with the lead. You have 2 edge rushers, pin their ears back. So yeah, we don't need linebackers on the field.
Good way to put it.
While we have a second, I want to make sure everybody knows, like I said, we got great action coming all weekend. I mentioned, obviously, inside coverage on Saturday. Should also mention that Football 301 is coming on Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern, the Football 301 podcast. You got Nate, you got Matt, you got C-Mac. That's live on YouTube, X, Facebook, the Yahoo app. It's all the places. And the unenviable task of grading all 32?
I think we're going more superlatives.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're writing the grades on all
Writing
32 or
grades.
16, 16. But we're going favorite classes, which was the Browns, but
Not anymore.
But I did with my left hand too.
The margins were thin. Also Sunday, while it's not a live stream, on YouTube and your pod apps, you'll be able to get Yahoo Fantasy Forecast. Matt and Andy Behrens. Andy Behrens managed to get the last couple of days off and just tweet endlessly. But you'll get fantasy winners and losers.
That's what life is good when you're Behrens. You're just tweeting from your private jet. It's a good life to be in.
You're going to cover that with him on Sunday? I think that's.
Oh,
important.
it's a regular topic on the show that he has many palatial estates. He's got a private jet. So I just hope to get into his ballpark at some point.
Not sure where you were going to go there for a second. The Raiders have back-to-back picks.
Freak.
Any Shedeur? We think maybe. This is where we put the Tom Brady thing together. Right?
This is the last slot for him.
It's not here now.
It's 49ers, Eagles, Vikings. If he doesn't get picked in the next 2 picks, he's going to be a day 3 guy.
It would be laughable to me if they took him with the second of the 2 picks, which also just feels like an extra kick in the no-no places. But it is interesting because much was made. I do think we learned something in this process, one way or the other, because people have been talking for a long time about Tom Brady and Tom Brady and Tom Brady. What sort of influence does Tom Brady have in the draft selection process? And that's why a lot of people put Shedeur to the Raiders, because of his mentorship. I think this whole process has been proof that maybe Pete Carroll and John Spytek are working more by themselves than maybe people were giving credit for leading up to.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out who exactly is, making the heavy decisions there. I do think it is collaborative a little bit, but it has been, that last corner pick for Porter was like, that's Pete. Yeah. That's Pete right there.
I mean, collaborative can still be like,
oh, absolutely.
Right,
you get yours here, yeah. But the thing is with Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll, and even Tom Brady, they all are kind of cut from the same cloth of how they envision an offense, just maybe different ways. Chip is the psychedelic dream state of it. Tom Brady's the traditionalist. Pete's probably in between. But I think that they want to run the ball. Yeah. That's what they are. They want to be big, beefy, and run the ball.
And that's why they take Caleb Rogers, Texas Tech. Any thoughts on Caleb Rogers?
Again, interesting. Interesting. I'm actually surprised there's a couple other guys that I thought might go before him. But again, this is the same tier. But you got Charles Grant from William & Mary was an interesting name there that I thought might go. But yeah, this is a round 3 tackle. When you're taking a tackle in round 3, if they were 6'5" and 315 and talented and good, they're going round 1. Mm-hmm. So just do the math there. So you kind of know what you're getting here. But raw tools, can move well, can play on the right side too. Actually, you see it on the screen right now, which actually works with if they keep Colton Miller. But potential starter here, upside pick in the 3rd round of tackle.
Yeah, I mean, he's a freak athlete.
Yeah.
91st percentile 20-yard shuttle, 89th percentile 3-cone, 87th percentile broad jump, 96 in the vertical jump at 6'4", 312 pounds. So, I mean, that's just like, hey, that's the big ball of clay. Let's see if we can mold it. And, yeah, they have a need at right tackle. Like DJ Glaze, maybe good enough to start, but you can have a competition there. By the way, just because you mentioned Colton Miller, like just pay Colton Miller. You get plenty.
Why not? Yeah.
What are we talking about?
Don't you know what they've been doing this draft and kind of just the whole team?
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Now we want Colton.
Yeah,
I'm not sure that they're not going to pay Colton. Certainly paying players is not something Mark Davis has been afraid to do. And
he's got money.
It would be out of character for their offseason if they didn't.
Yeah, I think they will.
Yeah, especially what they're trying to
I just don't know why that turned into a weird storyline when he held out of offseason activities. It's immediately like, could they trade Colton Miller? It's like, no, you don't want to turn that offensive line.
They also said the same thing about Max at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And
offensive line.
See, they went back to back.
Or maybe not.
Yeah.
So this doesn't surprise me at all because you mentioned developmental. Okay, last year they picked up DJ Glaze, who was a developmental tackle and was put into action, I think, a little faster than they wanted. They are trying to protect themselves. Yep. Whether they re-sign Colton Miller or not, he's about to hit 30. True. You got to make sure. So what you do as an offensive line here is you get yourself 2 guys that you're going to develop, and hey, they may not see the field a ton this year, or they may,
And honestly, again, these are bets. Shoot, we got 2 spots here. We could take 2 project tackles. All right, maybe one works out. Maybe one works out here. Grant is super interesting. He could be a real figure on the outside for them. But again, these are project types that you're going after. I actually thought he might go a little higher.
Me too.
That's why I was surprised. Yeah, a couple of names went before him. But no, a starter upside, you're drafting a bundle of tools here. And it's a small school bundle of tools that, he played elsewhere, or looked at elsewhere and stuff and had injuries, but whatever. But just a good, talented player with size. That's what they're going for.
Yeah, this is a guy for Oljo's team. We actually got late 2nd round grades on him.
Yep, that sounds right. Yeah.
So for them to get him here, I think is pretty good value. So I like Charles Grant from a developmental standpoint. And I think it's interesting when you have a guy who played at that level of football, and more importantly, when you look at what college football is, played with the resources that a William & Mary has access to, you're probably thinking about, man, if he was running fast at the combine and getting 20 bench reps when the meal plan is go stuff some cookies from the cafeteria in your
Here's
pocket.
Some Lay's chips.
Yeah, you probably got to be pretty excited about what you could potentially do with access to multi-million-dollar training.
I mentioned earlier identity. This is the first draft for John Spytek and Pete Carroll. There was a real question, were they going to go best player available or need? I think if you look at the way this draft has played out for the Raiders, it's pretty clear that need was a driving force in this. They needed a running back. They got one. They needed a wide receiver. They traded down to get more equity to get that wide receiver. They needed secondary help. They got that. They need offensive line help. I know they had a lot of needs, but it feels like the way they played the board, yes, Ashton Genty's a little bit of best player available, but they came in with a laundry list of needs, and to the credit of the organization for 2 days, I think they've done a really nice job of addressing them. And I realize that my fandom I wear on my sleeve, I always have. It's rare that I've been able to, at the end of 2 days of the draft, feel really nice about a draft.
Yeah.
I feel really good about this one for this Raiders.
It's you know, and just going with the offense there too, it's like, I don't know, this is what they're trying to build around, so might as well you got to invest in it. I think that's exactly what they're going for. And also just the Raiders are just trying to signal in so many ways that they're it's a new regime. Yeah. It's a new Raiders team. I don't know, these picks like this, they feel nice, right? It just feels like, okay, yeah, Genti, of course, was crazy and fun and everything, but it's just like all the other stuff, it's like, oh, yeah, this makes sense for what we need and actually what we want to do.
And that leads me to, like, the theory, because Pete Carroll certainly is not a spring chicken. We've made some jokes about that. Everybody has. But I think part of organizationally what they're trying to accomplish is using Pete Carroll as a mentor to bring John Spytek into sort of a mentality of how they want to run the organization moving forward, which is why you mentioned collaborative, who's really in control. I think the answer is both for now. But if you made a dream situation, but when Pete Carroll walks away, Spytek has gotten sort of the footing that he needs within the organization to continue running it in the image that they're building right now. I think they're building foundationally something that is just meant to not suck. I've seen 11 winning seasons in 41 years. Like 11 winning seasons. I have seen 15 head coaches in the last 31 years, not including interim. Like, you think about those numbers, it's been dysfunctional so long. Yeah. At some point, you just tried to get adults in the room, and it feels like this was the continuation of an offseason full of adulthood.
Yep. And honestly, just the kind of seeing those back-to-back tackles go off right there, I think teams kind of reached on corners in round 3 and round 2 a little bit. That was kind of the one thing I noticed, and I actually feel like the teams that I talked about, that teardrop of the offensive linemen, it felt like the teams that were like kind of had these guys fall to them a little bit, maybe like 10, 20 spots later than I thought. Yeah. You know, I've talked about maybe in project tackles, they just go higher. They go higher than you ever anticipate because it's such a hard position to find guys. So I just think that's just kind of a curiosity I have. I'm going to look back. It's just that I felt like some corners got reached on because there was a corner run going. Yeah. And then now I think the Raiders were the beneficiary going like, sweet. All right, a couple tackles just fell to us, and yeah, they're project guys, but we just got 2 of them. That's 2 bets to make.
This was a draft of runs through the first 2 days. Like, early on, we saw, like, and what have we said today a couple of times? It's like 3 corners go in a row, then a couple of edge rushers go in a row. It's like, it feels like everybody moves in that synchronicity. Like, once one moves, everybody sort of panics a little bit.
Yeah, everyone's been in a fantasy draft where that happens. Yep. It's how normal drafts go, too. Upton Stout.
Upton Stout, the corner out of Western Kentucky. Interesting.
All juice teams just getting rated. This might be our worst year with the projections in terms of the ranges that they go, because this is a guy we had pegged for day 3 as well. So now the 49ers have taken actually 2 all juice team defenders that we had in the 6th and 7th round in the 3rd round. So we'll see what happens. Upton Stout, man, he's a small corner. 5'8.5", 181 pounds.
What a name.
Generous 5'8.5".
Yes,
right?
yes. I went through and studied his tape after I talked to some scout buddies, and they liked him more as like hey, this is a fun guy on 5th or 6th round that maybe can get his hands on the ball. And if we have a good secondary around him, can make some plays. This feels a little rich for me here, but I will say this. He's a playmaker. Yeah. He's a playmaker. And he's little, so.
It's interesting because obviously they paid Diamador Lenore, who's like their slot corner there. So is he a guy who's going to play outside? But that's by the way, it's funny that his name is Stout and he's like a smaller guy. That's beautiful.
The Cardinals drafted a guy from Louisville a couple years ago, Catrell Clark, and that's what this guy reminds me of. You know where Catrell Clark went? 6th round. Yeah. So like that's where these guys go. Usually on day 3 is where it's the anomalies, the outliers. That's why you want to save those bets. He is a football player. Like, that's the thing, but it's, again, traits. And I don't know, it just feels like a little rich for a guy that's going to be undersized.
Speaking of rich, interesting, just the Broncos have traded back in to the bottom of the 3rd round. So the second to last pick in the 3rd round is now the Denver Broncos, and they've immediately made that pick. So they jumped back in. They traded with Philadelphia to get ahead of Minnesota. Any guesses on what they're trying to beat the Vikings out for?
I mean, they just said enough of that trading down nonsense. They traded down twice. Sean said,
I told you.
I gotta trade up.
Up. I want to trade up.
Yeah, he saw the Packers take Savon Williams earlier. He's like, that was my joker. So I mean, that's something to look at.
Oh my gosh, so much joker this offseason.
Do all the podium people just sit in one room, never knowing when they're about to get called? I
think so.
Yeah, like that's. Oh, Savion Jones,
before Swinson.
That's what I was just about to say. Yeah, the LSU has another edge, Braden Swinson, who actually I liked as like a top 60 player. So interesting. Man, they must really like him too. The fact that they moved back up, get him, and they must have sniped him before. Yeah, rugged D end, got some twitch to him too, but just like, yeah, I think for this defense, again, that's going to be tricky. Very aggressive type of defense. Getting guys like this kind of mauly edge kind of makes sense for there. Maybe with some of the other guys that they have on the outside there, they're maybe a little more twitchier. So yeah, just a rugged guy in that kind of defense.
Sounds like Zach Allen, who obviously they have on the roster.
Yes.
So maybe it's kind of the backup for him.
Yep, same kind of weight too, actually. Yeah. He's more. I like Swinson a little better than this.
All right, and now, just like that, we are automatically to the last pick of the third round. This thing has flown by the way.
Yeah.
We are at the last pick of the third round, and it's barely 11:20 p.m. Eastern time. So, spectacular work.
So there's a men's bathroom with my name on it right now.
That's what y'all don't know. Like, so let's behind the curtain here. We stop drinking liquids whenever we can, but like the tinkle time, like I got the bladder of a child. So this is like, this is just so difficult every year. And last night we finished the show. Everybody feels happy. Yeah, I go running to the bathroom. Somebody's cleaning the bathroom. I come all the time to clean the bathroom.
Dude,
It was just the unisex one. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, I was like, what are we doing? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just letting you know, if there's a cleaning person in the bathroom, we're about to really get to know each other after this thing's over. Like,
hurry for me.
we got a couple of talking points, too, after this thing, all right? See,
I wasn't thinking about going to the bathroom now until you guys said something.
Dude, I've been sitting here for like 2 hours.
this is what we got. The last pick in the third round of the NFL draft. And our last pick together, before we get to some of the big talking points, remember, you get to hang out with us all weekend long. We've got live stream shows coming for you. Download the Yahoo Sports app. I almost said the YouTube app. Download the Yahoo Sports app. Check us out on YouTube as well. It's a great way to hang out with what we're doing. Follow us all on social media. You know these things. Ty Felton, wide receiver, Maryland. Ooh, what do we think?
Ty Felton's interesting. I like his route running against zone coverage. He's got speed. He can make plays after the catch. They gave him a lot of screens. Problem is, can't really catch.
Yeah.
So he definitely has some issues with his hands. But I did, like, in terms of day 3 guys I evaluated, and look, this is the end of the third round. It's fine if you take a guy that I rank as like a day 3 player here. I did think he's interesting. I also think he has some upside as a returner. And they certainly needed like a third receiver kind of in that room. They have Brandon Powell, who's been like sort of a pet of this coaching tree. He's kind of a design touches guy. You have Jalen Naylor there, but he's somebody whose contract is coming up here soon. So some depth there, and again, some potential kick return versatility here for Ty Felton.
Yeah, the catching is what kind of gets me. Also, just like, I don't know, I still want someone that's rugged in the receiver room. Like that.
Yeah, and he's not.
He's not rugged at all. He's very finessey. And I don't know. They keep going with these other. They keep going, okay, because Addison and Jefferson, you want them primarily on the outside. Okay, if we want a guy that can maybe help Jefferson move around, that maybe helps do this. If you're doing that.
I do think Felton's useful from the slot. Like,
okay,
I think that was kind of what I saw him as, like a speed slot player. Yeah, and he's a weird build too, because he's over 6 foot, but he's under 190 pounds, so he's kind of like not lanky in the way that like a Torrey Horton is, who we like, and I like more than Ty Felton, but because he doesn't have the same length. He's a very interesting build of a player, and again, the skills are odd because he can make some pretty big plays, and I think that's nice as a third receiver, but I just don't think the upside's there unless he can really get the catching skills.
It feels very field stretchery.
Yes, and on the motion stuff they need.
Yep.
So the third round is done. Let's see how it all played out. Obviously, you guys see every single pick right there. We have flown through all of it. I want to get a thought from each of you as we continue to look at the end of this, and I'll start, Nate Tice, with you and ask you the very simple question. Shedeur, what are we supposed to make of it? What happens?
You know, I as a guy that has been lower on Shedeur Sanders in the process, I still thought he was a valid day 2 prospect. Like that's the thing. So him falling out of round 2, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't totally shocked that he fell in round 2. I'm dead serious. Falling out of round 3 is shocking. I will admit that. But the discussion that Charles Robinson brought up, or the point that he brought up in the discussion we had, teams don't want headaches. And the juice has to be worth the squeeze. And the other thing I want to reiterate to people, teams are desperate to find talent, especially at quarterback. And so they'll do anything possible if they think this guy has a chance to be a dude at quarterback. And I think you just got to indicate what the league is telling you right now. Guys just don't think that he has that upside to be that guy.
All right, C-Mac. Best pick, worst pick, what stands out to you?
The best pick, I love Revel, the East Carolina cornerback, to the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, to get a potential, true guy with CB1 potential at the top of the third is really an incredible pick. Elite favorite, Dylan Gabriel to the Browns. I personally had him as like a UDFA guy. Didn't really understand it. It's not like he's been a guy that's elevated his teams. He's played with a lot of really good teams. More of a, a kind of a pea shooter. This is how I look at it. Yeah. Pea shooter, distributor kind of quarterback. So I didn't really understand taking him in third. I definitely would have taken Shedeur over him. So that was probably my most puzzling pick.
Harmon, give me a winner or a loser. What stands out?
Yeah, I think winner has to be the Texans. I really like what they did. Obviously, they got the offensive lineman that they needed, but what they did with those 2 Iowa State receivers was pretty sweet. And I really think it's best of both worlds for them from a deployment perspective. I think they'll get the usage right for Jayden Higgins. Doesn't have to be an X. He's going to be a very reliable player underneath. He catches everything. CJ Stroud needed that. And then they also get a field stretcher in Jalen Knoll, which is something they needed. This is a new offensive system here. It's not Bobby Slowick and the Shanahan greatest hits. It's going to be a little bit more, not just McVay, Los Angeles, where Nick Haley was last year, but also he comes from a Patriots background as well. So I can see both of those guys fitting into that offense very well.
I'll put the whole panel on just any of you can answer this. Any player you think really lost by where they ended up? Take any one from anybody.
Lost?
Is there a player that you're like, man, it really sucks that they went there?
Oh, man, Emeka Egbuka from round 1.
Yeah,
but no, I'm trying to think even just who else. Man, the straight up loss, I can't think off the top of my head.
I think there were a lot of really good picks.
Honestly, I know.
We don't have to manufacture.
Yeah. The receiver landing spots were good. None of them stood out. I thought maybe some of the draft picks were rich where some of those receivers were taken compared to some of the other guys that I liked. Again, personal preference. But I didn't think anything where I was like, what? No. Oh, that guy's screwed because he's never going to see the field, or that's a bad scheme fit. I actually thought teams were pretty smart with who they picked up.
That's an amazing thing. Let's check in one more time with Charles Robinson, insider C-Rob. C-Rob, as we sit here and try and figure out what's going on with Shedeur, what can you tell us?
Yeah. Okay. So to try to get an accurate assessment, the best I could, I called an ex-GM, someone who was fired, right? And because I knew that he'd done work on Shedeur. He was previously the GM of a team that would have been tied to Shedeur, all these different things. And I was like, just give it to me. Is something going on here? What's the deal? And he flat out said to me, he's like, look, I was very critical of him. And my grade on him would have been in the late 2nd round, early 3rd round area. And he said, I'm shocked that he's not taken by the end of the 3rd round. And I said, do you think, is there something to do with Deion in this? Is it how the kid handled himself, leading through the process? And he just kept putting his finger on all the anonymous quotes we've seen up until this point that have been very visceral about this feeling of whether it's arrogance or entitlement or disinterest or whatever. He said, I think that is real. And I think a lot of teams are scared by that. And he said, I think a lot of teams also know, as this has unfolded, they're hearing all the different things. There's people saying, hey, he's being, very big people in the media who are going to talk about this nonstop next week, who are already saying he's being blackballed like Colin Kaepernick because of his father. Everybody's got an axe to grind against Deion. He just said to me, look, at some point, the traveling circus gets big enough that it's coming. And he's like, this really built through this process. And he said, I can't see any other way that this has happened other than that having affected it.
So then quickly, Z-Rob, how does it resolve tomorrow in your mind?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because to me, it's bigger now than it's ever been before. I think you can quantifiably, I've done this long enough that I can remember maybe the only other time I saw a guy who was perceived as being wildly talented slipping. It was like Maurice Claret when he slipped into the 3rd round.
Exactly who I
remember?
Thought. Yeah.
Remember all the crap Claret did?
And he was the last pick, right, of the night.
He was the last pick of the 3rd round. Mike Shanahan moved in to grab him. But he had destroyed himself in the draft process. He quit in his 40-yard dash. There was just a number of things that Claret had done. And that's the only one I can remember where it was like, oh my gosh, he's, even despite all these problems, he was so productive at Ohio State that it was like, come on, he's not going to last. You know, he'll come off in the second somewhere. He'll come off the end of the second. And then it wasn't until that last compensatory pick in the third round where Shanahan took him. That's the only other one I can remember. And I'm stunned. And I would ask you guys, you all broke down film on him. Even his biggest critics that I have had really were not putting him outside of the third round.
Yeah, I even before we just hopped on with you, that's why I just said it was like I've been one of the lower guys on Shedeur Sanders. Having said that, him falling out of the second round, I was like, okay, yeah, I could see that. But falling out of day 2 completely, that shocked even me. Yeah. Because there is stuff to work with, even if I'm very critical of it. It's like Dylan Gabriel? You know, like that's right. That was the capper to me. Shough going before him, I totally understand that one. Like I really do. They're the same tier. Gabriel, to me, it was kind of okay, all right, that's a little dicey.
And I think you have to think about what this means for Shedeur moving forward, right? Like, is this the last time we hear from him?
Right.
For real? Because how many day 3 quarterbacks make it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
C-Mac, I mean, that's the thing is, how is this all going to be absorbed? You know, I'm not even.
Poorly. Yeah.
I made the joke previously about like I wouldn't want to be a scout. You know, going into scout the Buffaloes. Like I'm not even kidding. There's some evaluators right now where like they might not even be open to scouting next year. Like that could happen. Like that might be how pissed off Deion is about this. So
unreal.
I think what resolves it ultimately is how this gets handled going into tomorrow. What the messaging is from Deion, what the messaging is from Shedeur. So far it doesn't seem like there's been any like cork popping moment where you're just like, oh no, they just made it worse. It doesn't feel that way. So at some point, I got to believe the talent is going to outweigh however you feel about the rest of it. And I think a general manager and a head coach just have to come out and go, hey, look, we had other needs. We liked him. We actually liked him higher than we took him in this draft. So we feel like we're getting good value here. We're looking forward to having our relationship with him moving forward and developing him as a quarterback behind our starter, who is, by the way, clearly our starter. We're going to go ahead and say that now. That's the only way I think this ends up unfolding.
See, Rob, always appreciate your expertise. I'll see you tomorrow for Inside Coverage. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks, guys.
All right, real quick, before we get out of here, any one player that somebody's super excited to see tomorrow? Is there somebody that...
Oh, tomorrow?
Mbo.
Mbo?
Mbo. Yeah, I know. Mbo was, like player 32 for me. I wasn't for everybody. I was rich on that one, so I'm not totally surprised. God, so many receivers.
Yeah,
I want to see
Horton.
Torrey Horton, Devin Neal, one of my favorite running backs. Damian Martinez, one of my favorite running backs. Kind of figure they might end up in round 4, but guess where you can find good running backs? Round 4. And I think we can find a lot tomorrow.
There's going to be a ton of value, and we're going to continue to bring you great shows. If this is the first time you've ever met our shows, I hope you'll check us out wherever you check out your pods. And, of course, throughout the course of the weekend, the live streams that we're going to be doing. I said it yesterday. I will say it again. We could not do this were it not for an absolutely insane, wild group of people behind the scenes that work their tails off. Dan and Chan, I got to give them, our buddy cop, I got to give them a ton of credit for everything they do producing and directing this entire special. And then, of course, Tommy and Phil for all the support in the LA studios over the years. We really appreciate you guys. Everybody that worked behind the scenes, they deserve the standing ovation we wish the world could give them. We wouldn't be able to do it without them. In the meantime, thank you so much for spending your draft with us this year. It's an honor that we got to fill you in. He's Nate Tice. He's Charles McDonald. He's Matt Harmon. Of course, we had C-Rob and Jory throughout the course of the weekend. I'm Jason Fitz. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Keep checking us out at Yahoo Sports and enjoy the rest of the draft.